Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. The dungeon was quiet, all one can hear was that it was on verge of collapse. Zorthius, who was feared by every seeker, also known as the uncrowned king of the dungeons, but he wasn't like the typical dungeon bosses who drowned in destruction or chaos. He had fought not out of malice but to protect his domain and test his strength against worthy opponents. One day he stood silently in the heart of his domain. His piercing eyes looked over the crumbling walls, once strong and unyielding, now covered with cracks and moss. The once shining marble floors were dulled, and the air, which had once filled with the energy of countless battles, now felt heavy and still. He looked at the cracks along a broken pillar, his expression unreadable. For centuries, this dungeon had been his pride and joy, a bastion of his strength, the stage for countless clashes with adventurers, and a home to the loyal underlings who had stood by his side. But even the strongest fortresses could not withstand the relentless passage of time. The dungeon could no longer afford the battles it was known for. The traps, the mechanisms, the spell, they were wearing out. The very foundation was crumbling under the weight of its age. Zorthius knew that if it continued to stand, it would eventually collapse into nothing more than rubble, taking with it all the memories and stories it held. He sighed, the sound low and heavy in the quiet chamber. This place was more than a dungeon to him, it was a part of who he was. Every stone, every corridor, every scar on its walls told a story of his life, his battles, and his companions. Letting it go felt like losing a piece of himself. But he had no choice. After much thought, Zorthius summoned his commanders. They appeared one by one, their forms materializing in the dim light of the chamber. These were his most trusted allies, the ones who had fought alongside him through countless battles, each of them with their own stories, who gave their all to protect this very own dungeon. He didn't need to explain the situation to them, they already knew. The state of the dungeon was clear to all of them. Still, Zorthius spoke, his voice steady but filled with an emotion he rarely showed. This dungeon, it cannot endure much longer, he said. We've fought too many battles, pushed it too far. If we continue, it will crumble entirely, and everything we've built here will be lost. The commanders listened in silence, their expressions was quite depressing. They too had spent their lives defending this place, pouring their strength and loyalty into its walls. The thought of leaving it behind was almost unbearable. Zorthius paused, his glowing eyes looking over each of them. I've decided to close it, temporarily, at least. There was a long silence. They all knew what temporary really meant. The odds of the dungeon reopening were slim. Once they left, there would be no one to maintain it, no one to guard it. This was likely the end. Even so, no one objected. They had fought alongside Zorthius long enough to trust his judgment. One by one, the commanders gave their nods of agreement. There were no grand speeches, no dramatic farewells, just a quiet understanding among comrades. Zorthius turned to the central pillar of the chamber, where the core of the dungeon's arcane force resided. With a heavy heart, he placed his hand on the glowing crystal. His arcane force flowed into it, activating the ancient spells that would seal the dungeon. The walls trembled as the doors and passageways began to close, one by one. The commanders watched as their home was locked away, their expressions heavy with emotion. This was the end of an era, the closing of a chapter they had all been a part of. As the last door sealed shut, Zorthius turned to his commanders. Thank you, he said simply. And then they left. No one looked back as if they were hiding their emotions back. For the first time in centuries, Zorthius was alone. He wandered the world, his once purposeful strides now aimless, without the dungeon, without his underlings, he felt lost. He traveled through forests, mountains, and towns, always keeping to the shadows, hiding his identity. The world had changed while he had been in the dungeon. Villages had grown into bustling towns. Now adventurers no longer roamed in search of his dungeon for glory, and his name, once whispered in fear, was now just a tale told to children. At first, he didn't know what to do with himself. The battles, the challenges, the dungeon, those were the things that had defined his life. Now, they were gone, and he had no idea who he was without them. He wandered aimlessly for years, watching the world move on while he stayed the same. Until one fateful day, everything changed. The jungle was thick and unwelcoming, the air heavy with humidity. Zorthius pushed through the dense undergrowth, his cloak snagging on branches. He wasn't sure why he had come here, perhaps it was just another place to pass through, another distraction. He felt nostalgic, as his dungeon too resided in somewhat similar forest, and memories were flashing down to him. As he walked, he heard a sound. It was faint, almost drowned out by the noise of the insects buzzing and the rustling of leaves. But his sharp senses picked it up, a weak, high-pitched cry. Curious, he followed the sound. It led him to a small clearing, where a bundle of cloth lay beneath a tree. The crying grew louder as he approached, and when he crouched down to inspect the bundle, he froze. Inside he found was a baby. She was tiny, her face was all red as she was crying. Her little hands waved in the air, and her cheeks were covered with tears. Zorthius stared at her. His mind blank. He had faced countless foes, commanded armies, and ruled over a dungeon for centuries, but this was something entirely new. "Why are you here?" he murmured, his deep voice unusually soft. The baby didn't answer, of course. She just blinked up at him, her cries slowing as if sensing that he wasn't a threat. He looked around the clearing, searching for any sign of someone else. There were no tracks, no scent of another human nearby. Whoever had left her here was long gone. For a moment, he considered leaving her. She wasn't his responsibility. But as he looked at her, so small, so helpless, something inside him shifted. A memory flickered in his mind, of the underlings he had cared for, the companions he had fought beside. No, he couldn't leave her. Carefully, he picked her up. She fit easily in his large hands, her tiny form warm against his cold skin. Her cries stopped as she snuggled into his chest, her breathing evening out. Then she tightly held onto Zorthius's pinky finger. At that moment something struck him, something that even he couldn't render. "This is going to be trouble," he muttered, though there was a faint softness in his tone. As he walked out of the jungle, the baby cradled in his arms, he began to think. He couldn't keep wandering aimlessly with her. She needed a home, a place to grow up safely. By the time he reached the edge of the jungle, he had made his decision. He would settle in a human village, take on a new identity, and raise this child as his own. Looking down at the baby who now was sleeping, he smiled faintly. "Your name will be Lila," he said softly. From that day on, Zorthius became Zora, a simple man with a newfound purpose, with a new beginning. Chapter 2. Fire and Water. The village was quiet, located between rolling hills and dense forests. It was a peaceful place, far removed from the chaos of kingdoms and wars. For Zora, it was a strange new world. After centuries of ruling his dungeon, the life of a simple human was entirely alien to him. He had chosen this place for Lila's sake, a small, peaceful village where no one would question his identity. He took on the role of a quiet, modest man who preferred peace, and the villagers, though curious at first, welcomed him and Lila warmly. But adapting to human life wasn't easy. Zora struggled with everything, bartering at the market, understanding human festivals, even basic interactions. Villagers would greet him with a wave or a smile, and he'd respond with an awkward nod, unsure if he was doing it correctly. He often found himself observing from the shadows, studying their customs and behaviors, trying to fit in. His only real comfort was Lila. From the moment he had found her, she had brought light into his life. As she grew, so did her curiosity and energy. She had a knack for exploring. Her small feet always running to the farthest corners of the village, her eyes wide with wonder at every new discovery. When Lila was about 7, she became fascinated with the tales of the village's elders. One of them, an old man named Theron, was a retired seeker. Despite his age, his eyes still sparkled with the fire of his youth. Every evening, he would gather the village children around him and tell stories of his adventures, of battling fearsome beasts, exploring ancient ruins, and uncovering lost treasures. Lila was his most eager listener. She would sit at the front, her eyes wide with excitement, hanging on to every word. And then, Theron said one evening, his voice rising dramatically, the dragon roared, its fiery breath scorching the ground. But I stood my ground, sword in hand, and struck it down with one mighty blow. The children gasped in awe, and Lila clapped her hands, her face glowing with admiration. After the story, she ran to Zora, her small hands tugging at his sleeve. "Did you hear that, Papa?" He fought a dragon? A real dragon? Zora, who had been quietly watching from a distance, gave a faint smile. Yes, I heard. But stories and reality are different, Lila. Dragons are not so easily defeated. But I want to fight dragons too, she declared, her tiny fists clenched with determination. Zora's smile faded. He had chosen this village to give Lila a peaceful life, far away from the dangers he had once known. He didn't want her chasing after perilous dreams. You don't need to fight dragons, Lila. You can live a happy life here, without any of that. Lila sulked a little but didn't argue. Still, the spark in her eyes didn't dim. As the years passed, Lila grew into a lively and spirited young girl. She loved hearing the stories of Theron and other adventurers who occasionally visited the village. They would share tales of distant lands, fearsome monsters, and grand battles. Despite Zora's efforts to steer her toward a peaceful life, Lila's dreams only grew bolder. She wanted to become a seeker, just like the heroes in the stories. She wanted to see the world, fight monsters, and create her own legendary tales. Zora, however, was determined to keep her safe. He did his best to distract her, teaching her practical skills like cooking, gardening, and crafting. But Lila was clever. One day, when she was about 12, she approached him with a wide-eyed plea. "Papa," she said sweetly, "can you teach me how to defend myself?" Zora raised an eyebrow. "Defend yourself? From what? You never know." "Papa, what if a wild animal attacks? Or a thief comes to the village? I need to know how to protect myself." He hesitated. He knew Lila was crafty, and he suspected she had ulterior motives, but her logic wasn't entirely wrong. And despite his reluctance, a part of him wanted to prepare her for the world, just in case. "Fine," he said at last. "But only for self-defense." Lila was excited and ambitious, and Zora couldn't help but smile back, though he felt a huge amount of doubt in his chest. What started as basic lessons quickly escalated. Zora taught her how to evade attacks, how to read an opponent's movements, and how to use her agility to her advantage. But Lila was relentless. She wanted to learn more: swordsmanship, archery, even unarmed combat. At first, Zora refused. But her persistence wore him down, and he found himself teaching her more than he intended. She had a natural talent for fighting, picking up techniques with remarkable speed. As the years went by, Lila grew stronger and more confident. She often sparred with Zora, and though he always held back, she improved with each match. Zora watched her with a mix of pride and unease. He couldn't deny her talent, but he feared what it might lead to. He had wanted to give her a peaceful life, yet here she was. Combat practice to face dangers he had tried to shield her from. Lila and Zora trained in a small clearing surrounded by trees. Zora stood tall, holding his wooden combat practice sword. "Okay, focus. Watch what I do," he said. Lila nodded, gripping her own wooden sword tightly. Zora swung at her slowly, and she dodged to the side. As she countered, something strange happened. A tiny spark of fire appeared at the edge of her sword. She gasped but quickly hid her reaction. Zora didn't notice, and Lila felt relieved. She kept going, pretending nothing had happened. "Good," Zora said. "You're improving, but keep your balance next time." When Zora left for the village, Lila snuck away to a quiet spot near the river. She brought her real sword this time. Standing near the water, she closed her eyes and thought about the fire and water she could feel inside her. She swung her sword, and a thin line of fire followed its path. She smiled, excited. Then, she swung again, and water swirled around the blade before splashing into the river. "I'm getting better," she whispered, feeling proud. But she looked toward the village, her smile fading. She hadn't told Zora. She was scared he might stop her combat practice if he found out. One day, Zora wanted to see how much Lila had learned. "Let's spar," he said, holding his sword. Lila nodded, trying to hide her nerves. They started circling each other, and Zora attacked first. Lila blocked and dodged, her movements quick. But as they fought, she held back. She didn't want to accidentally use her arcane force. Zora suddenly knocked her sword out of her hand. "You're holding back," he said, frowning. "Why? I don't want to hurt you," she said, forcing a smile. Zora laughed. "You're not strong enough to hurt me yet. But you'll never get better if you don't try your best." Lila nodded, hiding her real thoughts. When everyone was asleep, Lila sneaked out of the house with her sword. She went back to the forest clearing, where no one could see her. She swung her sword, focusing on her arcane force. Fire burst from the blade, lighting up the dark forest. Then, she tried adding water, creating a swirl of steam around her. She smiled, but her hands were shaking. She wasn't scared, she was excited. Someday, I'll show you, Papa, she whispered to herself. But not yet. From that day she used to train secretly whenever she could, honing her elemental arcane force skills as much as she could DD. On her 17th birthday, the village came alive with celebration. Zora had spent weeks planning a grand party for Lila, enlisting the help of the villagers to make it special. The town square was decorated with colorful banners, tables were laden with food, and music filled the air. Lila was the center of attention, her laughter ringing out as she danced with her friends and enjoyed the festivities. When the time came for gifts, Zora stepped forward with a wrapped package. "Happy birthday, Lila," he said, handing it to her. She tore it open, revealing a beautifully crafted sword. Her eyes lit up as she held it, marveling at its craftsmanship. "It's perfect. Thank you, Papa," Zora smiled, though his heart was heavy. He had hoped to dissuade her from her dreams, but he couldn't bring himself to deny her happiness. As the party continued, Lila approached him with a mischievous grin. "I have a surprise for you too, Papa," she said. Zora raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it?" Lila hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. "I've decided. I'm going to become a seeker." The world seemed to go quiet around Zora. He stared at her, his expression unreadable. "Lila," he began, but she cut him off. "I know you're worried, Papa, but this is what I want. I've always wanted to see the world, to fight monsters, to be like the heroes in the stories. I know. It's dangerous, but I'm ready. You've trained me, and I'll be careful. Please, trust me." Zora's chest tightened. He wanted to protest, to tell her she was too young, too inexperienced. But as he looked into her eyes, he saw the same determination that had driven him in his own youth. After a long silence, he sighed. "If this is what you truly want, then I won't stop you." Lila's face lit up, and she threw her arms around him. "Thank you, Papa." As she pulled away, Zora managed a small smile. "Just promise me one thing, Lila. Whatever happens, come back to me. I promise," she said firmly. And in that moment, Zora realized that his role as her protector had not ended, it had simply changed. Chapter 3. The Seeker's Path. The decision was made. Lila was determined. She was going to become a seeker. There was no stopping her now, no matter how much Zora tried. She had always been stubborn, but this time, her resolve was stronger than ever. To officially become a seeker, she needed to join an adventure registry, and to do that she needed to pass the required trials. Their small, peaceful village didn't have an adventure registry, so she had to travel to another town which did. The morning of their departure was bittersweet for Zora. He watched Lila excitedly pack her things, her eyes glowing with anticipation. She didn't even seem to notice his quiet sighs or the worry etched into his face. "You don't have to come with me, Papa," Lila teased as they set out on the road. "You know I can't let you go alone," Zora replied firmly. Lila rolled her eyes but smiled. "Fine, but you'll see, I'll be just fine. I'll pass the trials and become a great seeker, just like in the stories." The journey to the town was long but not unpleasant. The road went through huge forests and rolling hills, and the weather was great. Zora, however, couldn't shake his unease. He tried, once again, to convince Lila to reconsider. "Are you sure about this, Lila? The life of a seeker isn't as glamorous as the stories make it seem. It's dangerous, unpredictable. Not the kind of life I wanted for you. You know the life of a seeker isn't all glory. People don't tell the stories about the ones who don't come back. Then I'll make sure they tell my story, Papa. You'll see," Lila says with a confident smile. Lila turned to him, her face lit up with excitement. "I know it's dangerous, Papa, but that's what makes it worth it. Imagine the places I'll see, the monsters I'll fight, the stories I'll get to tell. Don't you think I can do it?" "It's not about whether you can," Zora said, his voice low. "It's about whether you should." But Lila wasn't listening. Her mind was already racing with possibilities. "What do you think the trials will be like? Will I have to fight someone? Maybe solve a puzzle? Oh, what if there's a monster to defeat? That would be so cool." Zora sighed, knowing it was futile to argue. Her enthusiasm was unshakable, and a small part of him admired her for it, even as he worried. As Lila excitedly talked about the trials ahead, Zora's mind drifted back to when she was just a small girl. She had always been fearless, even back then. He could still see her tiny hands holding bugs she'd proudly caught, her laughter ringing through the air as she chased chickens and rabbits around the village. But it was that one day that stayed with him most vividly. Lila had run into the jungle after a rabbit, completely unafraid, as always. When her friends brought her back, her knees were scraped and bleeding, her face streaked with tears. She had been crying non-stop, clutching his shirt as he cleaned and bandaged her wounds. "It hurts, Papa," she had whimpered, her tiny voice breaking his heart. He had held her until she finally fell asleep, still hiccuping softly. Later, when he asked her friends what had happened, they told him about the rabbit, about how she tripped and hurt herself. But what stuck with him most were her words to them. "My dad would be sad seeing me in this situation. What should I do?" Even now, those words brought a tightness to his chest. She had been so little, so fragile, and yet even then, her stubbornness had shown through. It had taken everything in him not to break down as he laid her in her bed, brushing her hair away from her tear-streaked face. That night, he had stayed beside her, listening to her soft breathing, praying she'd stay safe. The memory was bittersweet now. It reminded him of her unwavering determination, but also of how much he had to lose. What if the world wasn't kind to her this time? By midday, they reached the town. It was much larger than their quiet village, bustling with life and energy. Merchants lined the streets near the entrance, calling out to passers-by and showcasing their goods. The air was filled with the smells of fresh bread, roasted meat, and exotic spices. Lila's eyes widened as she took it all in. "Wow! Look at all this, Papa. It's amazing." Zora couldn't help but smile at her wonder. "Do you want to stop and eat something? Or look around a bit?" But Lila shook her head, her excitement undiminished. "No time for that. Where's the adventure registry?" "I need to find the adventure registry." Unwillingly, Zora followed her through the streets, going between merchants, travelers, and townsfolk. It wasn't long before they reached the adventure registry, a grand building that stood out among the others, with its large wooden doors and a huge signboard illustrated with the adventure registry's crest. Lila practically sprinted inside, leaving Zora to catch up. The interior was lively, filled with adventurers of all kinds, some laughing and chatting, others studying maps or negotiating contracts. At the front desk, a beautiful young lady greeted them. "How can I help you?" Lila stepped forward, her voice filled with excitement. "I want to become a seeker." The woman raised an eyebrow, looking at Zora before turning back to Lila. "You'll need to pass the trials first. Are you prepared for that?" "Yes," Lila said without hesitation. The woman handed her a form. "Fill this out. The trials will be held tomorrow morning. Be here by sunrise." Lila quickly filled out the form, her hands trembling slightly with anticipation. When she was done, the woman nodded. "You're all set. Rest well tonight, you'll need your energy." With the formalities complete, Lila and Zora spent the rest of the day exploring the town. They tried local delicacies, admired the crafts in the market, and even watched a street performer juggle flaming torches. Lila was lively as ever, asking Zora endless questions about the adventure registry and what tomorrow might bring. As night fell, they rented a room at a small lodge. It was cozy, with a warm fire crackling in the hearth and soft beds that promised a good night's rest. But Lila couldn't sleep. She laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts of the trials. "What if I mess up? What if I'm not good enough?" she whispered, her voice unusually quiet. Zora sat beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Lila, listen to me. You've trained hard, and you're more capable than you realize. The trials won't be easy, but I believe in you. Whatever happens, I'm proud of you." She turned to him, her eyes glistening. "Really? Really?" Zora said with a small smile. "Now get some rest. Tomorrow's a big day." Lila nodded, her worries easing as she closed her eyes. Within minutes, she was fast asleep. Zora stayed up a little longer, watching over her. Despite his lingering doubts, he couldn't deny how proud he was of her determination. He only hoped that the world would be kind to her, and that she would return to him safely. With a heavy sigh, he lay down and closed his eyes, and he went to sleep. Chapter 4. The decision morning came quietly, the sun peeking through the curtains as Zora remained fast asleep. Lila, however, was wide awake and filled with energy. She rushed over to Zora's bed and shook him vigorously. "Papa, wake up. It's time. The trials are today. We can't be late," Zora groaned, cracking one eye open to see Lila's excited face. Her confidence and excitement from the day before had returned in full force. Though he was still worried, he couldn't help but smile. All right, I'm up," he muttered, stretching as he sat up. As they prepared and headed out, Zora's thoughts were conflicted. Deep down, he hated to admit it, but part of him hoped she would fail the trials. The thought of her venturing into the dangerous world of adventuring made his heart heavy. But above all, he wanted Lila's happiness, even if it meant letting her walk a path he feared. When they arrived at the adventure registry, the usual lively atmosphere was subdued. Adventurers spoke in hushed tones, and there was a palpable tension in the air. "What's going on?" Zora asked the receptionist. The woman sighed. "There was an urgent mission last night. We sent out our top adventurers, but they haven't returned yet. Because of this, the trials have been delayed." Lila's initial disappointment quickly shifted to concern. "Do you think they'll be okay?" she asked, her voice soft. "We hope so," the woman replied. Lila turned to Zora. "I want to wait here until they come back. I hope they all return safely." Zora hesitated. "They might not return for a while, Lila. You don't need to wait here all day." But Lila's determination was unwavering. "I'll wait, Papa. It's the least I can do." Zora sighed and gave in. He left briefly to fetch food for her and then returned to wait with her. Evening fell, and just as the adventure registry was preparing to close for the day, the adventurers finally returned. Their mission had been a success, but their faces were grim. The usual cheers and celebrations were absent, replaced by a complete silence. "What happened?" someone asked, breaking the tension. One of the adventurers spoke, his voice heavy. "One of our comrades didn't make it back. We don't know where he is. He went missing during the mission." The adventure registry fell silent. Lila's face dropped as she processed the news. Zora saw his chance. "Do you see now, Lila?" he said quietly. "Adventuring isn't always about glory and good stories. There's risk, loss, and heartache. I'm not telling you to quit, but maybe reconsider. Is this really the life you want?" Lila didn't respond immediately. After a moment, she turned to Zora. "Can we stay in this town for a while? I need to think about it." Zora nodded. "Of course." The days passed, but Lila was quiet and withdrawn, her usual energy gone. Zora couldn't stand seeing her like this. He tried everything to cheer her up. Jokes, stories, her favorite foods, but nothing seemed to work. She smiled occasionally, but Zora knew it wasn't genuine. One day, Zora went to the adventure registry alone. He approached the receptionist and asked about the mission. "What do you want to know?" she asked, curious. "Just curious," Zora said evasively. After some persistence, he learned the details. The mission location, its dangers, and the lost seeker's last known whereabouts. That night, while Lila slept, Zora quietly left the lodge. The location was an ancient ruin on the outskirts of town, filled with puzzles and traps. Navigating it was no easy task, but Zora's experience served him well. The first puzzle. Balance the energy in the first chamber. Floating orbs glowed faintly, each a different color. Red, blue, green, and white. The air buzzed with energy, and an inscription carved into the floor read, "Balance sustains, chaos consumes." Zora glanced at the orbs, his eyes scanning the room. "Simple enough," he muttered. Lifting his hand, he released a stream of soft, blue energy, stabilizing the movement of the orbs. Their light flared briefly as they aligned, pulsing in rhythm. Zora adjusted the flow with precise control, watching as the room filled with satisfaction. When the puzzle resolved, the pedestal in the center sank, revealing the way forward. Zora stepped through without any pause, his movements steady and efficient. The corridor of traps the hallway ahead was dark, but Zora's sharp vision caught the faint outlines of pressure plates on the floor and small holes in the walls. "Standard," he remarked quietly. As the traps activated, Zora moved swiftly, sidestepping spears that shot from the walls and hopping lightly over collapsing tiles. His pace remained steady, his face unreadable. When a massive blade swung down from above, he deflected it with a small burst of energy, shattering the mechanism. When the hallway was clear, Zora simply dusted off his hands and continued forward, offering no acknowledgement to the challenges behind him. The final room. Guardian of the ruins, the last chamber was vast and empty, the seeker lying unconscious at the center, surrounded by glowing red sigils. A low growl echoed from the shadows as a massive stone guardian emerged, its molten eyes fixed on Zora. Zora stopped and sized up the creature. A guardian. Of course. The guardian charged without warning, its molten fist slamming down where Zora stood. With a quick step to the side, Zora avoided the impact, releasing a sharp wave of energy that struck the guardian's shoulder, cracking its stone armor. The guardian roared and swung again. Zora ducked, countering with a focused strike to its chest. The guardian staggered but did not fall. Zora sighed lightly. This would be easier if you weren't in the way. With a fluid motion, Zora summoned a larger surge of energy, forming it into a glowing blade. When the guardian lunged again, Zora stepped forward, striking its core with precision. The guardian froze, cracks spreading across its body before it crumbled into pieces. Zora walked past the remains without looking back. He walked toward the missing seeker. The man was injured but alive. Zora helped him escape the ruins, ensuring his safety without waking up the seeker. Once outside, Zora found a quiet spot near the main road. He placed the seeker under a tree, ensuring he would be visible to any passers-by. In the distance, he spotted a merchant cart approaching. Zora turned and walked back toward the lodge without a second glance, muttering only, "That's done." Morning came, and once again, Lila was the one waking Zora. "Papa, wake up." The seeker returned. "He's alive. Isn't that amazing?" Her voice was full of joy, and she was practically dancing around the room. Zora smiled, relieved to see her happy again. But then, her demeanor changed. She stopped mid-spin and looked at Zora seriously. Zora's heart sank. Did she see me sneak out last night? He wondered, panic creeping in. But before he could say anything, Lila threw her arms around him in a tight hug. "Papa, I've been thinking," she said, her voice steady. "You're right, being in Seeker won't always give me good stories to tell. But that's exactly why I want to do it. For the good and the bad, because that's what being in Seeker is all about. It's what makes me happy." She pulled back and looked him in the eyes. "So, can I still become in Seeker?" Zora stared at her, his mind racing. He wanted to protect her, to keep her safe from the dangers of the world. But he also knew he couldn't deny her dreams. Finally, he sighed and nodded. "If this is what you truly want, Lila, then I won't stop you." Lila's face lit up, and she hugged him again. "Thank you, Papa. I promise I'll make you proud." Now Lila is again filled with excitement as she prepares for her trials, her dream of becoming a seeker closer than ever. Zora, despite his lingering worries, can't help but smile as he watches her. Chapter 5. The trials begin. Morning arrived with the chills in the air, but Lila's energy was anything but cold. She was up before the sun, roaming around the room as she prepared for her big day. Zora, watching her from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but smile. "You've packed your water, right? And a snack?" he asked, already slipping into a protective tone. "Papa, stop worrying, I've got everything," Lila replied, tying her boots. She looked at him with a grin. "Now come on, I don't want to be late." The adventure registry was alive with activity when they arrived, a mix of aspiring adventurers and seasoned veterans crowding the space. The guildmaster, a burly man with a booming voice, stepped forward to address the gathered hopefuls. "Welcome to your trials," he began. "Today, you'll face 3 challenges: an obstacle race, a dummy fight, and finally, a mini dungeon. These trials are designed to test your strength, skill, and wit. Succeed, and you'll earn the right to become a seeker. Fail, and you can always try again. If you survive, that is." The gathered crowd murmured nervously, but Lila's excitement never wavered. "Good luck," Zora said quietly as she lined up with the others. "And stay safe." Lila grinned at him. "I'll be fine, Papa. Just watch." The obstacle race. The first challenge round was an obstacle course in the Adventure Registry's combat practice grounds. It had tall walls to climb, deep pits to jump over, ropes to swing on, and even some traps scattered along the way. The goal was simple but tough: reach the finish line as fast as possible. When the signal went off, Lila sprinted forward. She climbed the first wall quickly, pulling herself up with determination. There was a long rope to swing across a wide pit, and she hesitated for a moment, but then she grabbed the rope tightly and jumped. She swung across, landing a bit unsteady but safe. The narrow beam came next. Halfway across, she wobbled, her arms flailing, but she managed to balance herself and keep going. Zora watched quietly from the sidelines, his fingers crossed, his heart was pounding a bit. Then Lila crawled under a set of low, spiked bars and made it to the end. She stood up and wiped the sweat off her face, smiling proudly. She wasn't the fastest, but she didn't need to be. She finished the course without giving up, and that was what mattered. The dummy fight, the second challenge round, took place in an arena. The participants had to fight a moving dummy that acted like a real opponent. They could choose any weapon from the selection: wooden swords, spears, bows, and others. Lila picked up a wooden sword. She tested its weight in her hand, gripping it tightly. She was nervous, but she didn't let it show. When the dummy activated, it dashed toward her suddenly, and she gasped. Quickly, she dodged to the side, just barely avoiding the attack. She swung her sword, hitting the dummy's arm. It didn't stop, though, moving faster and coming at her from different angles. Lila stayed calm, remembering Zora's advice about staying focused. She ducked under a swing and jabbed at its side. Then, in a clever move, she used her foot to trip the dummy. It stumbled, giving her the opening to deliver a final strike to its head. The dummy stopped moving, signaling her win. Lila stood there, panting and holding the sword tightly. She glanced toward the stands, smiling and giving Zora a thumbs up, while Zora just couldn't seem to stop being worried. The mini dungeon, the final challenge round, was the hardest of all. The mini dungeon. Each participant had to go in alone and face whatever was inside. It was dark, quiet, and full of challenges. When it was Lila's turn, she took a deep breath and stepped inside. The first thing she saw was a puzzle on a stone table. There were colored stones and matching symbols carved into the wall. She studied them for a moment, thinking hard. Lila hesitated for a split second, doubting if she could solve the puzzle. But then Zora's voice echoed in her mind. Trust your instincts. She took a deep breath and focused, her confidence returning. Then she began moving the stones one by one, placing each in the right spot. When she finished, a small door opened, and she moved to the next room. This part had traps everywhere. She saw pressure plates on the floor and noticed small holes in the walls where arrows might shoot out. Lila moved slowly, testing the floor with her foot before stepping. She crouched low, ducking under swinging blades that passed right over her head. At one point, she almost stepped on a pressure plate but caught herself just in time. Her heart was racing, but she kept moving forward. The last challenge was a fight. A small, mechanical creature crawled out of a dark corner. Its metal claws clanged as it moved toward her. Lila raised her wooden sword, ready. The creature lunged, but she sidestepped and hit it on its side. It turned quickly, forcing her to dodge again. She swung her sword at its legs, trying to knock it off balance, but it jumped back. Finally, Lila spotted a glowing part on its chest. She figured it must be its weak spot. Waiting for the right moment, she let the creature charge at her again. This time, she dodged at the last second and swung her sword with all her strength, hitting the glowing spot dead on. The creature froze, sparks flying from its chest, before falling to the ground. When she came out of the dungeon, she was covered in dust, her hair a mess, and her face red from the effort. But she was smiling wide, proud of herself. Zora hurried over, a mix of relief and pride on his face, gave her a light pat on the back. "You did great," he said with a relaxed tone, as his worries finally cooling down a bit. Lila smiled at him, feeling more confident than ever. "I made it through all the trials, Papa. I'm one step closer to my dream." Zora nodded. "You did well." As the day came to an end, the participants gathered back at the adventure registry to await their results. The guildmaster stepped forward once again, a scroll in hand. "The verdicts will be announced tomorrow morning," he said. "Until then, rest well and prepare for what's to come." Lila turned to Zora, her eyes shining. "Do you think I did enough, Papa?" Zora smiled softly. "We'll find out tomorrow. but no matter what happens, I'm proud of you. Chapter 6. A new beginning. The next morning, the adventure registry was alive with energy. The sound of boots clattering, voices chattering, and adventurers gearing up for the day filled the large hall. Lila and Zora stepped inside, entering into the busy crowd. Lila's hands were tightly clenched, her nervousness written all over her face. Beside her, Zora stood steady, his calm exterior hiding his own worries. The guildmaster stood at the front of the room, holding a long scroll. As he stepped forward, the room quieted, all eyes on him. He cleared his throat, his deep voice echoing through the hall. It's time to announce the results of yesterday's trials, he began. Lila's heart pounded in her chest. She couldn't help but fidget, her excitement and anxiety mixing together. Zora glanced at her and smiled softly. The guildmaster began calling out names one by one, pausing after each announcement to let the crowd react. Finally, he reached the end of the list. And last but not least, he said, his voice growing louder. Lila. Lila felt her breath caught in her throat. Congratulations. You've passed the trials and are now officially a D-rank seeker. The room broke into applause for the new adventurers, and for Lila, it felt like the entire world was cheering for her. She jumped up, her face lighting up with pure joy. Holding up her shiny new seeker card, she turned to Zora. I did it, Papa. I did it, she exclaimed, spinning around in excitement. Zora chuckled, reaching out to pat her head. Yes, you did. Congratulations, Lila. To celebrate the big achievement, Zora took Lila to a popular restaurant in town. The place was lively, filled with adventurers boasting about their missions, merchants haggling over goods, and townsfolk sharing laughter over hearty meals. The rich aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread filled the air. Lila's eyes sparkled as she looked at the menu. Can I order whatever I want? She asked eagerly. Zora smirked, within reason. Don't go ordering the whole menu. They both laughed as Lila settled on a feast of grilled chicken, vegetable stew, and a slice of apple pie for dessert. She dug into her meal with enthusiasm, savoring every bite. As they ate, Zora raised his glass of juice. This is your first step toward your dreams, Lila. But remember, the road ahead won't be easy. Be careful, don't get overconfident, and always stay Tuesday to yourself. If you ever need to stop, you can always come back home. Lila nodded, though her attention was more on her pie than his advice. Are you even listening? Zora teased, raising an eyebrow. I am. I promise, Lila replied, her voice muffled by a mouthful of food. Her wide grin made them both laugh. As the day went on, reality began to sink in. Lila's new responsibilities meant she'd need to stay in the town to take on adventure registry missions. Zora, realizing this, felt a load of sadness but knew it was the right thing for her. Together, they spent the afternoon looking at apartments. They visited some luxurious places, which they could not afford, to cheap place which didn't seem it could hold on any longer, as their search continued. They visited a few more places, but none felt quite right until they stumbled upon a small, cozy apartment near the southern part of the town. It had a single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a snug living space. The simplicity of it appealed to both of them. This is perfect, Lila exclaimed, spinning around the room. The landlord, a stern-looking woman with sharp eyes, entered the conversation. It's a nice place, but I have a strict rule. No one under 18 can live here alone. Lila's excitement faltered. Oh, before she could say another word, Zora stepped in smoothly. Don't worry. I'll be staying here with her. Lila's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Ignoring her protest, Zora quickly signed the paperwork. That evening, as they settled into the apartment, Lila sat cross-armed, glaring at Zora. You knew about that rule, didn't you? Zora shrugged, pretending to be innocent. It's just a lucky coincidence. Lila groaned but eventually gave up. Fine. But you can't interfere with my adventure registry missions. Promise? Zora smiled. Of course. Whatever you say. Though he agreed. Zora's mind was already racing with ways to keep an eye on her without her knowing. That night, Lila struggled to sleep. Her mind was buzzing with excitement as she thought about her future as an seeker. She couldn't wait to take on her first mission and prove herself even more. When dawn arrived, she was up and ready in record time. Zora, still dazed, followed her to the adventure registry. yawning as he walked. Inside, the mission board was filled with requests ranging from simple delivery tasks to dangerous monster hunts. Lila scanned the board eagerly, her eyes landing on a mission she liked. This one, she said, pointing to a task that involved gathering herbs from a nearby forest. She rushed to the receptionist's desk to accept the mission. The receptionist took a look at the mission paper and then at Lila. I'm sorry, but as a D-rank seeker, you're required to form a party of at least 3 people for most missions. You can't take this on alone. Lila froze, her excitement draining away. What? I didn't know that. The receptionist offered her an understanding smile. Don't worry, you'll find other adventurers to team up with. Everyone starts somewhere. Lila turned away from the desk. She had been so excited to get started, and now she was faced with an unexpected challenge. Zora, who had been watching quietly from a corner, approached her. What's wrong? He asked, though he already knew. I have to form a party, Lila muttered, her frustration clear. I thought I could handle missions on my own. Zora placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You'll figure it out. Maybe this is a chance to meet new people and learn from them. You don't have to do everything alone, you know. Lila sighed but nodded. I guess you're right. Chapter 7. A new ally. After passing her trials, Lila was eager to begin her adventuring journey. However, she discovered that beginner adventurers like her needed to form a party of at least 3 to take on most missions. Depressed but determined, she set out to find party members, only to face repeated rejections. Despite her spirits dipping, she refused to give up. Lila sitting outside the adventure registry, staring at the every adventurers coming and going. Zora leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed, with a sly smile. Well, it seems the universe has decided for us, he said, faking concern. Since you can't find a party, maybe it's time to head back home. No shame in it, you know. Lila shot him a glare, her frustration visible. Not a chance, Papa. I'll find a party no matter what it takes, Zora sighed, shaking his head but smiling inwardly. If only you were this determined about cooking lessons, he muttered to himself. Lila sprang to her feet, her resolve reigniting. She marched back into the adventure registry hall, determined to try again. Taking a deep breath, she approached a group of 3 adventurers seated at a table, their gear worn but polished from use. Hi, I'm Lila, she said with a bright smile. I'm looking to form a party and was wondering if you'd like to join me. The leader, a grizzled swordsman, barely glanced at her before shaking his head. Sorry, kid. We don't have time to babysit rookies. Lila's smile faltered, but she nodded politely and moved on. Next, she approached a lone mage, a young woman dressed in flowing robes with a staff leaning against her chair. Excuse me. Lila began nervously. Are you looking for a party? I just started, but I'm a hard worker, and... The mage raised an eyebrow, cutting her off. A beginner? Sorry, I don't want to waste my time on someone who'll slow me down. Her blunt words stung, but Lila forced herself to keep going. She spotted a trio of archers laughing at the bar and hesitated for a moment before approaching them. Hi, I'm Lila, and I was wondering if you... One of them burst out laughing before she could even finish. You? With that gear? Pass. But, Lila tried, but they turned their backs on her without another word. As the rejections piled up, Lila's confidence began to waver. She found herself standing awkwardly in the middle of the adventure registry hall, unsure of who to approach next. Her earlier determination started to feel like a distant memory. She approached a dwarf with a massive axe slung over his back. Excuse me, sir, are you not interested? He grunted without even letting her finish, walking away. Her shoulders slumped as she turned to leave, but then she spotted a kind-looking woman seated near the notice board. Clinging to a thread of hope, Lila approached her. Hello, I'm Lila. I'm looking for party members and though, the woman smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, dear. I already have a full team, but good luck. She approached seeker after seeker, introducing herself and asking if they'd join her party, but rejection after rejection followed. Sorry, kid. I've got my own team. You? AD rank? Not interested? Maybe try someone else. The kind words were little comfort. Lila stepped outside, her spirits crushed. She sank onto a bench near the adventure registry's entrance, her head in her hands. With each rejection, her shoulders slumped a little more, but her eyes remained fiery. It was late afternoon, and the adventure registry was starting to empty out. Lila, in her frustration, wasn't paying attention and bumped into someone as she turned a corner. "Hey, watch where you're," she started but stopped mid-sentence. The young man she had bumped into was already bowing apologetically. He had short, dark hair, sharp green eyes, and a demeanor so calm and refined that Lila couldn't bring herself to be angry. "I'm terribly sorry," he said, his voice smooth and polite. "I was lost in my thoughts and didn't see you. Please forgive me." Lila blinked, her frustration melting away. She stammered, "Oh, it's fine, I guess." The young man straightened up, his expression soft and approachable. "I'm Adrian Valmont," he said, extending his hand. "And you are?" "I'm Lila," she managed, shaking his hand hesitantly. Adrian smiled warmly. "Nice to meet you, Lila. You seem new here. I don't think I've seen you around before." Lila nodded, her words stumbling out before she could stop them. "Yeah, I just passed my trials a few days ago, and now I'm trying to find party member because, well, apparently, beginners can't take missions alone, and I didn't know that, and..." Adrian, holding up a hand to stop her. "I see. So, you're looking for party members?" Lila nodded, her cheeks flushing. "Well then," Adrian said with a slight bow, "if it's all right with you, may I join your party?" Lila froze, her mind racing. Is this a dream? Is this really happening? She quickly turned her face away, hoping Adrian wouldn't see her blush. Adrian, misinterpreting her reaction, quickly added, "If you don't want me to, that's fine too. I understand." "Yes," Lila shouted, turning back abruptly. "I mean, yes, you can join my party." Adrian's face lit up with a smile. "Thank you, Lila, I promise I'll do my best." Before Lila could react, Adrian took her hand and shook it enthusiastically. "I'll see you tomorrow morning at the adventure registry," he said. Lila, now red as a tomato, quickly pulled her hand away and mumbled, yeah, tomorrow morning," before dashing off. That night, Lila lay on her bed, clutching her pillow and grinning like a fool. "I found a party member," she whispered to herself. "And he's so cool." Meanwhile, Zora watched her from the doorway, shaking his head. "Kids these days," he muttered, though he was glad to see her happy again. The next morning, Lila woke up early, brimming with excitement. As she got ready, though, she realized she still needed one more party member. Her excitement dimmed slightly, but she shook it off. "One step at a time," she said to herself. "I'll find someone else. I have to." With Adrian as her first ally, Lila's scouting mission continued. Chapter 8. The noble seeker Adrian Valmont was born into one of the most prominent noble families in the kingdom, the Valmonts, known for their vast estates and generations of political influence. However, unlike many nobles, Adrian detested the rigid structure and suffocating traditions of noble life. From a young age, he exhibited a curiosity and openness that set him apart from his peers. While other nobles spent their days learning courtly etiquette and practicing their airs of superiority, Adrian spent his time sneaking out of the manor to interact with the townsfolk, helping farmers in their fields, or sparring with soldiers in the barracks. His grandfather, Lord Valmont, played a pivotal role in shaping his ideals. And seeker in his youth, Lord Valmont narrated Adrian with tales of bravery and honor, especially the stories of Zorthius, the legendary commander. One story, in particular, etched itself deeply into Adrian's mind. The tale of Zerthau's duel against a legendary seeker. His grandfather described the way Zorthius fought with an unwavering sense of honor and integrity, even in the face of overwhelming odds. He wasn't just a warrior, his grandfather had said. He was a symbol of what it means to stand tall, even when the world tries to break you. When his grandfather was just 17, full of ambition and bravado, he and his team dared to venture into the infamous dungeon of Zorthius. The team's leader, a warrior renowned across the surrounding cities for his unmatched strength, led the charge. The plan was straightforward: confront the dungeon's master and claim the treasures hidden within. But as they delved deeper, they quickly realized that Zorthius's domain was not like any other dungeon. Every step felt orchestrated, every encounter calculated, as if the dungeon itself had a will of its own. When they finally reached Zorthius, their leader boldly challenged the former dungeon overlord to a duel. The rest of the team was left to fend off the commanders and countless underlings that swarmed the battlefield. At first, Adrian's grandfather was awestruck by the sheer intensity of the duel. His leader, wielding strength that seemed almost inhuman, pushed Zorthius to the edge. But as the fight wore on, his leader began to falter, and it became clear that Zorthius was not fighting at his full strength. He was toying with his opponent, testing his resolve. When his leader was momentarily vulnerable, Adrian's grandfather saw an opportunity to tip the scales. Driven by desperation, he launched a sneak attack at Zorthius. The former dungeon overlord turned to him with a look that froze him in his tracks, serious, calm, and filled with an unspoken warning. To his shock, Zorthius handed his weapon back to him without a word and raised his sword toward the team leader. "This is a fight between my power and his honor. Do not ruin it," Zorthius said, his tone firm but not unkind. That moment shook Adrian's grandfather to his core. Zorthius wasn't just a monster guarding a hoard of treasure, he was a being of integrity, commanding both respect and fear. That encounter forever changed how Adrian's grandfather viewed strength, honor, and the very nature of dungeons. This story lit a fire in Adrian's heart. He longed to meet Zorthius one day, to stand before him as an equal and perhaps even test his worth against the great former dungeon overlord. But Adrian knew that the path to greatness wasn't through wealth or privilege, it was through grit, determination, and starting from the ground up. Much to the dismay of his family, Adrian renounced the comforts of noble life and decided to become a seeker. Instead of starting with a higher rank, which was one of the noble's luxury, he decided to become seeker starting as a D rank. He sought to prove to himself and others that he could earn his place in the world without relying on his family's name. Adrian's noble upbringing, however, was not entirely without merit. It gave him a refined sense of grace and a natural charm that made him approachable to almost everyone. His kindness and genuine interest in others quickly earned him friends wherever he went. Yet, his idealism often bordered on naivety. Having been shielded from the darker sides of life, he struggled to see deceit and manipulation in others. Adrian's ultimate goal is to challenge the legendary figures, Zorthius foremost among them, to prove his strength and earn their respect. His journey is fueled not by vanity or arrogance but by a pure and unshakable admiration for what Zorthius represents. What Adrian doesn't know, however, is that the very man he idolizes is Lila's father, Zora. The next morning, Adrian and Lila set out together, wandering the town in search of a third-party member. Adrian's lively demeanor and optimism seemed to lift Lila's spirits, and she found herself enjoying his company more than she expected. His charisma drew attention from passers-by, and his polite greetings left smiles on many faces. As they walked through a bustling marketplace, Lila began to feel a prickle of unease. She looked over her shoulder and noticed someone lingering a little too long, always keeping their distance but never straying too far. "Adrian," she whispered, leaning closer to him. "Have you noticed someone following us?" Adrian tilted his head in confusion, scanning the crowd casually. "Following us? No, I don't think so. Are you sure?" Lila frowned. "I'm sure. They've been tailing us since the adventure registry." Adrian shrugged lightly, his cheerful nature shining through. "Maybe they're just curious about you. After all, you're a new seeker. It's probably nothing." But Lila wasn't convinced. "Stay close to me," she said. "I have a plan." They continued walking, with Lila subtly guiding Adrian through a series of narrow alleys. Eventually, they turned a sharp corner, and Lila motioned for Adrian to stop. She pressed herself against the wall, waiting silently. Moments later, the shadowy figure rounded the corner, only to be met with Lila leaping forward and grabbing their arm. "Gotcha!" The figure, a young person cloaked in a hood, yelped in surprise and tried to wriggle free, but Lila held firm. Adrian quickly stepped in to help, his calm voice cutting through the tension. "Please, calm down," he said gently. "We're not going to hurt you. Just tell us why you've been following us." The hooded figure froze, their shoulders slumping in defeat. They muttered something under their breath, too quiet for Lila to hear. "Speak up," Leah demanded, her grip tightening. The figure raised their head slightly, revealing a pair of striking, mismatched eyes, one bright green and the other an unnatural shade of violet. "I was going to ask to join your party," they said softly, their voice trembling. Lila and Adrian exchanged surprised looks, neither expecting this answer. Chapter 9. Dear Diary Entry X1, I don't know why I keep writing these things. Maybe it's because there's no one else to talk to, or maybe because it helps to keep my thoughts in order. Whatever the reason, this diary has been my only friend for as long as I can remember. Today was like any other day, quiet, lonely, empty. It's always been like this, hasn't it? Ever since I can remember, I've been alone. No parents. No family. Just the orphanage walls and the whispers of others who never really noticed me. I've always been the girl who blends into the background, who watches while others live. Entry X24. There was a boy once. His name was Arlen, and he was everything I'm not. Loud, persistent, and endlessly annoying, at least at first. He refused to ignore me like everyone else did. I didn't know what to make of him. For some reason, he thought it was his life's mission to make me laugh. He used to pull ridiculous faces just to make me laugh, even when I told him to stop. I remember one time he stuck an entire quill up his nose and pretended to be a walrus. I told him he was an idiot, but I couldn't stop laughing. He had this way of making the world feel less heavy. He said something that stayed with me. Look at that. You can smile and laugh as well. Sarah, you don't need to hide all the time. The world isn't as scary as you think. But he didn't understand. The world is scary. And cruel. Especially when you lose someone who made it brighter. Entry X18. Arlen always had a knack for finding trouble. I don't know why I let him drag me into his schemes, but somehow, he always did. Today, he decided it was a good idea to sneak into the kitchen before lunchtime. They won't miss a couple of rolls, he said, grinning like a fox. I told him it was a terrible idea, but of course, he didn't listen. He never listened, and somehow, I ended up going along with him. We tiptoed past the matron's office, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might give us away. Arlen, of course, didn't look the least bit worried. He had this ridiculous smirk on his face, like he thought he was some kind of master thief. When we reached the kitchen, he grabbed a broom from the corner and used it to knock a loaf of bread off the high shelf. It hit the floor with a noise that echoed through the room. You're going to get us caught, I hissed, but he just grinned and grabbed the loaf. Relax, Sarah. No one's going to. And that's when the door creaked open. The matron stood there, arms crossed, glaring at us like we'd just committed some terrible crime. What do you think you're doing? She snapped. Arlen froze, the loaf still in his hands. For a moment, I thought he might try to talk his way out of it, but instead, he just muttered, Lunchtime came early. We were dragged out by our ears and made to stand in the hallway while the other kids giggled behind their hands. The matron gave us an earful about respect and rules and how stealing was absolutely unacceptable. I kept my head down the whole time, cheeks burning with embarrassment. When she finally left, I turned to Arlen, ready to give him a piece of my mind. But then he looked at me with that goofy grin of his, and before I could stop myself, I started laughing. I tried to hold it back, but it just came spilling out, and then he started laughing too, this loud, ridiculous laugh that echoed through the empty hallway. For a moment, it didn't matter that we'd gotten in trouble or that the other kids were still snickering at us. It was just me and Arlen, laughing like we didn't have a care in the world. I think that's what I like most about him. The way he could make everything feel okay, even when it wasn't. Entry XOO. Today Arlen seemed very unusual today. He came to breakfast that morning, pale and weak, and I thought he was just tired. But by nightfall, he could barely stand. Entry X14. Arlen has been sick for weeks now, and his health isn't getting any better. I am very worried about him. I pray that he soon become healthy again, and we could laugh together once more. Entry X47. He gotten sick a while ago. It happened so fast. One day he was teasing me about my hair, and the next, he was gone. They said it was a rare disease, something they couldn't cure. They took him away to some far-off place, saying it was for his own good. He promised he'd come back, he didn't. After that, I stopped trying to be noticed. It was easier to stay invisible. People can't leave if you never let them in, right? Entry X62. I wonder what he'd think of me now. Arlen, I mean. Would he call me a coward for hiding away? For building these walls around myself? Maybe. But it's easier this way. People can't leave if you never let them in. I think he'd hate that about me. Entry X112. There's this girl I've been watching. She's everything I'm not. Bright, confident, full of energy. She talks to everyone, makes friends so easily. I envy her. She's the kind of person who draws others in without even trying. Her name is Lila. She's been coming to the adventure registry every day, looking for teammates. I want to talk to her. I want to be like her. But every time I try, the words get stuck in my throat. What could someone like her possibly see in someone like me? Entry X115. I think about Lila a lot. Maybe too much. It's not just admiration, it's envy. She talks to people so easily, like it's the most natural thing in the world. And then there's me, sitting in the corner, too afraid to speak. I saw her talking to a boy today. Adrian, I think his name is. He's not like the nobles I've heard about. He's kind and approachable, like he doesn't even realize how out of place he is in a place like this. Entry X118. Adrian helped an old woman carry her groceries today. It was such a small thing, but it stayed with me. He didn't do it for attention, he just saw someone who needed help and stepped in. Lila seems to like him. They laugh a lot when they're together. I wonder what it's like to be part of their world. Entry X120. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to ask if I can join her team. She might say no, but at least I'll have tried. Entry 121. It happened. It actually happened. I don't know how to put it into words. I saw Lila and Adrian walking through the market, and I followed them. I didn't mean to be creepy, but I needed to find the right moment. Of course, Lila noticed me. She's so sharp. When she caught me, I thought my heart would stop. I mumbled something about wanting to join her team, but I couldn't even look her in the eye. I was so sure she'd laugh or tell me to go away. But then she smiled. Not just any smile. A warm, radiant smile that felt like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Why didn't you just say so? She said, and then she hugged me. I couldn't hold back the tears. All the loneliness, the fear, the doubt, it all came pouring out. And then Adrian joined in, wrapping his arms around both of us. Don't leave me out of the group hug, he said, making Lila laugh. And for the first time in so long, I laughed too. Maybe I'm not alone anymore, I need to. Chapter 10. First mission. The group sat around a small, sturdy wooden table in the bustling adventure registry hall, their faces lit with excitement and, after hours of brainstorming, debating, and even a little arguing, they had finally decided on a name for their newly formed team. The Rising Heroes. The name felt perfect, full of promise and hope, embodying their shared dream of becoming great adventurers. Their first mission was a simple D-rank task, suitable for beginners. The mission was to gather medicinal herbs from a nearby forest. It sounded simple, but there was a catch. The forest was known to habitat of goblins. While goblins were weak on their own, they were notorious for attacking in groups, making them dangerous for inexperienced adventurers. The group knew they had to tread carefully. Before they set off, Lila took Zora aside near the adventure registry's front desk. She placed her hands firmly on her hips, fixing him with a stern look. "You're staying here," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Zora crossed his arms and frowned. "But I can help." "What if you run into trouble?" Lila rolled her eyes and shook her head. "No. You'll just cause trouble. Stay here, and don't even think about following us." She then turned to the adventure registry receptionist, adding, "Please keep an eye on him for me." The receptionist, used to such requests, nodded with a small smile. Zora flopped into a nearby chair, pouting like a scolded child. "Fine," he muttered under his breath, but Lila was already walking away, too focused on the mission to care about his sulking. The journey to the forest started out peacefully. The dirt path was lined with towering trees, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Birds chirped overhead, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting spots on the ground. Adrian, walking ahead, took the lead as he often did. His natural charisma and knack for leadership made it easy for the others to follow him. He spoke with enthusiasm, sharing everything he had learned about the forest and the task ahead. "The herb we're looking for has small blue flowers and usually grows near water sources," he explained, his voice confident. "As for the goblins, they're not too strong individually, but they're crafty and can be a real threat if they swarm us. Stay alert and stick together." Lila, ever curious, asked a stream of questions about the herbs and the goblins, while Sarah walked quietly behind them. Though she didn't say much, Sarah listened intently, mentally filing away every bit of information Adrian shared. When they reached the edge of the forest, the group paused. The trees were denser here, their thick trunks and tangled branches casting deep shadows. The air was cooler, and the faint sound of running water hinted at a nearby stream. "Let's be quick but careful," Adrian said, leading them deeper into the forest. It didn't take long to find a patch of the medicinal herbs near a small, clear stream. Their vivid blue flowers stood out against the lush green bushes. Excited, the group split up to gather as much as they could. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, with the only sounds being the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. But then Lila froze. She heard something, a faint rustling in the bushes behind them. Her instincts kicked in, and her hand moved to her sword. Turning slightly, she tried to signal Adrian with a silent gesture, but he didn't seem to notice. "What is it, Lila?" Adrian asked, his voice loud and casual, echoing through the forest. Before Lila could respond, the bushes burst apart with a loud rustle, and a group of goblins emerged, their yellow eyes glinting with malice. They carried crude weapons, clubs, rusty knives, and jagged spears. Chaos erupted. One goblin charged straight at Sarah, its knife raised high. Sarah froze, her eyes wide with fear. Her hands trembled, and she couldn't move. Time seemed to slow as the goblin closed in, its snarling face filling her vision. Lila, acting on pure instinct, swung her sword with all her strength. The blade slashed through the goblin, dropping it instantly, but her stance was unsteady, and the force of her swing caused her to stumble. Before she could recover, another goblin darted forward, grabbing her sword and snapping it in two with a triumphant snarl. The goblin lunged at her with its knife, ready to strike. Adrian, quick on his feet, stepped in just in time. His sword flashed as he intercepted the goblin, delivering a precise, clean strike that ended the threat. "Regroup," he shouted, grabbing Lila's arm and pulling her to her feet. The goblins began to surround them, their numbers growing. The group was outnumbered, and the tension was palpable. Sarah, still trembling, felt something stir within her, a surge of energy she didn't fully understand. Her hands began to glow faintly, and she whispered an incantation under her breath, her voice barely audible. Explosion. A massive blast erupted, shaking the ground and sending dirt, leaves, and goblins flying in all directions. The sheer force of the explosion killed several goblins outright and sent the remaining ones fleeing in terror. When the dust settled, the forest was dead quiet. Adrian and Lila stared at Sarah in shock, their mouths slightly open. "That was amazing," Lila exclaimed, breaking the silence. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Sarah in a tight hug. Adrian joined in, grinning. "You saved us, Sarah. That was incredible." Blushing furiously, Sarah stammered, "I did what I could." When the group returned to the adventure registry, they were tired but triumphant. The herbs were safely stored in their bag, and the receptionist greeted them with a warm smile. As they entered, Zora rushed over, his face filled with concern. "Are you hurt? Did anything happen? Lila, are you okay?" His eyes darted between the three of them, scanning for any signs of injury. "We're fine, Zora," Lila assured him with a tired smile. Everything went smoothly, mostly. Despite her words, Zora's worry didn't entirely fade. "You're all safe, and that's what matters," he said softly. They handed over the herbs to the adventure registry and received their reward, a small pouch of coins. Sitting around a table in the adventure registry hall, they began counting their earnings. Sarah, still feeling shy but wanting to contribute, spoke up hesitantly. "Maybe we could use this money to buy Lila a new sword." Lila opened her mouth to protest, but Adrian immediately jumped in, cutting her off. "That's a great idea." He grinned at Lila, leaving no room for argument. "Consider it an investment in our future missions." Before Lila could argue further, Adrian and Sarah were already discussing where to buy the sword. Their excitement leaving her no choice but to agree. She couldn't help but smile at their thoughtfulness, her heart warmed by the growing bond they all shared. Their first mission was complete, and the rising heroes had taken their first step toward greatness. Chapter 11. Warriorsmith. The morning sun shone brightly over the bustling town, casting its warm rays over the streets filled with merchants, shoppers, and adventurers. The rising heroes, Lila, Adrian, and Sarah, set out on their next task. Finding a new sword for Lila. Her sword had been broken during their last mission, and they all knew she needed a replacement before their next adventure. I can't go into another fight with this broken thing, Lila muttered, glancing down at the snapped hilt hanging from her belt. We need to find a replacement today. Adrian nodded with determination. Don't worry. There are plenty of shops here. We'll find something. Sarah, quiet as always, followed behind them, clutching her alchemy pouch tightly. Though she didn't speak much, her eyes showed her resolve to help however she could. Their first stop was a small shop tucked away in a quiet alley. The wooden sign above the door creaked in the breeze, and the faint smell of oil and metal wafted out as they stepped inside. The walls were lined with weapons of all kinds, swords, daggers, axes, and more. An older shopkeeper greeted them warmly, his wrinkled face lighting up as they entered. Looking for something specific? He asked, rubbing his hands together. A sword, Lila replied, scanning the racks. Something sturdy and reliable. She picked up a long blade from the display and gave it a few test swings. Her brow furrowed as she felt the weight of the weapon. The balance is off, she said, shaking her head. Adrian took the sword and tested it himself. She's right. It's too heavy on one side. The shopkeeper's smile faltered, but he nodded. Fair enough. Feel free to look around some more. Sarah, standing quietly near the door, hesitated before saying, maybe we should keep looking, just to see what else is out there. The group agreed and left the shop, stepping back into the bright sunlight. Though they hadn't found what they were looking for, their spirits remained high. Their next stop was a grand store in the heart of town. It's large. Windows displayed rows of gleaming swords and shields that sparkled in the sunlight. The inside was even more impressive, with polished weapons displayed on ornate racks under bright lanterns. This place is amazing, Lila said, her eyes wide as she picked up a beautifully crafted sword. She tested its weight and balance, and for the first time, she smiled. This one feels perfect. Adrian stepped forward to inquire about the price. The shopkeeper, a tall man with a proud demeanor, named a figure that made everyone's jaw drop. That's way out of our budget, Adrian muttered, trying to hide his disappointment. A bit of an understatement, Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Reluctantly, Lila placed the sword back on the rack. Let's go, she said, her voice tinged with frustration. As they stepped outside, the excitement from earlier began to fade. We'll find something, Adrian assured her, though his own confidence was starting to waver. The third shop they visited was smaller and more modest, located on the outskirts of town. The weapons on display were of decent quality, and the prices seemed more reasonable. However, the shopkeeper, a thin man with a sly grin, gave everyone an uneasy feeling. I don't trust him, Sarah whispered, clutching her alchemy pouch tightly. Adrian nodded. Neither do I. Let's go. And so, the day dragged on. They visited shop after shop, but each time, something was wrong. Either the swords were too expensive, poorly made, or the shopkeepers seemed untrustworthy. By midday, the group was exhausted and disheartened. They sat down on a wooden bench in the town square, surrounded by the chatter of merchants and the clatter of carts. Adrian leaned back and sighed. Maybe we should try again tomorrow. Lila stared down at the broken hilt of her sword, her shoulders slumping. I just wanted to be ready for the next mission, she said softly. The group fell into a heavy silence, their earlier excitement now replaced with frustration and doubt. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through the noise of the market. Need a sword, eh? They looked up to see a young dwarf approaching them. He was short and lean, with wild, untamed hair and a soot-stained apron tied around his waist. A large hammer hung from his shoulder, and his bright eyes sparkled with energy. You lot look like adventurers, he said with a wide grin. I bet I can help you find the perfect sword. Lila raised an eyebrow. And who are you? The dwarf puffed up his chest proudly. The name's Doran Ironhelm, warriorsmith extraordinaire. He held out his hand, still grinning. Adrian crossed his arms, eyeing the dwarf suspiciously. And what's your angle? Angle? Doran repeated, looking offended. Lad, I don't have an angle. I'm just a smith who loves a challenge. You need a sword, and I've got the skills to make it happen. Lila frowned. And how much will this perfect sword cost us? Nothing, Doran said, his grin widening. I'll give you the sword for free. Free? Adrian said, narrowing his eyes. That sounds too good to be true. Relax, lad. I'm no scammer, Doran said with a laugh. I just want to prove my skills. If you like the sword, you can come back to me for all your future weapon needs. Deal? Lila crossed her arms, clearly skeptical. And what's in it for you? What if I don't like it? Doran grinned again, his confidence unwavering. Then you walk away, no strings attached. But trust me, lass, you'll love it. The group exchanged hesitant glances. Finally, Lila extended her hand. All right. You've got a deal. Doran shook her hand firmly, his eyes glinting with mischief. One more thing, though. I've got a condition of my own. Lila raised an eyebrow. What kind of condition? You let me join your team, Doran said, his grin unwavering. I'm a smith, but I'm no stranger to adventure. You lot look like you could use someone handy with a hammer and a blade. Adrian frowned. We don't even know you. You will, Doran replied with a chuckle. Give me a chance, and I'll prove I'm worth it. Lila hesitated, glancing at her companions. Sarah looked unsure, but Adrian shrugged. We do need a sword, and he seems enthusiastic. After a moment's thought, Lila nodded. Fine, you're in. Done, Doran exclaimed, shaking her hand again. You won't regret this. Mark my words. As the deal was sealed, the group couldn't help but feel a mix of tension and hope. Though unsure of what lay ahead, they knew this was the start of something new. Chapter 12. The Ironhelm clan. The morning sun shone brightly over the bustling town, casting its warm rays over the streets filled with merchants, shoppers, and adventurers. The rising heroes, Lila, Adrian, and Sarah, set out on their next task. Finding a new sword for Lila. Her sword had been broken during their last mission, and she needed a replacement before their next adventure. After a long and frustrating search through various shops, each offering swords that were too expensive, poorly made, or accompanied by suspicious shopkeepers, the group was disheartened. It was then that a cheerful dwarf named Doran Ironhelm approached them, introducing himself as a warriorsmith, and offering to craft Lila a custom sword for free, but only if they agreed to hear him out. Now, standing in the bustling square, Doran looked at the group with a serious expression. Before we go any further, I have a condition, he said, folding his arms across his chest. I'll forge you a sword, but only if you let me join your team afterward. Adrian raised an eyebrow, his arms crossing in return. A smith wanting to be in Seeker. That's different. Doran straightened, his pride evident. I'm not just a smith. I'm a warriorsmith. I can fight, craft, and protect, and I'm from the Ironhelm clan. At the mention of the Ironhelm clan, Adrian's eyes widened. You don't mean the Ironhelm clan, do you? Doran grinned. The very same. We're known across the lands for crafting weapons that are second to none. Kings, heroes, and legends wield our blades. Every piece we create carries a bit of our soul. Adrian turned to the others, excitement in his voice. The Ironhelm clan is legendary. Their craftsmanship is unmatched. Their weapons are more than tools, they're works of art. Sarah, her curiosity piqued, asked, if your clan is so famous, why are you here instead of in your forge? Doran's grin faltered, but he quickly recovered. Because I'm not just a smith. I want to be a warrior, to prove that a smith can wield what they create. My clan didn't see things my way. Lila tilted her head. Did they kick you out? Doran hesitated, then shrugged. Let's just say I left on my own terms. Others might say I was encouraged to leave. But that's not what matters. What matters is my dream. To prove that a warriorsmith can stand alongside adventurers, not just arm them. He looked down, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. I've joined groups before under the same condition, but they always left me behind. After getting their weapons, it's made me more determined, though. I won't give up. The group exchanged glances. Adrian looked skeptical, Sarah seemed thoughtful. Finally, Lila stepped forward, her expression resolute. We accept, let's get you registered first, she said firmly. Doran blinked, surprised. Wait, just like that? I haven't even forged the sword yet. Lila shrugged. You seem trustworthy, and everyone deserves a chance to chase their dreams. For a moment, Doran stood speechless. Then, his face split into a wide grin. You won't regret this, I swear it. The group took Doran to the Adventurer's Adventure Registry to officially register him as a member of their team. The Adventure Registry receptionist, a tall woman with sharp eyes, raised an eyebrow at the young, beardless dwarf but completed the paperwork without comment. As they left the Adventure Registry, Doran walked slightly behind the group, his thoughts drifting to his childhood. He remembered the way his father's hands worked tirelessly at the forge, turning raw metal into tools and weapons that seemed almost magical. Even as a boy, Doran had been captivated by the art of smithing, eager to follow in his family's footsteps. The pride of the Ironhelm clan ran through his veins. But there was one memory that stood out above the rest. He had been no older than 12 when he overheard his uncle talking about his father. It was a rare moment of quiet vulnerability from the usually stoic dwarf. He wanted to be in Seeker, you know, his uncle had said. But he stayed because of us, because of the clan. He thought it was his duty, and when the moment came, he didn't hesitate to fight. The words had struck Doran like a hammer to the heart. His father had died protecting a group of travelers from a group of ferocious and blood-hungry beasts. Armed only with a smith's hammer, he had fought bravely, saving lives at the cost of his own. The story had filled Doran with equal parts pride and sorrow. His father had been a hero, but he had never been able to live out his dream of adventuring. That memory was what drove Doran now. Joining the rising heroes felt like the first real step toward fulfilling both his father's unspoken dream and his own. He had spent years trying to prove himself, but deep down, he knew this was different. This time, he wasn't just forging weapons for others. He was forging his own path. Lila's words from earlier echoed in his mind. A team starts with trust. For the first time in years, Doran felt a flicker of hope. He wasn't just another smith or another outcast. He was part of something bigger now. And with this group, he believed he could finally prove what a warrior smith was truly capable of. With his hammer slung over his shoulder, Doran quickened his pace to catch up with the others. A determined grin spread across his face. The road ahead might be uncertain, but he was ready to face it head-on, together. The rising heroes and their new teammate began the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 13. Finding ores. The chapter begins with Doran inspecting his small forge, his expression a mixture of pride and embarrassment. So, here's the thing, he said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. I don't have any materials to make the sword. Adrian groaned loudly, throwing his arms in the air. You're a blacksmith with no materials. How does that even happen? Doran shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? I've been moving around too much to gather supplies. But don't worry, I know just where to get them. We're heading to the mountains east of the forest. Plenty of ore there. Some of it might even be rare. Lila crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at Doran. Are you sure about this? It sounds like a lot of effort just for some ore. Doran grinned confidently. Trust me, it'll be worth it. I'm going to make you the best sword you've ever seen. But I need the right materials to make that happen. The group sighed collectively but began preparing for the journey. Lila made a point to ensure Zora stayed behind, once again leaving strict instructions with the Adventure Registry receptionist. Don't let him leave the Adventure Registry, she warned, her tone firm. Understood, the receptionist replied with a small smirk, clearly amused by the team's odd dynamics. As they traveled east toward the mountains, Adrian's mood brightened considerably. He eagerly shared his knowledge of the region with the group. The eastern peaks are famous for their deposits of iron and mithril. If we're lucky, we might even come across some moonstone or star steel. Those are incredibly rare. Sarah listened intently, her curiosity evident. While Lila remained unusually quiet, her unease was noticeable, as being without a sword left her feeling vulnerable. Doran, ever observant, noticed her discomfort and offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Lila, we'll keep you safe. And when this is over, you'll have a sword better than any you've ever wielded. Lila nodded, her confidence slightly improved by his words. When they finally reached the base of the mountains, the team marveled at the rugged beauty of the terrain. Jagged peaks stretched high into the sky, their slopes dotted with patches of greenery and glinting rocks. Doran's eyes lit up as he scanned the area. All right, let's get to work. Keep your eyes peeled for veins of ore. I'll know the good stuff when I see it. The group spread out, carefully exploring the rocky terrain. It wasn't long before Doran's sharp eyes spotted a promising deposit. "Over here," he called, motioning for the others to join him. Adrian inspected the area and whistled appreciatively. "Nice find. That's high-quality iron for sure." The group began the laborious task of mining the ore, using tools Doran had brought along. Despite the hard work, their spirits were high. But their progress was interrupted by a low rumbling sound that echoed through the mountains. "What was that?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with worry. The rumbling grew louder, and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Adrian's expression turned serious. "Stay alert," he warned, drawing his weapon. From behind a cluster of boulders, two massive rock golems emerged. Their towering forms glowed faintly with magical energy, and their heavy footsteps sent small rocks tumbling down the slopes. Without hesitation, the golems charged at the group, their movements slow but undeniably powerful. Adrian quickly took command. "Sarah, stay back and use ranged arcane force. Doran, you're with me up front. Protect Lila at all costs." The battle began in earnest. Adrian engaged the first golem, skillfully dodging its heavy swings and striking at its legs in an attempt to slow it down. Doran, wielding his enchanted hammer, charged at the second golem with a fierce battle cry. His first strike landed squarely on the golem's chest, creating a web of cracks across its rocky surface. Sarah chanted a spell from a safe distance, launching a barrage of fireballs at the golems. The magical flames weakened the creatures but didn't stop them entirely. The golem's resilience was formidable, and their glowing forms seemed to absorb some of the damage. One of the golems turned its attention to Lila, who was unarmed and unable to fight back. She darted to the side, narrowly avoiding a massive fist that smashed into the ground where she'd been standing. Doran saw her peril and acted swiftly. With a powerful swing of his hammer, he created a shockwave that knocked the golem off balance. "Stay behind me," he shouted, positioning himself as a shield between Lila and the golem. The group's coordination improved as the battle progressed. Adrian and Doran worked together seamlessly, keeping the golems distracted while Sarah prepared a more powerful spell. With a final chant, she unleashed an explosion of magical energy that shattered the first golem into pieces. The second golem, weakened and outnumbered, was finished off by a combined assault from Adrian and Doran. Panting but victorious, the team regrouped. "That was intense," Adrian said, wiping sweat from his brow. Doran grinned, his energy seemingly undiminished. "Nothing like a good fight to make the day interesting. Now, let's grab the rest of that ore and head back." With enough materials collected, the team made their way back to town. Doran wasted no time getting to work in his forge. Over the next week, he poured all his skill and passion into crafting a sword worthy of Lila. The sound of hammer on metal echoed through the forge day and night as he worked tirelessly, his determination unwavering. Doran had never shared his story with anyone. It was a deeply personal part of his past, one that fueled his determination to forge his own path. As he worked on Lila's sword, he felt a sense of connection to his father, as though he was carrying on his legacy in his own way. Finally, after days of relentless effort, the sword was complete. Doran emerged from the forge, holding the gleaming weapon in his hands. The blade was perfectly balanced, its surface etched with intricate designs that shimmered faintly in the light. "Here you go," Doran said, presenting the sword to Lila. "It's not just a weapon, it's a promise that we've got your back." Lila accepted the sword, her eyes shining with gratitude. She gave it a few test swings, marveling at its craftsmanship. "Thank you, Doran. It's perfect." The team cheered as Lila rejoined their ranks, her confidence restored. Together, they felt more united than ever, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 14. Clash of Wills. The day started like any other. The sun was shining brightly, casting a warm glow over the bustling town. The group of the rising heroes, Lila, Sarah, Adrian, Doran, arrived at the Adventure Registry Hall. The Adventure Registry was a lively place, filled with adventurers of all kinds, each looking for their next big quest. The mission board was the heart of the Adventure Registry, covered in parchments of various colors, each detailing a different mission. Some were simple, like gathering herbs or delivering messages, while others were more dangerous, like slaying monsters or exploring ancient ruins. Lila took charge, as she always did, scanning the board for a quest that would challenge the team but not overwhelm them. She was careful, always thinking about the safety and strengths of her teammates. Her eyes first landed on a quest titled, Escort the Merchant Caravan to Silverleaf Village. It seemed straightforward, but Lila quickly dismissed it. Too easy, she muttered. We need something that will really test our skills. Next, she noticed a quest labeled, Defeat the Bandits of Blackwood Forest. The reward was substantial, but Lila hesitated. Blackwood Forest is dangerous, and we don't know how many bandits there are. It's too risky without more information. Her eyes then caught a quest that read, Retrieve the ancient relic from the sunken temple. The description mentioned underwater ruins and potential traps. Lila shook her head. Sarah isn't strong with water arcane force, and Doran's skills are better suited for land. This isn't the right fit for us. Finally, her gaze settled on a quest that seemed just right. Retrieve the lost crystal shard from the Cave of Echoes. The description mentioned a mystical cave filled with echoes that could disorient intruders, but the reward was worth the risk. This one looks perfect, Lila said, reaching for the paper. But just as her fingers touched the parchment, another hand landed on it simultaneously. She turned to see a tall, striking figure smirking at her. He had an air of confidence, almost arrogance, and his eyes gleamed with amusement. His skin had a faint, shimmering quality, and his presence was commanding. This was Reborn, the Thunder Scion, leader of Platinum Edge. He was a dragonkind, a rare and powerful race known for their strength and magical abilities. His crimson scales glinted in the light, and his golden eyes seemed to pierce through her. That's my quest, Reborn declared confidently. No, Lila shot back, narrowing her eyes. I got to it first. The man's smirk grew wider. You might have touched it, but I had my eyes on it long before you did. Finders keepers. Lila's frustration boiled over. Listen, I don't care who saw it first. I picked it up, so it's ours. Reborn laughed, the sound laced with arrogance. Do you even know who you're talking to? One of his teammates chimed in. That's Reborn, the Thunder Scion, leader of Platinum Edge. Lila raised an eyebrow. Am I supposed to be impressed? Reborn's smirk turned into a scowl. Watch your tongue, girl. You're speaking to one of the strongest adventurers in the adventure registry. How about this? Instead of arguing like children, let's settle this the proper way. With a fight. Lila, fueled by her competitive spirit, didn't hesitate. Fine. Bring it on. Reborn's expression shifted to a smug grin. Let's find an open space then, and be prepared to lose. The two groups left the adventure registry and headed to a nearby combat practice ground. The combat practice ground was a large, open area with a dirt floor, surrounded by wooden fences. It was a place where adventurers could practice their skills and settle disputes without causing too much damage. The air was thick with tension as the two teams faced each other. Reborn explained the rules with an air of superiority. It'll be a series of one-on-one matches. Whichever team wins more matches gets the quest. Sounds fair, Lila agreed. Reborn chuckled darkly. Oh, but there's one thing. You only have 4 members. My team has 5. So, technically, we've already got 1 point. That's ridiculous. Lila snapped. Rules are rules, Reborn said smugly. The argument escalated, with neither side willing to back down. Then, a calm yet commanding voice interrupted them. I'll be the 5th member. All eyes turned to the newcomer. A tall, muscular figure with crimson dragon wings folded neatly behind him. His golden eyes glowed faintly, and his presence was both intimidating and enigmatic. He had a strong jawline, and his skin had a slight reddish hue, hinting at his draconic heritage. His armor was sleek and black, with intricate designs that seemed to shimmer in the light. Reborn's face twisted in surprise and anger. Drakkar? What are you doing here? Drakkar, his twin brother, stepped forward. I have my reasons. Let me join their team. Reborn's demeanor turned cold. Fine. But don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're family. Drakkar met his gaze, unflinching. I wouldn't expect you to. With the teams now even, the stage was set for an intense battle. Reborn's smug grin returned, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. All right, then. Let's see who comes out on top. The tension was visible as the teams prepared for the clash. Lila's team huddled together, their determination unwavering. Radon's team, confident and cocky, stood ready, their reputation as one of the strongest teams in the adventure registry fueling their arrogance. The combat practice ground seemed to hold its breath as the two groups faced off. The fiery rivalry between them igniting like a spark to dry tinder. The air crackled with anticipation, the promise of an epic showdown hanging heavy. Both teams knew this wasn't just about a quest, it was about pride, strength, and proving who deserved to stand at the top. The fight was about to begin, and neither side was willing to back down. Chapter 15. Battle of Two Mages. As the teams prepared for their first match, Lila took a moment to approach Drucker. Though he had stepped in at the last moment, she was grateful for his presence. He stood apart from the others, adjusting the straps of his armor with a quiet focus. Lila hesitated for a brief second before stepping closer. "Thanks for stepping in back there," she said, offering a grateful smile. Drucker barely glanced at her, his golden eyes cool and unreadable. "No need to thank me. I'm not here for gratitude." His voice was calm, almost indifferent, but there was a hint of resolve behind his words, a weight that suggested his involvement had deeper reasons. Lila studied him for a moment before nodding. She sensed he wasn't one for unnecessary words. "Still, it means a lot. Let's win this." Drucker didn't respond right away. Instead, he finished adjusting his armor before giving her a small nod, acknowledging her words in his own way. Then, without another word, he turned his attention to the warm-ups, stretching his wings slightly before folding them neatly behind him again. The air around the combat practice ground buzzed with energy as both teams finished their preparations. The spectators, other adventurers from the adventure registry, gathered along the edges of the field, eager to watch the matches unfold. Some murmured excitedly, placing bets on who they thought would win, while others whispered about the tension between Radon and Drucker. Radon stepped forward, his commanding voice cutting through the chatter. "All right, first match, Quira, you're up." From the rising heroes, Lila turned to Seraphine, meeting her friend's eyes with encouragement. "Sarah, it's your turn. You've got this." Sarah nodded, though the nervousness in her expression was evident. She wasn't the most confident fighter, and going up against Platinum Edge felt intimidating. Still, she took a deep breath and walked to the center of the field. Across from her, Quira moved with effortless grace, her steps light and measured. She carried herself with quiet confidence, her soft silver hair flowing gently behind her. Her expression was calm, almost soothing, and when she met Sarah's gaze, she offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Let's have a good match." Sarah fidgeted, gripping her staff tightly. "Why yeah. I'll do my best." With both mages in position, Lila and Radon yelled, "Begin." The opening moments were cautious. Sarah and Quira both started at a distance, sending out probing attacks to test each other's defenses. Sarah conjured fiery blossoms that floated forward, curling like miniature explosions as they drifted toward Quira. In response, Quira summoned beams of radiant light, dissolving the fiery constructs effortlessly. She didn't counterattack aggressively, instead waiting to see how Sarah would react. Neither seemed willing to go all out just yet. It was a game of patience, of reading the opponent's rhythm before making a decisive move. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked hesitantly, sending another wave of fire entwined with vines toward her opponent. Quira easily deflected the attack with a shimmering barrier of light. "I'm fine. What about you?" "I'm fine too." Sarah replied quickly, though her voice wavered slightly. The duel almost resembled a dance. Each spell was met with a precise counter, each movement careful and deliberate. Sarah was determined to hold her own, but as the match progressed, the differences between their skill levels became apparent. Quira's movements remained fluid, while Sarah's started to falter. Her spells, once steady, grew slower, less controlled. Her breath came in quicker bursts, and a sheen of sweat formed on her brow. Quira noticed immediately. She had been observing Sarah closely, reading her posture and energy. The hesitation in her movements, the slight delay in her spellcasting. It was clear that Sarah was beginning to wear down. A flicker of hesitation crossed Quira's features, but only for a moment. She knew what she had to do. Raising her staff, she unleashed a burst of blinding light that engulfed the field. Sarah instinctively raised an arm to shield her eyes, momentarily disoriented. That was all the opening Quira needed. With surprising speed, Quira closed the distance between them. She moved elegantly, wasting no movement as she flicked her staff forward, gently knocking Sarah's weapon aside. The match was over. For a moment, there was silence. Then, realizing her defeat, Sarah dropped to her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. I lost, she murmured. More to herself than anyone else. Quira wasted no time in approaching her, extending a hand. Are you all right? Her voice was filled with genuine concern, free of mockery or arrogance. Sarah hesitated, staring at the offered hand. Then, slowly, she reached out and accepted it, allowing Quira to help her back to her feet. I'm fine. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't do it. Lila stepped forward without hesitation, placing a reassuring hand on Sarah's shoulder. You did great. Don't be so hard on yourself. Adrian and Doran also moved closer, nodding in agreement. Seriously, you held your own out there, Adrian said, offering a smile. That's more than most could say against a Platinum Edge mage. Quira, still standing beside Sarah, nodded. You fought well. You have potential, don't doubt yourself. Despite her disappointment, Sarah managed a small, appreciative smile. She still felt the sting of defeat, but the support from her team softened the blow. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Reborn smirked. One down, he remarked, his voice carrying over the field. Let's see if the rest of you can do better. Lila clenched her fists. She refused to let that smug arrogance go unanswered. Their team had suffered an early loss, but the fight wasn't over yet. She turned to her team, fire burning in her eyes. Get ready for the next round. We're not losing this. Drakkar watched silently from the edge, his golden eyes glinting with quiet contemplation. Though he hadn't fought yet, he was already analyzing the battle ahead. He could feel the tension in the air, the determination from both sides. Whatever happened next, one thing was clear. The real battle had only just begun. The rising heroes gathered, preparing their next fighter. Despite the setback, their resolve remained unshaken. The next match would decide everything, and they weren't about to back down. Chapter 16. The comeback. The tension in the rising heroes camp was visible after Sarah's narrow loss. Doran patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't sweat it, Sarah. You gave it your all, and that's what matters. Lila nodded, offering a warm smile. We're still in this. Let's focus on the next match. On the other side, Reborn reassured Hira and Finarize. This isn't over yet. Hira, you're up next. Show them what the Wild Spear Maiden can do. Hira nodded firmly, determination blazing in her fiery eyes. Match 2. Doran versus Hira. The arena was bathed in the golden glow of the afternoon sun as Doran and Hira stepped forward. Doran gripped Moltenheart, his self-made battle hammer, tightly, its enchanted surface gleaming with a faint, fiery hue. Across from him, Hira twirled her spear, a mix of magma and ice swirling around its tip. Her wild, confident stance exuded raw power. The match began with an explosion of movement. Hira darted forward, her spear slicing through the air with unpredictable swiftness. Doran raised Moltenheart, blocking her initial strikes with precision. Each clash sent sparks flying, the heat of Hira's magma arcane force meeting the sturdy resilience of Doran's enchanted hammer. Hira switched tactics, summoning a wave of molten magma to surge toward Doran. He slammed Moltenheart into the ground, creating a shockwave that dissipated the magma and left the battlefield scorched but clear. You're tough, Hira admitted, her wild grin revealing her excitement. Doran smirked. You're not so bad yourself. Hira's next move was a whirlwind of ice and magma. She leapt into the air, spinning her spear to create a chaotic storm of elements. Doran braced himself, raising Moltenheart to absorb the impact. The ground beneath him cracked from the force, but he stood firm. Your strength is impressive, but I'm just getting started, Doran said, his voice steady. He channeled energy into Moltenheart, causing the hammer to glow with a fiery brilliance. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a burst of energy that sent Hira skidding backward. Undeterred, Hira retaliated with a series of acrobatic maneuvers, her spear striking from unpredictable angles. Doran blocked and countered with calculated strikes, his experience and combat practice evident in every movement. The crowd watched in awe as the two warriors pushed each other to their limits. As the battle wore on, Hira's attacks grew more reckless, driven by her loyalty to Reborn and her desire to prove herself. Doran, on the other hand, remained composed, using his blacksmith's precision to exploit openings in her wild technique. In a final, decisive moment, Doran feinted a swing with molten heart, drawing Hira into a vulnerable position. With a swift, controlled strike, he knocked her spear aside and delivered a blow to her shoulder, forcing her to the ground. Doran was declared as the winner. Hira sat on the ground, breathing heavily and clutching her shoulder. Doran extended a hand, helping her to her feet. "You fought well. That was a tough match," he said sincerely. Hira nodded, her wild demeanor giving way to a rare moment of humility. "Thanks. You're strong." Back on the Platinum Edge side, Hira sulked as she returned to her team. "I'm sorry, Reborn," she said quietly. Reborn shook his head. "You did your best, and that's all I can ask for. We'll take the next one." Match 3. Adrian vs Finnarise. The ADM op here grew even more intense as Adrian and Finnarise stepped into the battlefield. The dust beneath their feet shifted slightly as they took their positions, eyes locked in silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. Adrian's polished sword gleamed in the sunlight, a reflection of his discipline and unwavering focus. His calm, gentlemanly demeanor masked the fierce aura of a seasoned warrior, one who had seen countless battles and emerged victorious. Finnarise, with his lean frame and piercing green eyes, exuded focus and determination. His stance was relaxed, yet every muscle in his body was poised like a coiled spring, ready to strike at the perfect moment. From the first clash, it was evident that this battle would be a showcase of precision and skill. Adrian tested Finnarise with a series of calculated strikes, each one probing for weaknesses in his opponent's defense. Finnarise countered with his own swift and precise movements, their swords creating a mesmerizing dance of steel that echoed through the combat practice ground. Sparks flew as their blades met, each strike met with an equal and opposite reaction. Adrian quickly analyzed Finrais's fighting style, his sharp mind giving him an early advantage. He pressed the attack, forcing Finnarise to stay on the defensive, his footwork becoming more reactive rather than proactive. Recognizing the danger, Finnarise activated his first form, Aura Blade. His sword radiated a vibrant glow, amplifying the strength and sharpness of his strikes. The sudden surge of power shifted the tide of the battle as Finrais's enhanced blade sliced through Adrian's defenses with newfound force. Adrian felt the sting of a shallow cut across his arm, but he maintained his composure. His aura intensified in response, his mana infusing both his sword and his body. A shimmering aura armor enveloped him, bolstering his defense and endurance against the powerful attacks. He countered Finrais's aura blade with a ferocity that caught the swordsman off guard, their blows growing heavier with each passing moment. The two warriors pushed each other to their limits, their breaths coming faster as the duel raged on. Neither was willing to back down, their mutual respect for each other evident in the way they fought, no hesitation, no wasted movements. Finnarise, desperate to turn the tide once more, prepared to activate his second form, Extended Reach. His grip on his sword tightened, and his energy surged as he began channeling his technique. Adrian, sensing the impending danger, knew he had to act swiftly before Finnarise could unleash his power. He adjusted his stance and unleashed a flurry of precise, calculated strikes, each one aimed at overwhelming his opponent before the transformation could be completed. Finnarise struggled to keep up, his guard slipping under the relentless pressure. With a final, powerful blow, Adrian disarmed him, sending his sword flying across the battlefield. A split second later, Adrian delivered a decisive strike that sent Finnarise to the ground, his body rolling slightly before coming to a halt. The dust settled, and silence hung in the air before the referee declared Adrian the winner. The rising heroes erupted into cheers, their spirits soaring as they pulled ahead with a 2-1 lead. As the rising heroes celebrated their victory, Finnarise picked himself up, his expression a mix of disappointment and respect. Adrian, ever the sportsman, stepped forward and extended a hand to help him to his feet. "You're an exceptional swordsman," Adrian said, his voice carrying genuine admiration. "It was an honor to face you." Finnarise hesitated for a brief moment before grasping Adrian's hand and pulling himself up. He gave a small nod, his eyes glinting with determination. "You're strong," he admitted. "I'll have to train harder." The rising heroes stood together, basking in their victory, their spirits high as they prepared for the next match. Platinum Edge, while momentarily down, remained determined to turn the tide. The battle was far from over, and both teams knew that the remaining matches would only grow more intense. The rivalry between them burned ever brighter, fueling their desire to prove who truly deserved to stand victorious at the end. Chapter 17. Bow versus sword. The tension in the air was almost visible. Both teams knew this match would decide the outcome of the battle, and no one could afford to lose focus. For the Platinum Edge team, Reborn confidently sent Quenler to the arena. Meanwhile, the rising heroes placed their hope on Lila, who was warming up with a determined expression. Lila, with her sleek one-handed blade and fiery spirit, was ready to give it her all. She was skilled in swordsmanship and had mastered the unique ability to infuse her sword with fire and water elements. Fire gave her aggressive and powerful strikes, while water allowed her to defend herself or cool down her enemies when needed. Despite her skill and resourcefulness, Lila was aware of the challenge ahead. On the other side, Quenler, the elf marksman, stood calm and composed. His sharp blue eye locked on his opponent, while the patch over his left eye hiding it, giving him a mysterious vibe. He wielded a master-crafted bow, capable of firing water-infused arrows with deadly precision. Quenler was a fighter of logic and control, never letting emotions sway his actions. His calm demeanor and confidence made it clear he wasn't someone to underestimate. The field buzzed with excitement as the match began. Lila knew the key to victory was closing the distance between her and Quenler as quickly as possible. If she could get close enough, her sword would have the upper hand against his bow. Quenler, however, was determined to keep her at bay. As soon as the match started, Quenler knocked an arrow and fired with practiced ease. His arrows flew fast and accurately, forcing Lila to stay on the move. She zigzagged across the battlefield, dodging his attacks while looking for an opening to get closer. But Quenler wasn't just firing normal arrows. He infused them with water arcane force, making them more powerful. The arrows began to leave trails of water behind them, and when they struck the ground, they splashed with enough force to knock Lila off balance. She was forced to retreat slightly, realizing that her current approach wasn't working. Determined not to give up, Lila adjusted her strategy. She summoned small fireballs, using them as both a shield and a means of counterattack. The fireballs intercepted Quenler's arrows, evaporating them out before they could reach her. For a moment, it seemed like the tide was turning in her favor. However, maintaining the fireballs while dodging and closing the distance was draining Lila's energy. She gritted her teeth, pushing through the exhaustion as she pressed forward. Quenler, on the other hand, still appeared calm and collected. He hadn't moved from his spot since the match began, firing arrows with the precision of a machine. Quenler noticed Lila's strategy and decided to step up his game. He infused more water arcane force into his arrows, making them stronger and faster. When they struck her fireballs, they extinguished them effortlessly. One arrow even managed to graze Lila's shoulder, making her wince in pain. Realizing her fireballs were no longer enough, Lila retreated again, trying to come up with another plan. She watched Quenler closely, searching for any weakness. But his calmness and precision made it clear that he wasn't struggling at all. It was like he was in complete control of the battlefield. Lila felt the pressure mounting. She knew she couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Taking a deep breath, she decided to go all out. She summoned a water shield in front of her to block Quenler's arrows, while also creating larger fireballs to attack him. With both offensive and defensive measures in place, she charged forward at full speed. Quenler's arrows struck the water shield, creating splashes and cracks, but Lila pushed through. Her larger fireballs flew toward him, forcing him to focus on dodging instead of attacking. For the first time, Quenler moved from his position, tapping to the side to avoid the flames. Lila closed the distance rapidly, her sword ready to strike. She swung her blade with precision, aiming for Quenler's chest. But Quenler was faster than she expected. He dodged the attack with a swift step back, his movements smooth and calculated. Not being discouraged, Lila pressed on, swinging her sword again and again. Quenler continued to evade her strikes, barely breaking a sweat. Then, in a surprising move, he leapt high into the air, flipping gracefully as he aimed his bow downward. Before Lila could react, Quenler summoned a massive arrow made entirely of water arcane force. It shimmered with power, glowing with an intensity that made everyone gasp. With a sharp release, he fired the arrow straight at Lila. The arrow struck with incredible force, creating a powerful splash that sent Lila flying backward. She landed hard on the ground, her sword falling from her hand. The water soaked her completely, leaving her stunned and unable to continue. Quenler was declared as the winner, and the Platinum Edge erupted in cheers. Quenler lowered his bow and finally showed signs of exhaustion. Summoning and firing the massive water arrow had taken a lot out of him, but he had emerged victorious. Lila sat on the ground, catching her breath as she processed her defeat. She had given it her all, but Quenler's skill and composure were on a different level. She felt a sense of disappointment and guilt as she looked toward her team. Lila realized she still had much to learn and improve. She resolved to train harder and become stronger, determined not to let her team down again. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, her voice trembling. "I let you all down. I am sorry, Drakkar." Drakkar approached her with a neutral expression. For a moment, Lila thought he might be angry, but instead, he just didn't anything. Drakkar said this looking at the center of the ground. "I guess this was inevitable." As Drakkar turned away, Radon stepped into the arena, a confident smile on his face. The final showdown was about to begin. Both of them walked toward the center of the battlefield, their presence commanding attention. This was it, the final battle that would determine the victor between the Rising Heroes and Platinum Edge. Lila watched from the sidelines, her heart heavy but her determination renewed. She knew her journey wasn't over. She would rise again, stronger than before. For now, all she could do was support her team and hope for their victory. The final battle was about to begin, and the outcome would be anything but predictable. Chapter 18. Twin Finale. The sun was shining bright in the sky as the final match between the Rising Heroes and Platinum Edge began. Everyone's attention was on the twins, Radon and Drakkar, who stood ready to fight. Both of them were dragonkind, and their rivalry was legendary. The area was silent, with only the wind rustling through the trees as the two prepared to clash. Radon held his double-edged sword tightly. Sparks of thunder danced along its sharp edges, showing his control over lightning. He was calm, focused, and ready to strike. Across from him stood Drakkar, gripping his heavy axe. Flames flickered on the weapon's surface, matching Drakkar's fiery and fierce personality. The battle began. Both twins took to the sky instantly, their wings spreading wide. Radon was the first to attack, sending a sharp bolt of lightning toward Drakkar. Drakkar quickly created a wall of fire to block the attack, the sound of thunder and fire mixing in the air. Drakkar swung his axe, releasing a wave of flames. Radon dodged quickly, his wings making him move like a flash of light. He countered by swooping closer and striking with his sword, aiming for Drakkar's side. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks and embers flying. The twins pushed against each other, their power equal. Radon pulled back and flew higher, summoning more lightning to rain down on Drakkar. Drakkar didn't back down. He used his wings to dodge the strikes, spinning through the air with surprising ease. As the battle went on, Radon activated his overcharge. His body glowed with energy, making him faster and stronger. He zoomed through the air, landing quick hits on Drakkar. But Drakkar wasn't done yet. He activated overheat, his body covered in intense flames. His strength grew, and his attacks became even more powerful. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and bursts of fire as the twins gave it their all. The intensity of their powers sent shockwaves through the ground, shaking the trees and scattering loose debris. It seemed like the battle would never end, neither willing to back down. They clashed in the air, they were fast. It felt like explosive works in the sky with neither of them backing down. The sound of their weapon which pierced through air was loud and clear, able to be heard by everyone on the ground. The fight kept getting intense, with both Drakkar's and Radon's eyes filled with great seriousness. Then, suddenly, a group of thugs appeared, surrounding the area. Their leader, a big man with a scar on his face, stepped forward and shouted, "Enough of your fight. Surrender now, especially the Dragonkind twins and your strongest fighters. You'll fetch us a fortune." The thugs outnumbered both teams by a lot, but neither Radon nor Drakkar was afraid. They looked at each other and nodded. "This isn't over," Radon said. "Not yet," Drakkar replied with a small grin. Both teams quickly regrouped, ready to fight together. For now, their rivalry didn't matter. Quenler, Doran and Adrian, Sarah, joined in, standing side by side with Radon and Drakkar. The thugs charged first, yelling as they swung their weapons. Radon and Drakkar took to the skies again, using their thunder and fire to attack from above. Quenler shot arrows with precision, while Doran and Adrian held the front lines, fighting off the thugs with teamwork and skill. Even though the thugs had greater numbers, they couldn't match the strength of the two teams. Radon's lightning strikes hit several enemies at once, leaving them stunned. Drakkar's fire attacks scattered the thugs, breaking their formations. On the ground, Lila fought fiercely, her sword cutting down anyone who came too close. Within minutes, the thugs were defeated. Some ran away, while others were knocked out on the battlefield. Both teams stood victorious, breathing hard but proud of their teamwork. As the dust settled, the sun started to set, painting the sky orange and purple. The twins landed back on the ground, standing side by side. "Well, that was unexpected," Drakkar said, resting his axe on his shoulder. "They thought they could beat us, very funny," Radon replied with a smirk. Together, the teams prepared to return to the adventure registry. They were tired from the long day of fighting, but the mood was light. However, as soon as they began their trek back, Radon and Lila started arguing again. "I took down more thugs than you," Radon said confidently. "Huh. You wish," Lila shot back. "I was the one in the thick of the fight." Their voices got louder as the argument heated up. The others watched with amusement, used to their constant bickering. Finally, Sarah stepped in and pulled Lila aside. "Lila, I hate to tell you this, but the quest we were supposed to finish today, someone else took it while we were out fighting." Lila's eyes widened. "What, are you serious?" Sarah nodded. "Yeah, it's gone." Lila groaned, clearly frustrated. She turned to Radon and pointed a finger at him. "This is your fault." Radon raised an eyebrow. "My fault? If you hadn't been so focused on showing off, we would have finished hours ago." The argument started again, with neither of them willing to back down. The others laughed quietly, knowing it was just another day with Radon and Lila. As the stars began to appear in the night sky, the day came to an end. The Rising Heroes and Platinum Edge had fought side by side, showing their strength and unity. But for Radon and Lila, the battle wasn't over just yet. Chapter 19. The winged Inferno Drakkar sat alone on a rocky cliff overlooking the Dean Forest below. The golden rays of the setting sun reflected off his scaled skin, making him appear as though he was glowing. His golden eyes, usually cold and unyielding, softened slightly as he gazed at the horizon. The memories of his past played in his mind like an unwelcome voice he couldn't silence. He was among the last of the dragonkind, a race once proud and mighty, now reduced to scattered remnants. The cause of their downfall was not an external force but one of their own, Solrith. A name Drakkar could barely think of without trembling. Solrith had brought ruin to their kind with his twisted ideology. Only the strongest deserved to live, and the weak were a stain on their legacy. Drakkar and his twin brother Radon had been spared by Solrith years ago, not out of mercy but because they were children, too young to fight and prove themselves. Solrith had deemed them insignificant, not even worth killing. Drakkar remembered the flames that consumed their village, the screams of his people, and the sight of Solrith striking down their parents with ease. The trauma stayed buried deep within him, a wound that never healed. While Radon had no clear recollection of that fateful day, Drakkar remembered everything vividly. He carried the weight of those memories in silence, never sharing them with anyone. He avoided speaking of Solrith at all costs, fearing the trembling and anger that would overtake him at the mere mention of his name. Drakkar sighed and stood up, spreading his massive crimson wings. He took to the sky, the cool wind rushing past him as he tried to clear his mind. The adventure registry was bustling with activity when Drakkar returned. Members of various teams were laughing, eating, and discussing their latest adventures. Drakkar entered silently, his presence turning a few heads, though no one dared approach him. His reserved nature and intimidating aura kept most people at a distance. At a table near the center of the room, Lila sat with her team, the Rising Heroes. She noticed Drakkar and waved him over. "Hey, Drakkar," she called out. Drakkar paused, hesitating. He wasn't in the mood for company, but before he could walk away, Lila stood up and approached him. You've been with us for a while now, but you still keep to yourself, she said, crossing her arms. I know you're a lone wolf. Or dragon perhaps, I guess, but don't you think it's time to fully join us? Draker's golden eyes met hers, and for a moment, he said nothing. Then, in his deep, gravelly voice, he replied, I fought with your team once. That's enough. Lila frowned, clearly not satisfied. That's not the same as being part of the team. We're stronger together, you know. Draker gave no response. He turned to leave when the adventure registry doors swung open, and a man entered. He was tall, with an air of confidence and authority. His piercing gaze scanned the room before landing on Lila. Lila, it's late. I thought you'd be home by now, the man said, walking toward her. Dad? Lila exclaimed, rushing over to hug him. Draker froze. The moment the man stepped into the adventure registry, his dragon instincts flared. A strange sensation washed over him, a mix of unease and curiosity. It was as though every fiber of his being was alert, sensing something unusual. But as soon as he saw him up close, the feeling disappeared, leaving only confusion behind. Who's that? Draker asked, his voice quieter than usual. Lila turned back to him, smiling. This is my dad, Zora. He's amazing, isn't he? Zora nodded at Draker, his sharp eyes studying him for a brief moment. And you must be Draker, the dragon kind. I've heard about you. Draker's instincts remained silent now, but he couldn't shake the strange feeling from earlier. He was curious about Zora, though he couldn't explain why. Later, after Zora had left and the adventure registry was settling down for the night, Lila approached Draker again. So, about my offer, she began, grinning. Are you going to join us for real? Draker looked at her, his golden eyes thoughtful. He wasn't the type to make decisions lightly, but something about Zora intrigued him. He wanted to understand what his instincts had tried to warn him about. Finally, he nodded. I'll join your team. Lila's face lit up with excitement. Seriously? That's great. Welcome to the Rising Heroes, officially. Draker didn't smile, but there was a small flicker of warmth in his gaze. For the first time, he felt like he was taking a step toward something more, toward answers, companionship, and perhaps even a sense of belonging. Chapter 20. Quest to another town. It was a bright, pleasant morning when Lila sifted through the quests pinned on the adventure registry board. Her fingers traced over the board as she scanned the various requests, her brows up in concentration. Eventually, her eyes landed on a simple quest: delivering goods to another town. At first glance, it seemed mundane, but the idea of traveling beyond their usual bounds piqued her curiosity. She liked the thought of venturing somewhere new, seeing different sights, and taking in fresh experiences. With a small nod to herself, she decided to discuss it with her team. Gathering everyone at their usual table, she placed the quest sheet in the center and tapped it with her finger. So, I was thinking we could take this one, she said, watching their reactions. If you're okay with it, I don't mind, Sarah said softly, her voice calm and composed as always. She rarely argued over quests, trusting Lila's judgment. Adrian, always easygoing, shrugged with a casual grin. I'm fine with it too. It'll be good to stretch our legs a bit. Doran leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed as he smirked. If everyone's in, then so am I. No complaints here. Draker, unsurprisingly, gave the shortest response. Let's do it, he said simply, nodding. With unanimous agreement, Lila grabbed the parchment and officially accepted the quest. However, before setting off on preparations, she rushed home to inform her father. Another town? Zora asked, his expression immediately clouding with concern. He sat down on the wooden chair, his hands tightening as he processed her words. Lila, that's dangerous. You don't know what's out there. Let me come with you. Lila folded her arms, standing her ground as she looked him in the eye. Dad, I'm in Seeker now. I won't be alone. I have my team. You've got to trust me on this. Zora sighed heavily, his protective instincts at war with his daughter's growing independence. He rubbed his forehead, knowing she wouldn't back down. After a long pause, he finally relented, though not without hesitation. Fine, he said at last. But promise me you'll be careful, and I won't follow you. I promise. Satisfied, Lila's face softened. She stepped forward and hugged him. Thank you, Dad. I'll be back soon, as Lila left too. Prepare with her team. Zora sat in silence for a moment, his fingers drumming anxiously on the table. Though he had promised not to follow, he couldn't help but think of ways to ensure her safety from afar. By mid-morning, the team had gathered their supplies, food, weapons, and all the essentials for travel. The neighboring town was about a day and a half away on foot. They set off in high spirits, their boots crunching against the dirt path as they moved steadily through the forested route. The trees stretched tall around them, their thick branches providing pockets of shade from the midday sunbirds chirped overhead, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making the journey feel peaceful. As evening approached and the sun dipped lower in the sky, they decided to set up camp for the night. While Adrian, Sarah, and Lila prepared dinner, Adrian took the lead with practiced confidence. He twirled a knife between his fingers before expertly slicing through vegetables. "Cooking's an art," he remarked with a smirk, "and I've learned from the best chefs." "Right," Doran yawned, unimpressed. "Just don't burn anything." As they ate, laughter and warmth filled the campsite. The food was simple but hearty, the kind that tasted better after a long day of travel. However, Lila's cheerful mood was soon interrupted when a strange sensation prickled at the back of her mind. She felt something, someone, watching them from nearby. Her instincts tingled, and she turned toward the bushes, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Adrian," she whispered, leaning closer. "Something's there." Adrian looked up from his food, scanning the area lazily. He didn't seem particularly concerned. "I don't feel anything," he said with a shrug. Still unconvinced, Lila nudged Drakkar, whose senses were always sharp. "Do you sense it?" Drakkar didn't respond with words. Instead, he stood immediately, grabbing his axe in one swift motion. His expression darkened as he moved with silent precision. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the bushes, swinging his weapon with practiced force. The impact sent leaves scattering, but instead of an enemy, something small and glowing darted out, floating into the air. "Stop!" Lila shouted, holding out a hand. She had caught a glimpse of it. This wasn't a threat. Hovering before them was a tiny, bubble-like creature. Its silky fur shimmered in pastel hues, shifting colors in response to its emotions. Its large, round eyes darted about, filled with curiosity and a hint of nervousness. Lila cautiously approached, her voice soft and reassuring. "It's okay. We won't hurt you." The creature hesitated but didn't flee. It hovered uncertainly before allowing Lila to gently scoop it into her hands. Its soft, plush body gave off a faint warmth as it gazed at her, then glanced toward the remaining food. Realizing it was hungry, Lila smiled and invited the creature to eat with them. It wasted no time, eagerly munching away at the scraps left on the plates. Adrian chuckled, watching in amusement. "Well, that's a first. It's kind of cute." Lila tilted her head thoughtfully. "I think we should keep it." Sarah's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, it's adorable." Adrian nodded in agreement, while Doran let out a dramatic sigh. "Fine, but I'm not cleaning up after it." All eyes turned to Drakkar, who simply exhaled sharply. "I don't care. Do what you want." With that, Lila declared the creature an official member of their team. As they continued their meal, Sarah suddenly perked up. "It needs a name, don't you think?" Lila nodded. "You thought of it first, so you should name her." Blushing slightly, Sarah took a moment to think before speaking. "Let's call her Fizzle." The tiny creature, still munching on food, paused and looked up. To everyone's shock, it spoke in a tiny, cheerful voice. "Not bad. I like the name Fizzle. You can call me that." The entire team froze in disbelief. Lila blinked. Did it just talk?" Fizzle floated up slightly, her tone smug. "Of course, I talk. Don't doubt me." For a long moment, the team simply stared at her in stunned silence. Then, as the reality of the situation sank in, laughter rippled through the camp. Despite the surprise, it was clear, Fizzle had already made herself a unique addition to the team. And with her around, their journey was sure to become even more interesting. Chapter 21. Troublesome Thief. The journey had taken an unexpected turn when the group encountered Fizzle, a small, bubble-like creature with silky fur that shimmered in soft pastel hues, shifting colors to match her emotions. With her large, expressive eyes and mischievous personality, she had quickly become an adorable yet sassy addition to the team. What made her even more intriguing was her ability to talk, The moment she casually spoke after being named, the entire group had been left in shock. Fizzle, however, seemed unfazed by their astonishment, acting as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Since then, she had made herself comfortably within the group. She sat on Drocker's wing for rest of the journey. Despite her small size, Fizzle had a big personality. She was playful, full of attitude, and had no problem speaking her mind, often with a smug tone. She had already declared herself an invaluable member of the team, though, in truth, no one really knew what she was capable of yet. Still, Lila and the others had quickly grown fond of her, and their journey to another town had become much livelier with Fizzle's presence. By the time the group reached the town, it was late morning. The town was much larger than the one they had come from, with bustling streets filled with merchants, adventurers, and townsfolk going about their day. The air smelled of fresh bread from bakeries and sizzling meats from food stalls. Despite the lively atmosphere, the team stayed focused. At the town gates, the guards checked their seeker IDs before allowing them entry. After asking for directions, they made their way through the cobblestone streets to the adventure registry where they had to deliver the goods. Upon arriving at the adventure registry, a large, well-built structure with a grand entrance, they walked up to the receptionist's desk. "Welcome to the Adventurer's Adventure Registry," the receptionist greeted them with a polite smile. "How can I help you?" Lila stepped forward. "We're here to deliver a package on behalf of the Merchant's Adventure Registry from our town." The receptionist nodded and signaled a staff member to check the goods. The team unloaded the packages, and the staff began verifying them one by one. However, as they neared the end of the list, the staff member frowned and counted again. There's a problem," he said hesitantly. "One of the packages is missing." Lila's eyes widened. "Missing?" She quickly turned to Fizzle, narrowing her eyes. "You didn't eat it, did you?" Fizzle, who was resting lazily on Drocker's wing, let out an offended huff. "That is just impossible. I don't eat things that aren't tasty. You really underestimate me." Lila sighed, rubbing her temples. All right. The group huddled together, trying to figure out what could have happened. "Maybe we left it behind when we set up camp," Adrian suggested. Doran scratched his chin. "But we double-checked everything before leaving. I don't think we would have missed it." Sarah remained quiet, analyzing the situation in her mind. Meanwhile, Fizzle continued lounging on Drocker's wing, acting as if the entire matter had nothing to do with her. Their discussion was interrupted when the receptionist approached. "Is something wrong?" Lila hesitated before answering. We might have accidentally left one of the packages somewhere." The receptionist nodded. "That is possible, but there's also another possibility." Everyone looked at her curiously. "What do you mean?" Doran asked. "For the past few months, we've had incidents where goods and packages from adventurers coming from other towns have gone missing. We suspect that there's a thief targeting deliveries." The entire group was shocked. "A thief?" Adrian repeated. "Yes. We've posted a quest to catch the thief, and there's even a reward for anyone who can provide information, but unfortunately, no one has been able to identify them yet," the receptionist explained. She then looked at Lila sympathetically. "You don't have to worry about the lost package. I can still give you the payment for the rest of the delivery." But Lila immediately shook her head. "No, if we haven't delivered everything we were supposed to, then we don't deserve the money." The receptionist tried to reassure her. "It's okay, really. It was just one package. I don't want it," Lila said firmly. Doran and Adrian backed her up. "Yeah, we don't want the money either," Doran said, while Adrian nodded in agreement. Sarah remained silent, but her eyes showed that she was on the same page. Drocker, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke in a deep, serious tone. "So we just have to catch this thief, get our package back, and then we take the reward. That's fine by all of you, right?" For a moment, there was complete silence. Then Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Drocker, that's a brilliant idea. Hey, guys, what do you think? Should we catch the thief?" The receptionist hesitated. "It won't be easy." But the team had already started discussing their strategy, ignoring her warning. The receptionist sighed, but deep down, she was happy. It was rare to see young adventurers who had true spirit rather than being solely focused on money. Seeing their determination, she decided to support them. "Well, since you're taking on this challenge, The least I can do is offer you a place to stay, she said. You can stay at the Adventure Registry's Inn for free, Lila and the team tried to refuse, but the receptionist insisted. Eventually, they accepted her offer. Since it was still evening, the group decided to explore the town. As they wandered through the streets, they kept their senses sharp, observing everything carefully. They analyzed the layout of the town, noting possible escape routes and areas where a thief might hide. We need to think like the thief, Adrian said as they walked through the marketplace. If I were stealing goods, I'd probably target places where adventurers are most distracted. The inn areas, Doran added. That's when most adventurers drop their guard. Sarah nodded. Also, if the thief is after deliveries, then they might be watching the adventure registry closely. Lila grinned. This is getting exciting. Fizzle floated beside her, smirking. Exciting? Huh. Just don't mess it up. Drocker remained silent, as usual, observing his surroundings. Despite his quiet nature, he was always the most aware of dangers lurking nearby. As the sun set, the town's lamps began to glow, casting a warm light on the streets. The team knew that the real challenge had just begun. Tomorrow, they would start their hunt for the mystery troublesome thief. Chapter 22. No clue the team had set their minds on finding the thief, but the task was proving to be far more difficult than they had anticipated. The thefts had been going on for months, and yet, no one in the adventure registry had been able to find a single clue. The fact that the thief had continued to operate without leaving a trace was both impressive and frustrating. Lila had taken this mission very seriously, determined to solve the mystery. Alongside her was Adrian, equally passionate about the challenge. The two of them naturally took command, bouncing ideas off each other and coming up with strategies. Sarah, as usual, was the quiet thinker of the group. She listened carefully to Lila and Adrian's discussions, making notes whenever necessary. Time and time again, Lila and Adrian would revisit and refine their plans, ensuring that every possible angle was considered. Doran, knowing that his strengths didn't lie in strategy or thief catching, took on a different role. He went around the town, speaking to shopkeepers and vendors, trying to gather any useful information. He was friendly and knew how to get people talking, but despite his efforts, he wasn't able to uncover anything significant. Drocker, as expected, remained silent and distant. He didn't actively participate in the discussions, nor did he go around questioning people. Instead, he spent most of his time sitting quietly in the adventure registry hall, seemingly doing nothing. Fizzle, naturally, did nothing as well, except order food and eat all day. You're seriously going to keep eating like that? Lila asked at one point, watching as Fizzle munched on a large plate of fruit. Fizzle didn't even bother to look up. What else am I supposed to do? Chase after some ghost thief? No thanks. Lila sighed but decided not to waste energy arguing. After exhausting their options within the town, Lila, Adrian, Sarah, and Doran decided to explore the more hidden and dangerous areas. They ventured into the shadier parts of town, sneaking around and keeping a close watch for anything suspicious. But despite all their efforts, they found nothing. Undeterred, they decided to expand their search beyond the town. The team made their way to the outskirts, searching the nearby forest for any potential clues. The trees loomed overhead, their thick branches blocking out much of the sunlight. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen leaves and tangled roots, making every step cautious. They remained on high alert, scanning for any sign of the thief. However, instead of finding their target, they stumbled upon a pair of wild bears. The massive creatures growled loudly, their heavy paws crushing the undergrowth as they moved closer. Their sharp claws gleamed, and their dark eyes were filled with hostility. The fight began immediately. Lila reacted first, drawing her sword and stepping forward with determination. She slashed at one of the bears, her strike landing on its thick hide, but the beast barely flinched before swiping back with its massive paw. Lila ducked just in time, feeling the wind from the powerful swing rush past her. Adrian moved swiftly, his sword flashing as he struck at the second bear's flank. He dodged its attacks with quick footwork, weaving between its swipes and countering with precise slashes. The bear roared in frustration, trying to land a hit, but Adrian was always a step ahead. Sarah stood back, raising her staff as she channeled her arcane force. Vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around one of the bear's legs and holding it in place. She summoned a gust of wind, pushing it off balance before launching a burst of sharp leaves that cut through its thick fur. The bear snarled, struggling against her arcane force, but Sarah kept her focus, keeping it restrained long enough for the others to attack. Meanwhile, Doran faced the other bear head-on, gripping his enchanted hammer, Molten Heart. The weapon pulsed with fiery energy as he swung it in a powerful arc, slamming it into the ground. The impact sent a shockwave through the earth, making the bear stumble. As it regained its footing and charge, Doran met it with another crushing blow, forcing it back with sheer strength. The battle continued for several exhausting minutes. Through their combined efforts, Lila's quick strikes, Adrian's agility, Sarah's arcane force, and Doran's overwhelming power, they finally managed to bring the bears down. The creatures collapsed, defeated, their heavy bodies still against the forest floor. The team stood catching their breath, their bodies aching from the fight. Though they had won, the encounter had drained them, adding to their exhaustion. And yet, their mission was still far from over. After catching their breath, they moved on to an abandoned building on the outskirts of town. It seemed like a possible hiding place for a thief, but after thoroughly searching the area, they came up empty-handed once again. Disappointment settled over the group as they made their way back to the adventure registry. The sun was beginning to set, and they had nothing to show for their efforts. As they entered the adventure registry hall, another group of adventurers was at the reception desk, submitting their goods. However, it quickly became apparent that they, too, had missing items. "The situation keeps getting worse," Adrian muttered. Fizzle, still perched on Drocker's wing, smirked and looked at Lila. "See? I was with Drocker all day long, so I couldn't have eaten any goods. Guess I'm innocent after all." Lila ignored Fizzle's teasing, her mind too occupied with the problem at hand. She fell deep into thought, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. She had done everything she could think of, questioned people, searched various locations, even fought wild animals in hopes of finding some kind of clue. Yet, they were still nowhere closer to solving the mystery. What was she missing? Just as she was about to lose herself in frustration, Drocker suddenly stood up. His deep, serious voice cut through the room. "I have found the thief." A wave of shock washed over the group. Lila's eyes widened. "What?" Adrian, Sarah, and Doran turned to face him, equally stunned. Even Fizzle, for once, seemed momentarily speechless. The entire adventure registry hall fell silent as everyone processed his words. Drocker had barely moved from his spot all day, yet he was now claiming that he knew the identity of the thief. Lila could feel her heart pounding. If Drocker was right, then this chase was finally coming to an end. Chapter 23. Mystery solved. The adventure registry hall fell silent as Drocker's deep voice echoed through the room. "I have found the thief." Everyone turned toward him in shock. Lila, Adrian, Sarah, and Doran stared at him, waiting for him to say more. But instead of revealing the name, Drocker simply crossed his arms and remained quiet. Lila, unable to hold back her excitement, leaned forward. "Well, who is it?" Drocker looked at her calmly and said, "I do know who the culprit is, but for now, I won't say who it is." The entire room erupted in confusion. Lila's excitement turned into frustration. "What? Why won't you tell us?" Drocker's expression remained unreadable. Lack of proof, and with that, he turned around and left the adventure registry. The other adventurers in the adventure registry scoffed. "He's bluffing," one of them muttered. "If he really knew, he would have said it." But Lila wasn't convinced. She believed in Drocker. Fizzle, who had been lazily resting on Drocker's wing earlier, smirked as she turned to Lila. "You really are a fool," she said in her usual sassy tone. "You're not blind, you can see, but you can't see where you don't look." Lila blinked. "Huh? What does that even mean?" Fizzle's smirk grew wider. "That's up to you to figure out." Lila huffed, feeling even more frustrated. Meanwhile, Adrian had been deep in thought. He was trying to figure out how Drocker had identified the thief without leaving the adventure registry. Not to mention, another theft had occurred today. After thinking for a while, something clicked in his mind. He snapped his fingers, a smile appearing on his face. "I think I got it," he said. He leaned in and whispered something to Fizzle. Fizzle grinned and nodded. "Adrian, you are smart indeed." Lila, now even more annoyed, turned to Adrian. Wait, What did you figure out? Tell me. Adrian shook his head. Sorry, Lila, but I can't tell you yet. What? Lila groaned, throwing her hands up. Sarah stepped in, placing a hand on Lila's shoulder. Calm down, Lila. I'm sure we'll find out soon. Doran, on the other hand, was completely unbothered by the whole situation. He leaned back in his chair and muttered, "This whole spy-like thinking isn't for me." With nothing else to do for the day, the group decided to leave the adventure registry and rest for the night. The next morning, the rising team returned to the adventure registry, ready to continue their investigation. As soon as they entered, they overheard a conversation at the reception desk. Another group of adventurers had come to deliver their goods, only to discover that some items were missing once again. Lila clenched her fists in frustration. What? Again? She turned to Drakkar. Now can you please tell us who the thief is? Drakkar nodded. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed at someone in the adventure registry. Everyone turned in the direction he was pointing. The room fell into stunned silence. The person Drakkar was pointing at wasn't some shady figure lurking in the shadows. It was one of the adventure registry workers. The worker's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? You're accusing me without any proof. You dragonkind are just framing me. Because you couldn't find the real culprit, Drakkar remained calm. He raised his hand and activated one of his detection skills. A faint glow filled the room, and suddenly, the worker's right hand turned red. Gasps filled the adventure registry hall. Drakkar's voice was steady as he explained, "This group's goods were under my detection spell. Anyone who touched them would have their hand turn red. Other than the owners of the goods and the receptionist who checked them, you are the only one whose hand is glowing." His piercing gaze locked onto the worker, "And you had no business touching the goods." The worker began to panic. He took a step back, his face pale. This is a trick. You're lying. You're trying to frame me," before he could try to run. Lila swiftly stepped forward and kicked him in the legs, making him stumble and fall to the ground. The other adventurers in the adventure registry surrounded him, their eyes filled with anger. Some of them had also lost items to this thief. The worker looked around, realizing he had no way out. His shoulders slumped, and he lowered his head. I confess," he muttered. "I stole the goods." The adventure registry members let out a mix of relief and anger, but the matter was settled. With the case solved, the rising team finally accepted their reward. As they prepared to leave the town and return home, Lila stretched her arms and sighed. "Well, that was an adventure." Adrian chuckled. "Took us longer than expected, but we got there in the end." Sarah nodded. "It was a good experience." Doran yawned. "Let's just hope the next job doesn't involve playing detective." Drakkar, as usual, said nothing, but Fizzle smirked and looked at Lila. "You still don't get what I meant yesterday, do you?" Lila groaned. Just tell me already," Fizzle laughed. "Nope. Figure it out yourself." And with that, the rising team set off to return back, ready for whatever adventure awaited them next. Chapter 24. First dungeon. After coming back from the quest in another town, the group had taken many other quests, and finally, they were rewarded for their work. The team had ranked up. Drakkar was now an A rank seeker. Lila, Adrian, and Doran were now B rank, while Sarah was C rank. Because of this, their team ranking had increased, and they were now able to take on B rank quests. This included some low to average danger dungeons. Everyone was excited, especially Lila and Adrian, who were practically jumping with joy. "This is amazing." Lila cheered. "We can finally take on dungeons." Adrian nodded eagerly. "I've always wanted to explore a dungeon. This is going to be so much fun." Sarah, however, looked a little worried. "Dungeons are dangerous, right? What if we're not ready?" Doran shrugged as he cleaned his hammer. "That's why we're going for an average level 1 first. We need to test our strength before taking on anything bigger." Drakkar remained quiet, simply sipping his coffee while Fizzle sat on his wings, munching on cookies. After discussing it for a while, they decided to take on a dungeon. The rules for dungeons were simple. Adventurers were rewarded for defeating the monsters inside. Additional rewards were given for bringing back treasures, depending on their value. There were even bigger rewards for defeating a dungeon commander, and an even greater bonus for taking down the dungeon master. Multiple teams could take on the same dungeon either together or separately. We should choose our dungeon wisely, Drakkar finally spoke. We don't want to get in over our heads. Then Lila excitedly searched the quest board and found a dungeon quest. Here it is, she said, pointing to a parchment. The dungeon was called the Dungeon of the Black Wolf, known as Caracanis. It was said to have 3 commanders and was mostly filled with horned wolves, blue bears, leaf snakes, and sting bees, along with a few other monsters. Many of the other adventurers have chosen this dungeon as their first dungeon take-on. This one sounds perfect. Adrian grinned. Sarah bit her lip. Are you sure? It has 3 commanders. That sounds tough. We won't engage with all of them, Drakkar said. Our goal is to defeat monsters and gather treasure. If necessary, we will fight one commander. But we will avoid the dungeon master. As our first dungeon, we should not get ahead ourselves and rather first know how strong we are individually as well as a team, to get a clear vision of our strengths as well as our weakness so we can grow much more. After thinking it over, everyone agreed. Lila clapped her hands together. All right, tomorrow morning, we'll gather supplies, items, and everything we need. We leave in the afternoon and reach the dungeon by night. We'll camp nearby and enter the dungeon in the morning. Doran nodded. Sounds like a plan. Adrian stretched his arms. I can't wait. That night, Lila spoke with her father, Zora. During their conversation, she told him, Papa, I am going to take on a dungeon. Zora was shocked and immediately became worried. What? Are you sure? Are you ready? A dungeon is no joke, should I come with you? Please don't go. It can be very dangerous. What will I do if something happens to you? He kept speaking in a panic until Lila held his hand. She looked into his eyes and said, Don't worry, Papa. I will be fine. Don't you believe in your daughter? Zora hesitated but then sighed. But, he stopped for a moment before continuing. Lila, you matter to me the most in this world. Please don't do anything reckless. Promise me you will return safely. Lila smiled and hugged him. Promise. Despite his worries, Zora knew he shouldn't stop Lila. He had to let her grow. With a heavy heart, he accepted her decision to take on her first dungeon. He knew he should not interrupt her during her quest, but helping her indirectly was always on his mind. He also did not want to expose his true strength to others as it will only cause unwanted commotion, as well as it will affect Lila's life, which he does not want at all. Seeing her all excited and happy only made him happy and proud, but his worried would not let him breathe easily. As much as he wanted to go with Lila to the dungeon, he knew he couldn't and that he shouldn't. He didn't want to make Lila upset. His heart was once again stuck in between a storm, as he was left with no choice. That night Lila was super excited, jumping here and there. This indeed a huge moment for her, one more step to what she wants to be, a legendary seeker. Adrian was also very excited and just couldn't for sun to rise. Sarah was scared inside and was wishing everything will go fine. Doran sharpening the weapons for the team and cleaning them as well, very confident going in a dungeon. Drakkar sitting on a cliff edge looking at the moon, as he thinks that he growing stronger and just have to keep getting as strong as possible. Fizzle was with Zora telling him not to worry about Lila and the rest, and that they are strong people, strong enough to take on these easy peasy dungeon, laughing and grinning, as Zora could only listen to her. Chapter 25. Entering the dungeon morning arrived, and the sun's warm glow was all over the town as Lila woke up brimming with excitement. Today was the day. Her first dungeon. She wasted no time and immediately got to work, listing everything they might need for their expedition. Potions, food, torches, rope, weapons, extra clothes. She made sure to account for every possibility. After organizing the list, she allocated the team's budget, ensuring they wouldn't overspend but also wouldn't miss anything essential. Satisfied with her plan, she headed out to meet the others at the Adventure Registry. As she walked into the bustling Adventure Registry Hall, she saw her team already gathered at their usual table. Drakkar sat with his arms crossed, his piercing gaze scanning the Adventure Registry. Adrian and Doran were deep in conversation, while Sarah was flipping through a book, probably reading about dungeons again. Lila clapped her hands together. All right, listen up, everyone. I've planned out what we need and how we'll spend our budget. She laid out her notes on the table, explaining everything in detail. Little by little, everyone gave their input. Adrian suggested adding extra antidotes in case they encountered venomous monsters. Doran recommended reinforced ropes, just in case the terrain inside was difficult. Sarah proposed buying some fire-based items, as they could be useful against certain creatures. After an hour of discussion, the plan was finalized. All that remained was buying the necessary supplies and preparing for departure. Just as they were about to head out, the doors of the adventure registry swung open, and in walked Zora, carrying a large tray filled with breakfast. "I figured you all would be too busy planning to eat," he said with a chuckle, setting the food down. Everyone happily dug in, and the conversation continued as they ate. Adrian, as usual, couldn't stay on one topic for long. "Hey, have you guys heard about the different types of dungeons?" he asked, his eyes shining with curiosity. Lila sighed. "Adrian, can we focus on our dungeon first?" "But it's interesting," Adrian insisted. "There are elemental dungeons, cursed dungeons, labyrinths, and even legendary dungeons." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Legendary dungeons?" "Yeah. And the one of the most famous one is the uncrowned dungeon?" Adrian's enthusiasm skyrocketed. At that moment, Zora, who had been calmly sipping his tea, suddenly choked and spit it out in shock. Adrian didn't notice and continued excitedly. "The uncrowned dungeon is said to be the most dangerous dungeon in history. It has never been conquered, and its master is none other than Zorthius, the uncrowned king of dungeons." Zora stiffened, quickly hiding his face behind his cup. He could feel his heart pounding. Lila tilted her head. "You're really obsessed with this dungeon, aren't you?" Adrian nodded rapidly. "Of course. He's an absolute legend. Even my grandfather's team once faced Zorthius, but they were completely overwhelmed. I bet Zorthius doesn't even remember that battle." Without thinking, Zora muttered, "No, he hasn't forgotten." Silence. Adrian squinted at him. "And how do you know that?" Zora's mind raced. He had just made a mistake. He quickly tried to cover it up. Well, people say that Zorthius remembers every battle he's fought. That's why he's so strong." Adrian, being the easygoing person he was, simply nodded in excitement. "That makes so much sense. You know a lot, Zora. What else have you heard?" Zora waved his hands. "Come on now, calm down. Weren't you guys discussing your dungeon quest?" That seemed to distract Adrian enough, and Zora let out a mental sigh of relief. "I need to be more careful," he thought to himself. With breakfast done, the group left the adventure registry and set out to buy their supplies. By the time afternoon arrived, they were ready to depart. Standing by the town gates, Lila turned to Zora. "We'll be back soon, Papa." Zora smiled warmly. "Take care, all of you. Stay safe." The team waved goodbye and began their journey toward the dungeon of the Black Wolf. Their destination lay deep within a dense forest. A small camp had been set up near the dungeon by the adventure registry, serving as a rest stop and medical station for adventurers. Reaching it before midnight was crucial, not only to rest but also to avoid getting lost. The camp kept its lights dim to avoid attracting monsters, so if they missed their deadline, navigating through the dark forest would be dangerous. After several hours of walking, they arrived at the edge of the forest, where an adventure registry checkpoint was stationed. There, they received maps, additional instructions, and safety guidelines in case they got lost. They also had to sign some paperwork, which Lila found particularly annoying. Why is there so much paperwork?" she groaned, rubbing her temples. Adrian chuckled. "It's for our own safety, as well as the forest's. Can't have adventurers running in blindly and causing chaos." As they walked deeper into the forest, Adrian began explaining more about the creatures they would likely face in the dungeon. "First, there are horned wolves. They travel in packs and are fast. Then there are blue bears, strong but slow. Leaf snakes, they blend in with the surroundings, so we have to watch our step. And finally, sting bees, they attack in swarms, so fire arcane force will be useful against them." The journey went smoothly, and before nightfall, they arrived at the camp near the dungeon. The team quickly set up their tents, had a simple dinner, and got some rest for the big day ahead. Morning came, and the anticipation was at its peak. Everyone geared up, making sure their weapons and supplies were ready. The cool morning air was filled with excitement and nervousness. Finally, they stood before the dungeon's entrance, a massive stone archway covered in ancient carvings, leading Eno a dark abyss. The ground seemed to hum with hidden energy. Lila took a deep breath, raised her fist, and shouted, "All right, Everyone, let's go. With that, the team stepped forward, entering the dungeon for their first true adventure. Chapter 26. Something isn't right. The group was excited as they stepped into their first real dungeon. The walls were made of damp stone, covered in strange moss that faintly glowed in the dark. The air was thick and cool, carrying an odd scent that none of them could quite place. Adrian and Lila could barely contain their excitement, rushing forward to take in their surroundings. This is amazing. Lila grinned, running her hand along the dungeon walls. I've read about dungeons before, but actually being inside one is something else. Adrian nodded eagerly. I know, right? The way dungeons form, the way monsters appear, it's all so fascinating. Sarah smiled softly, enjoying the enthusiasm of her friends. She wasn't as interested in the dungeon itself, but she was happy to experience this moment with everyone. Doran, on the other hand, looked bored. He leaned against a rock, picking his nose with a sigh. I don't care about walls or whatever. When do we fight? This is a dungeon, right? Where are the monsters? Drakkar, the most alert among them, walked with a steady pace, his sharp eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. His dragon wings twitched slightly as he adjusted his stance. On his back, Fizzle sat comfortably, lazily nibbling on a cookie. Despite the excitement, something felt off. A strange smell filled the dungeon. It wasn't strong at first, but as they went deeper, it became harder to ignore. It clung to the air, thick and almost suffocating. After walking for what felt like an unusually long time, Drakkar's expression grew tense. He glanced at Adrian, noticing the same serious look on his face. Adrian, usually the one to fill the silence with random dungeon facts, was uncharacteristically quiet. Lila frowned. Adrian, why are you so serious all of a sudden? You were bouncing around just a while ago. Adrian furrowed his brows. I don't get it. Lila tilted her head. Don't get what? Adrian shook his head slightly, his mind racing. We've been walking for a while, but we haven't encountered a single monster. That's not normal. Even in low-level dungeons, there should at least be weak creatures, but this place is empty. Drakkar crossed his arms. Not only that, but the smell in the air, something about it feels wrong. Lila hesitated. Now that she thought about it, the silence of the dungeon was unsettling. Usually, even if there weren't any monsters attacking, there would be distant sounds, growls, movements, something. But here, there was nothing. Maybe the monsters are just hiding, Lila suggested. Or maybe they're scared of us. Adrian shook his head. That's not how dungeons work. Monsters are bound to the dungeon. They don't just run away, and even if they're scared, the question is, what are they scared of? Lila bit her lip. Maybe they're recovering. They do regenerate, right? Adrian nodded. Yes, as long as the dungeon core exists, monsters will keep coming back. But if the core were destroyed, this whole place would collapse. We'd be thrown out, and the dungeon would cease to exist. But that's not happening. Drakkar's voice was calm but firm. We should leave. This isn't normal, and we don't have enough information to risk going further. Reporting this to the Adventure Registry is the smartest choice. Lila didn't want to back down so easily, but she trusted her team. If Adrian and Drakkar were this concerned, then something was definitely wrong. All right, she sighed. Let's head back. Just as they turned to leave, the ground beneath them trembled. A low rumbling filled the air. Before anyone could react, cracks spread beneath their feet. Move! Drakkar shouted, but it was too late. The floor gave way. The group fell downward as chunks of stone and debris fell with them. Sarah reacted fast, summoning massive flowers from the ground below. Their soft petals cushioned their fall. Drakkar flapped his wings, landing smoothly as he grabbed Fizzle to keep him from rolling off. The others hit the flowers gently, bouncing slightly before landing on solid ground. For a moment, everything was still. Drakkar was the first to look up. His eyes widened in shock. No way, the ceiling above them was completely intact. There was no hole, no sign that they had just fallen through. It was as if the ground had never collapsed. Lila stared in disbelief. What just happened? Adrian slowly got to his feet, his face grim. The smell from earlier had become unbearable, thick and suffocating. Lila coughed, waving a hand in front of her nose. What is this smell? It's even worse down here. Adrian's voice was low and serious. It's the smell of blood. Sarah's face turned pale. Before she could stop herself, she bent over and vomited. Lila quickly moved to her side, rubbing her back, but her own stomach twisted in discomfort. Drocker's eyes scanned their surroundings. The space they had fallen into was darker than the rest of the dungeon. The walls were damp and stained. Something felt deeply wrong. Then, in the silence, they heard it. Soft, whisper-like noises. Then, movement. From the shadows, dozens of glowing eyes flickered to life. They were surrounded. Chapter 27. The grand party. The shadows moved, and the glowing eyes began to take shape. Slowly, the monsters stepped into the dim light. At first glance, they looked like the usual creatures that lived in the dungeon: horned wolves, blue bears, leaf serpents, and sting bees. But something was different. A strange aura surrounded them, something unnatural. Their eyes were dull, yet filled with a weird energy. Their movements weren't normal either, stiff, yet unpredictable, as if something was controlling them. The group didn't waste time. Even though they were surrounded, they didn't panic. Everyone took a defensive stance, preparing for battle. Drocker's voice was firm and clear. Our objective isn't to defeat them. We need to find or make an opening and escape as soon as possible. Everyone responded at once. Yes. The monsters started closing in. Lila and Adrian gripped their swords tightly. Sarah held her wand with both hands, her fingers trembling slightly. Doran, unlike the others, felt excited. Fear mixed with adrenaline as he grinned, ready for a challenge. Drocker took the lead, standing at the front, his wings slightly spread in case he needed to react quickly. Fizzle, sitting on his shoulder, had no plans of fighting herself. Instead, she focused on supporting the others, watching their movements. Like a coach. Drocker said, "Lila, you focus on finding opening, while others cover her until she finds opening," to which everyone agreed. Then a horned wolf suddenly leapt toward Adrian, its sharp claws aiming straight for him. Adrian barely had time to react. He raised his sword just in time, blocking the attack, but the force was overwhelming. His arms shook under the pressure, as his face showed visible struggle. The horned wolf was much stronger than usual. Just when it seemed like Adrian would be overpowered, Drocker stepped in. With a powerful kick, he sent the wolf flying. But something was wrong. The horned wolf landed on the ground and stood up immediately, as if it had taken no damage at all. Its dull eyes stared blankly, and it let out a deep growl. Drocker clenched his fists. "They're stronger than usual. If we don't give it our all, we won't make it out of here." A sting bee suddenly shot toward Sarah. She quickly reacted, casting a spell. Root Crusher. Thick roots shot up from the ground, wrapping around the bee and pinning it in place. She let out a breath of relief, but before she could relax, a blue bear charged at her from behind. She turned, eyes widening in fear, too late to dodge. Before it could hit her, Doran stepped in. With a powerful swing, he slammed his hammer straight into the blue bear's head. The impact sent the monster crashing to the ground. Doran wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I can't keep using full strength like this forever. I need to be more careful with myself." Meanwhile, Lila was scanning the battlefield, her sharp eyes searching for an opening. She was observant, always looking for patterns in the enemy's movements. The monsters kept attacking one after another, but the group held their ground. They weren't winning, but they weren't losing either. Then, Lila's eyes widened. She saw it, a way out. "Everyone, to the left." Quickly, she shouted. Without hesitation, the group sprinted toward the opening. Just when it seemed like they had a chance to escape, the monsters suddenly changed tactics. Instead of attacking one by one, they all rushed forward at once, coming from every direction. Drocker's eyes darkened. "Not all of us will make it," he made a decision. "Go. I'll hold them off." Lila's heart pounded. "No." She turned back, refusing to leave him behind. But in that moment, a blue bear swung its massive arm at her. The punch landed straight in her stomach. Her eyes widened as pain shot through her entire body. Blood spilled from her mouth as she was thrown backward, crashing onto the ground. Everyone froze. For a second, the only sound was the growling of the monsters. Lila coughed, struggling to move. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand, even though her legs were shaking. The monsters closed in again. The group was completely surrounded. Then, in the distance, a voice. You lot, everyone, duck. Without thinking, they obeyed. A blinding flash of lightning filled the air. A loud, cracking noise followed as a massive thunderbolt struck the monsters. The shockwave sent nearly all of them crashing to the ground, motionless. The group slowly lifted their heads. 5 figures stood in the light. Adrian, still catching his breath, looked up at them. His worried face softened. Relief washed over him as he spoke. This is the grand party. Chapter 28. Fight or die. The last words from the previous chapter echoed in Adrian's mind as he took a deep breath and repeated himself, trying to reassure everyone. Everyone, this is the grand party. We're saved. Relief filled his voice, but at the same time, countless questions flooded his mind. How did they get here? Why were they in this dungeon? Was it just luck, or was something bigger at play? He was just about to introduce them to his team when one of the figures in the grand party interrupted him. Introductions can wait, the person said firmly. First, we need to get somewhere safe. Without wasting time, the 5 adventurers moved with precision and skill. The remaining monsters were no match for them. With powerful arcane force, swift sword strikes, and well-coordinated attacks, they wiped out the enemies in mere moments. The fight, which had been so difficult for the rising heroes, was over in the blink of an eye. Follow us, one of them said, leading the way. They moved swiftly through the dungeon, finding a relatively safer spot, a small cavern with walls strong enough to prevent immediate attacks. Once they had settled, one of the members of the grand party turned to Adrian with a confident grin. You seem to know us, right? Then go ahead and introduce us to the rest of your team. And make sure you tell them how strong I am. Before Adrian could respond, another one joined in. Hey. That's not fair. Me too. Tell them how I'm also very strong. Adrian could only blink in disbelief as the two of them got in silly argument like children. Before things could escalate further, a third member of the group stepped in, grabbing both of them by the shoulders and pulling them back. Enough, they said with a sigh. Let him speak. Adrian cleared his throat, then looked at his team. All right, let me properly introduce them. He took a deep breath before speaking. This is the grand party, one of the most famous and strongest adventuring teams out there. He began with their leader, Cyrus, known as the Ultimate Mage. He's a master of arcane force, skilled in nearly every type of spell. Next, he pointed to the co-leader, Junith, the resolute strategist. She's the brain of the group, always planning and thinking ahead. He moved on to the third member, Derek, the earthbound duelist. His combat skills are unmatched when it comes to fighting on the ground. Then, he introduced the fourth, Orin, the unyielding vanguard. He's their shield, their frontline defense, someone who never backs down. And finally, he pointed at the last member, Silra, the melodic sorceress. Her arcane force is unique, she casts spells through music, and her abilities are unlike anything else. After introducing them, Adrian quickly introduced himself and the rest of his team. Once that was done, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind. How did you know where we were? And how did you even get here? Junith was the one who answered. We received a case about this dungeon. Several adventurers who entered here have gone missing. That alone was suspicious, so we came to investigate. She paused for a moment before continuing. Then, we heard a strange sound, the sound of the ground cracking. We followed it, but by the time we reached the area, the cracks were already sealing themselves. That's when we heard a voice. A voice? Adrian asked, confused. Junith nodded. Yes, we don't know who it belonged to, but it led us to a hidden passage. That passage brought us to you. She frowned. But here's the strange part. As soon as we stepped out, the passage sealed itself behind us. Almost like the dungeon was resisting something. Like that passage wasn't supposed to exist. A heavy silence filled the air as everyone processed her words. Drucker finally broke the silence. Then, that voice helped us. Junith nodded. It seems that way. But we still don't know who it was or why they helped. While the others were thinking, Silra moved over to Lila, who was still recovering from her injuries. She gently placed a hand over Lila's wounds and began casting a healing spell. Soft, soothing light surrounded her, slowly closing the wounds. Drakkar, standing nearby, crossed his arms. Now what? Junith turned toward him, her expression serious. As of now, we don't have enough information, she admitted. The only thing we do know is that something is very wrong with this dungeon. The monsters we fought earlier? They shouldn't have been that strong. Something is changing them. She took a deep breath before continuing. There's only one way to find out what's going on. We need to go deeper. We have to reach the dungeon's core and destroy it. That should reset the dungeon back to normal. Drakkar narrowed his eyes. You're saying this won't be easy? Junith shook her head. No, it won't. If the monsters are already this powerful, then whatever is waiting for us deeper inside is going to be much worse. She glanced around at Adrian's team before speaking again. Normally, we would have asked you all to leave. But, she sighed. We don't know the way out either. And even if we did, we can't afford to leave you alone. The dungeon is too dangerous. Junith then looked directly at Drakkar. So you decide. You can stay up here and wait for us to destroy the core. Or, you can come with us. She let the words sink in before adding, whatever you decide, remember this. This is a fight or die situation. The weight of her words settled on everyone. They all knew what this meant. Drakkar remained calm, his expression unreadable. Give us some time to decide. Junith nodded. All right. But don't take too long. We need to move soon. As the rising heroes start to discuss about the situation carefully and making their decision wisely. Chapter 29. The commanders eye. The deeper they ventured into the dungeon, the heavier the air became. The rising heroes and the grand party pressed on, determined to find and destroy the dungeon core before their rations ran out. Every step forward brought new tension. The overwhelming smell of blood still lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. Yet, the source remained unknown. The grand party moved cautiously, surrounding the arsing heroes to shield them from any sudden attacks. Every sound, every shadow in the dimly lit dungeon walls, felt like a potential threat. After what felt like hours of walking, they finally reached an opening. Junith, ever alert, raised her hand, signaling everyone to stop. The smell of blood is stronger than before, she said in a low voice. We don't know what's beyond this opening, so be prepared for anything. Her eyes scanned the group. Even if you feel fear, don't show it. Never let your weakness be seen. Cyrus, the leader of the grand party, gave a reassuring smile. No need to worry too much, he said. I'm here. We're all here. Just don't do anything reckless. With a deep breath, they stepped forward. The sight that greeted them was enough to make their blood run cold. A massive pile of human corpses lay before them, some barely recognizable, torn apart in ways too gruesome to describe. Blood was splattered everywhere, covering the dungeon floor and walls. The stench was unbearable, suffocating even the strongest among them. Sarah staggered backward, her face pale, her legs weak. She almost collapsed, barely holding on. Even Lila, who had been through many battles, couldn't stop her hands from trembling. Junith's voice was sharp and commanding. Be alert. Don't let your guard down. We don't know how this happened or what's lurking nearby. Before the fear could fully take hold, Silra stepped forward. She closed her eyes and let out a soft melody, her arcane force flowing through the air. The song carried a strange warmth, calming the group and dulling the overwhelming stench of blood. The grand party immediately moved into formation. Cyrus, Derek, and Orin took the front, standing strong like an unbreakable wall. Junith and Silra positioned themselves behind, ready to guard the rising heroes and provide support if needed. Even with their careful preparation, countless questions filled their minds. What had happened here? Who was responsible for this massacre? And most importantly, what awaited them ahead? The only way to find out was to move forward. As they stepped closer to the pile of corpses, the silence shattered. 3. Attacks came from different directions, swift, deadly, and perfectly timed. Cyrus, Derek, and Orin reacted instantly, countering each attack with expert precision. The sound of clashing weapons and crackling energy echoed through the chamber. And then, out of the shadows, 3 figures emerged. Their presence was suffocating. Their auras felt unnatural, twisted, and filled with madness. Their eyes burned with a sickening bloodlust. They were the dungeon's commanders. Before anyone could react further, a sudden force surged through the room. Everything went black. The moment their eyes opened, they realized the worst had happened. They had been teleported, and worse, they were separated. Each group found themselves in different sections of the dungeon, cut off from one another. In front of them stood one of the three commanders, and there was no mistaking what would come next. Sarah, Doran, Silra, and Orin versus Rinks, the third commander. The first thing they saw was a towering figure. A massive, red-furred bear standing on two legs. His fur was stained with blood, his muscles bulging with terrifying strength. His claws, long and sharp, glistened under the dim dungeon light, still dripping with the blood of past victims. His teeth, razor sharp and deadly, curled into a snarl. Rinks, the third commander of Carcanis. Sarah swallowed hard. Her grip tightened around her weapon. Doran stepped forward, but even he felt the pressure of the beast before them. Silra steadied herself, her fingers already tracing the air, preparing her arcane force. Orin raised his shield. Stay close, he warned. This won't be an easy fight. Rinks let out a deep, rumbling growl. Then, he charged. Junith, Derek, Lila, and Fizzle versus Ivel, the second commander. The second group found themselves facing something equally terrifying. A humanoid serpent. Ivel, the second commander of Carcanis, stood before them, tall, elegant, yet undeniably deadly. Her shimmering scales glowed in shades of green, brown, and purple, reflecting the dim light with an eerie beauty. Her eyes were hypnotic, drawing in anyone who dared to look too long. She held an orb in one hand, crackling with energy. Lila instinctively gripped her weapon, her breath uneven. Fizzle muttered under his breath, his hands already moving as he prepared a spell. Derek clenched his fists, ready for battle. Junith, however, remained calm. She studied Ivel, calculating, strategizing. Ivel simply smiled, and then, with a flick of her wrist, the orb pulsed with power. The battle began. Drakkar, Cyrus, and Adrian versus Ifan, the first commander. The last group faced a figure who exuded an overwhelming presence. Ifan, the first commander of Carcanis. A deer-like humanoid. But unlike any ordinary deer, his entire being radiated raw, terrifying strength. His rough, battle-worn body was covered in scars from countless battles. His antlers, massive and unbreakable, looked sharp enough to pierce through steel. His eyes, they were different. Focused. Piercing. Unwavering. He wasn't just a mindless beast. He was a predator. And they were his prey. Cyrus narrowed his eyes, his arcane force already beginning to swirl around him. Drakkar gripped his axe tightly. He had never faced something like this before, but there was no choice but to fight. Adrian clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. There was no room for fear. Ifan took a step forward, and the battle began. The fight begins. They all knew one thing. This wasn't going to be an easy fight. For the rising heroes, this was their first time facing dungeon commanders. For the grand party, this was a battle they couldn't afford to lose. And for the commanders, there was only one goal: kill. As the tension reached its peak, the battles began. There was no turning back now. Chapter 30. The commanders too. The battle had begun. The rising heroes and the grand party, now separated, stood before the three dungeon commanders, each facing their own fight for survival. The dungeon walls echoed with the tension of the impending battle, their fates now tied to the strength of their will and the power of their skills. Sarah, Doran, Silra, and Orin versus Rinks, the third commander. The air was thick with tension as the four heroes stood before Rinks, the monstrous red-furred bear. His hulking frame loomed over them, his blood-stained claws flexing as he exhaled heavily, his breath hot and ragged. The deep, guttural growl that escaped his throat sent shivers down their spines. Orin was the first to move. With a sharp push of his spear, he aimed for Rinks's chest, but the commander was unnaturally fast for his size. With a powerful swipe, Rinks knocked the spear aside, sending Orin skidding back. Sarah, Silra, support us! Doran shouted as he swung Moltenheart, his enchanted war hammer. The air crackled with energy as he brought it down, aiming for Rinks's legs. The ground shook from the impact, but Rinks leapt backward, his claws glowing with a crimson aura. He lunged at Doran, his speed terrifying, Just before impact, Silra played a sharp note on her flute knife. A barrier of energy formed around Doran, absorbing the brunt of Rinx's attack, though the sheer force still sent him staggering. Sarah took a deep breath, channeling her arcane force. Vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around Rinx's legs, tightening with every second. But with a fierce roar, the bear commander tore through them as if they were paper. Rinx was relentless. He charged at Silra next, swiping at her with glowing claws. Orin intercepted, using Iron Body to take the hit. Sparks flew as claw met metal, and Orin gritted his teeth, absorbing the impact before countering with Metal Storm. Shards of steel whirled through the air, cutting into Rinx's thick fur, but they only seemed to enrage him further. The battle raged on, each side refusing to back down. Junith, Derek, Lila, and Fizzle versus Ivel, the second commander. The chamber they had been transported to was eerily quiet, save for the hissing of Ivel, the serpent-like commander. Her shimmering scales reflected the dim light, and her slitted eyes glowed with malice. She toyed with the orb in her hand, a sinister smirk on her face. "You should not have come here," Ivel whispered, her voice smooth yet unsettling. Junith held her polearm firmly, her stance unshaken. Enough talk. With a burst of speed, Junith lunged at Ivel, her polearm crackling with energy. Just before her strike landed, Ivel vanished in a swirl of mist. "An illusion," Lila gasped, stepping back just as a serpent-like creature lunged at her from the shadows. She barely dodged, countering with a swift slash of her sword, flames and water intertwining around the blade. Derek slammed his foot down, causing vines and earth to erupt from the ground, trying to pin down the real Ivel. But again, she disappeared, her laughter echoing around them. "You cannot fight what you cannot see." Fizzle, observing from the sidelines, suddenly shouted, "Behind you." Derek spun just in time, raising his sword as a jet of toxic mist surged toward him. The goddess-blessed blade pulsed, absorbing the poison before striking back with a burst of roots that lashed out toward Iviel's true form. Ivel hissed in annoyance, finally revealing herself. Persistent, she muttered before summoning more serpent-like creatures from the ground. Junith and Lila fought side by side, slashing through the underlings while Derek prepared for another heavy strike. But the real danger lay in Iviel's illusions. Her figure flickered between reality and deception, making it impossible to predict where the next attack would come from. They were in for a battle of endurance, trying to outlast and see through her tricks before it was too late. Drakkar, Cyrus, and Adrian versus Ifan, the first commander. The final battlefield was a vast, open chamber, where Ifan, the deer-like commander, stood unmoving. His powerful antlers gleamed under the dim dungeon light, and his piercing eyes locked onto the three warriors in front of him. He exuded a silent, deadly presence, his fists clenched tightly. Cyrus was the first to act, channeling a mixture of air and fire arcane force. A blast of searing hot wind shot toward Ifan, but in an instant, he dodged. No, he didn't dodge. He vanished from where he was standing, reappearing beside Cyrus with terrifying speed. Drakkar barely managed to intervene, bringing his axe down in an arc, forcing Ifan back. "He's too fast," Drakkar muttered. Adrian, sword drawn, kept his eyes locked on their opponent. He watched Ifan's movements, trying to read his attacks, but the commander was like a ghost, unpredictable, relentless. "Watch out, he's coming from the left," Adrian shouted. Drakkar turned just in time to block Ifan's charge, his axe locking against the hardened antlers. Sparks flew as the two warriors clashed, their raw strength shaking the ground beneath them. Cyrus took a deep breath, switching tactics. Instead of trying to predict Ifan's movements, he spread his energy outward, forming a protective barrier around himself and his allies. Ifan didn't hesitate. He twisted his body, using his antlers like weapons, slashing through the air with deadly precision. The impact against Cyrus's shield sent cracks through the magical barrier. "This guy is insane," Drakkar growled, stepping back. "He fights like an unstoppable force." Adrian tightened his grip on his sword, determination burning in his eyes. He knew he needed something more to turn the tide of battle, but for now, he focused on survival. He dashed forward, blade glowing with arcane force, aiming straight for Ifan's chest. But just as his sword was about to strike. Chapter 31. Commanders 3. The battle raged on. The chamber was a storm of clashing weapons, bursts of arcane force, and roars of defiance. The darkness surrounding the commanders pulsed with ominous energy, twisting the air with malevolence. Yet, despite the growing pressure, the Grand Party and the rising heroes stood their ground. This was their fight, and they would not give up no matter what. Sarah, Doran, Silra, and Orin versus Rinks, the third commander. Rinks, the massive beast-like commander, let out a guttural growl. His claws, enhanced by dark arcane force, slashed through the air with brutal force. Every movement was a blur of raw strength and ferocity. The air itself trembled under his presence. Sarah barely dodged a devastating swipe, rolling to the side as her nature. Arcane force surged around her. She pushed her hands forward, roots shooting from the ground, trying to ensnare Rinks's legs. But the beast tore through them with ease. "You'll have to do better than that," Rinks snarled, his teeth gleaming. Doran stepped in, molten heart crackling with energy. He swung downward with a mighty roar. The hammer met Rinks's reinforced claws, sending shockwaves rippling through the chamber. The force nearly sent Doran flying, but he held firm, gritting his teeth. Silra, standing back, played a sharp note on her flute. Dirge of dread echoed through the air, slowing Rinks's movements. Orin seized the moment, dashing in with his spear glowing, metal storm. Sharp metallic shards materialized in the air and spiraled toward Rinks. He roared in pain as they slashed across his hide. The beast staggered, but the dark energy surrounding him flared up once more. "You pests! I will tear you apart!" His aura darkened, tendrils of shadow creeping toward the battlefield. The fight was far from over. Junith, Derek, Lila, and Fizzle versus Ivel, the second commander. Ivel stood above them, her form flickering like a mirage, serpent-like. Shadows slithered around her, hissing as they lunged at the warriors. Her smirk was ever present, a taunting sneer as she toyed with them. Derek slammed his sword into the ground, roots erupting upward, creating a protective barrier against the incoming shadow serpents. Lila followed up with a dual elemental attack, water and fire clashing together in a violent explosion, burning through the illusions. Yet Ivel remained unfazed. She raised a hand, the air distorting as a wave of energy pulsed outward. Junith, ever the shield of her team, spun her polearm, deflecting the blast just in time. The force still pushed her back, but she stood firm. "Illusions won't save you," Junith declared. Ivel chuckled, "Won't they?" A mist spread across the battlefield, distorting reality itself. Lila suddenly found herself surrounded. Junith and Derek had vanished. Shadows whispered in her ears, taunting her, confusing her. But she clenched her fist. She took a deep breath and let her arcane force flow, not just water, not just fire, but both. They danced in unison, intertwining, pushing away the illusion. She focused, and suddenly, the battlefield cleared. She saw Ivel, truly saw her. "There you are," Lila whispered, her sword igniting once more. Ivel's eyes narrowed. For the first time, she looked slightly concerned. The tide was shifting. Drakkar, Cyrus, and Adrian versus Ifan, the first commander. Ifan was relentless. His movements were impossibly fast for his size, his fists like iron, his hardened antlers tearing through the air. Every strike was a deadly force that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Drakkar, soaring above, rained fire down upon him, but Ifan twisted and dashed away, barely fazed. He lunged upward, aiming for Drakkar, forcing the dragon warrior to maneuver midair to avoid a crushing blow. Cyrus, standing firm on the ground, raised his staff. The elements surged at his command. A massive wall of rock rose to block Ifan's advance, but the commander shattered it with a single punch. Adrian moved like a phantom, his blade flickering in and out of range. He struck at Ifan's blind spots, forcing him to stay on the defensive. But Ifan was getting stronger. The dark energy coursing through him was building. His antlers glowed ominously, cracks forming in the ground beneath him. And then, a surge of darkness exploded outward. The entire battlefield trembled as the commanders unleashed the full extent of their power. For a moment, the warriors faltered, their bodies weighed down by exhaustion and the overwhelming aura pressing against them. But they didn't stop. Drakkar clenched his axe, flames burning hotter than ever. Cyrus steadied his stance, his eyes filled with determination. Adrian, though wounded, refused to back down. Across the battlefield, Lila, Doran, Sarah, Adrian, Drakkar and all of the Grand Party stood their ground. The commanders had unleashed everything they had. But the Grand Party and the rising heroes were still standing. The tides of battle were shifting. And the final clash was about to begin. Chapter 32. Commander IV. The battle had raged on for what felt like an eternity. The dungeon chamber was littered with scorch marks, broken stone, and traces of arcane force that had clashed violently. The warriors, bruised and battered, pushed through the pain, their determination unyielding. Sarah, Doran, Silra, and Orin versus Rinks, the third commander. Rinks's red-furred form was covered in wounds, yet he refused to fall. His claws, still crackling with the dark energy that enhanced them, slashed through the air as he roared in frustration. He had underestimated them. This was no ordinary group of adventurers. Doran, breathing heavily, lifted Moltenheart once more. Blood trickled down his arm, but his grip on the hammer never wavered. With a deep breath, he poured everything into his next swing. The hammer glowed bright orange as he channeled pure energy into it. Molten crush. The hammer struck the ground with such force that the entire chamber trembled. The shockwave sent Rinks stumbling, opening a perfect opportunity. Sarah, now. Silra called out, her voice echoing in the air. She played a sharp, urgent melody on her flute, casting battle hymn to enhance Sarah's power. Sarah's eyes glowed with a brilliant green as vines as thick as tree trunks burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around Rinks. Unlike before, these were unbreakable, strengthened by her newfound mastery. Silra used Thunder Requiem and hit Rynm with huge bolts of lightning multiple times, leaving Rinks in vulnerable position as he struggled to move. Then she used Battle Hymn, which boosted Orin as he felt loads of energy surge through his body. Finish him of Silra called, as Orin took the final strike. With a war cry, he dashed forward, his spear shimmering with metal energy. Impaling edge extended his reach, piercing straight through Rinks's chest. The monstrous bear let out one final roar, not willing to give up. Before his massive body collapsed, the fight was over. Junith, Derek, Lila, and Fizzle versus Ivel, the second commander. IVL's illusions had pushed them to their limits. Each of them bore cuts from unseen blades, bruises from dodging too late, and exhaustion from countering her tricks. But they had lasted long enough. Junith, standing firm despite her wounds, spun her polearm in a controlled motion. She kept on analyzing the illusion and what could be the next move, as Derek and Lila were doing their best hold off Ivel and acting as a shield to Junith. After a while Junith called out, "Now or never," as she prepared herself to a last resort, performing Energy Quake, and with a final burst of energy, she slammed the weapon into the ground, sending a wave of magical force outward. The shock disrupted IVL's illusions, revealing her true form. Derek didn't waste a second. He quickly moved as he extended his sword, vines surging from the ground like hungry snakes, wrapping around Ivel. She shrieked, struggling, but this time, the arcane force held strong. Derek used Terra Smash, as large pile of rocks collected in the air and projected towards Ivel as she was sent flown away. Lila quickly stepped forward without wasting any time, her sword engulfed in both fire and water simultaneously. She had struggled to balance the two elements before, but now, she wielded them as if they were one. As she called out, "Flame from the depth," and with a powerful slash, a torrent of flames and water struck Ivel, burning and freezing her at once. Ivel let out a final, agonized hiss before her form disintegrated into mist. Victory. Drakkar, Cyrus, and Adrian versus Ifan, the first commander. Ifan stood amidst the ruins of their battle, his hardened antlers glistening with blood, both his and theirs. He panted, but his eyes remained sharp, determined to fight to the bitter end. Drakkar, however, had reached his limit. He clenched his axe, flames licking at his body as his internal temperature skyrocketed. His eyes glowed like molten lava. Overheat mode. The temperature in the chamber surged as Drakkar's entire form was engulfed in blazing dragonfire. His body radiated intense heat, his movements blurring with power. He lunged at Ifan with a speed and strength that no one, not even Ifan, could react to. Ifan tried to counter, but Drakkar's burning axe met his hardened antlers, and this time, they cracked. The commander staggered back, his defenses failing. Adrian, his body aching from countless near-fatal blows, felt something shift within him. His mind sharpened, his perception expanding. He could see it, the possibilities of every attack, every counter, every movement. In that instant, he understood. With fluid precision, he dashed forward, sword glowing as he found the perfect opening. His blade struck true, piercing through Ifan's defenses. Then Cyrus quickly took this chance as he simultaneously sent his attack towards Ifan. Fireball, Aqua Lance, Windcutter, Geo Power, as Ifan was struggling to keep UP and recover. He even with all the damage he suffered was standing on his feet and tried to charge toward Drucker and Adrian, who were now tired. But before he could reach them, Cyrus called out, "Energy Nova," as a huge surge of energy, shaking the atmosphere, were concentrated in front of Cyrus, and within fraction of a second was launched toward Ifan. As it hit him, a huge blast was created, even pushing away Adrian and Draker, as Cyrus stood releasing a sense of relief, huff. As the mighty commander let out one final breath before falling, the battle was over. The chamber fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of the warriors remained as they stood amidst the aftermath. Blood, sweat, and exhaustion clung to them, but they had done it. The commanders were defeated. There was no celebration, only quiet relief. Cyrus, still standing tall despite his wounds, nodded in approval. "You all fought well." Junith wiped the sweat from her brow. "We need to regroup before moving forward." Lila and Sarah, despite their exhaustion, exchanged glances. They had grown stronger, this battle had proven that. Doran, still gripping his hammer, exhaled deeply. He, too, had reached a new level. As they prepared to move forward, a sense of unease settled over them. Then, everything went black. Chapter 33, The Black Wolf. Darkness swallowed them whole. One moment, they had been standing victorious, battered but triumphant. Then next, the world around them vanished into an abyss. A void of silence and nothingness. Then, in a blink, they were elsewhere. A vast chamber stretched before them, ancient and foreboding. Towering walls of black stone loomed overhead, the ceiling lost in the shadows. Glowing symbols flickered faintly along the pillars, pulsating with an eerie energy. They had been teleported again. A sharp breath of relief filled the group. The rising heroes, scattered before, were reunited once more. They exchanged weary smiles, the warmth of familiarity easing the tension. But the grand party felt it immediately, something was wrong. Cyrus's gaze hardened. His fingers twitched over his staff, his senses scanning the air. "This isn't just some random teleportation," he muttered. "Someone, or something, is controlling this dungeon at will." The unease spread through the group like wildfire. A deep, bone-chilling howl echoed through the chamber, shaking the very air. Everyone turned. Junith's grip on her weapon tightened. "Stay ready," she commanded. "The fight isn't over." Cyrus exhaled sharply. "No, if my guess is right, it's only just begun." His voice dropped as his eyes narrowed toward the darkness ahead. That howl, that presence, Ides the former dungeon overlord. And if the commanders were this powerful, he paused, his voice grave. This one is going to be far stronger. A low, rumbling growl filled the chamber. From the depths of the darkness, a figure emerged, huge, menacing, otherworldly. A massive black wolf stepped forward, its fur crackling with streaks of electric light. Shadows pulsed around its form, shifting and writhing like living creatures. Its deep, glowing red eyes scanned the battlefield, as if measuring them. The name struck them like a curse whispered from the abyss. Carcanus. A beast of nightmares. A legend of destruction. A creature of pure power. And it was looking directly at them. The tension was suffocating. Lila swallowed hard. This thing, it's worse than the commanders. Orin gritted his teeth. This aura, it's like a storm waiting to explode. Junith, unwavering, stepped forward. "We have no choice. We take it down." Together, with a single word, the battle began. "Go." The battle begins. They attacked in unison. Arcane force surged. Weapons gleamed. Their combined strength was overwhelming, a force that had brought even the commanders to their knees. But Carcanus did not move. Blades clashed against his body. Nothing. Spells erupted across his hide. Nothing. Projectiles shot through the air. Nothing. He simply stood there, watching, calculating. His eyes flickered between them, studying every motion, every weakness. Junith's sharp instincts screamed at her. Something was wrong. Wait, she tried to shout. But in that very instant, Karkanis vanished. A blink. A gust of wind. Then, boom. Junith was launched across the battlefield. Her body slammed into a stone pillar, the impact shaking the entire chamber. Blood dripped from her lips. Cyrus rushed to catch her, barely managing to soften her crash. Junith. She coughed, eyes widening in disbelief. He's faster than anything I've ever seen. And then, Karkanis struck again. A blur. A flash of lightning. A shadow moving at impossible speeds. One by one, the warriors fell into defense. Karkanis wasn't just attacking, he was playing, as if they were no challenge for him at all. He weaved between them, slashing, crushing, knocking them aside. Doran's hammer struck, missed. Sarah's vines lashed out, ripped apart. Drakar's firestorm erupted, snuffed out instantly. More than a fight. This was a massacre. Karkanis seemed like a far superior creature, and to make it worse and scary, it felt like the demonstration of strength by him is merely a display of what he can do, and he isn't fighting at its full strength. The grand party was forced into a shield formation, desperately protecting the rising heroes. But it wasn't enough. Karkanis was toying with them. He grew bored. His movements slowed. His gaze flickered across the battlefield. Hunting. And then, he found his prey. The fatal moment. Lila lay on the ground, her breath ragged. Her wounds stung, exhaustion clinging to her limbs like chains. She barely managed to push herself up, only to freeze. Karkanis was staring at her. A cold chill ran down her spine. He stepped forward, slow and deliberate, his massive claws glowed with dark energy. Lila! Junith screamed, trying to rise, but she was too late. Karkanis raised his claws. A single, final strike. But, no, a blur of silver and blue rushed forward. Adrian. His body shielded Lila, his sword barely raised in time. The claws tore through his back. The air shook with the force of the impact. Lila's breath caught. Her hands trembled. Adrian fell to one knee. His blood dripped onto the stone beneath him. But he did not fall. He smiled at Lila. It felt like that would be his last smile. Lila froze, multiple emotion and thought running within a flash. But Karkanis did not stop. He raised his claws again. Lila's eyes widened. This is it. Everything seemed to flash before her eyes. Zora. She felt sad that she will leave him all alone in this world. She remembered every moment she shared with him, the happy, the sad, the rebelling, the love, the way her father used to take her in his arms as she felt like she has the world holding her. As tears came out of her eyes, she said sorry in her mind, knowing that it won't matter. This is the end. And then, the world exploded in gold. A blinding, divine radiance erupted, swallowing everything in its glow. Everyone was blinded. Even Karkanis staggered back. The chamber filled with an overwhelming, holy presence, and then, darkness vanished. Chapter 34. Fizzle. As Karkanis was just about to attack Lila to get her a massive deadly blow, a blinding golden light swallowed the battlefield. For a moment, everything stood still. The overwhelming darkness that had loomed over them for so long seemed to recoil, pushed back by a presence both fierce and radiant. The brilliance illuminated every shadow, its warmth washing over the wounded and exhausted warriors. And then, a voice. I won't let you have it your way. It was Fizzle. Standing at the center of the golden storm, her small form radiated an ethereal glow. The energy around her pulsed, expanding outward like ripples in a still lake. It wasn't just light, it was power. The grand party and the rising heroes felt it instantly. Their wounds, healed. Their fatigue, gone. Their spirits, rekindled. For a moment, disbelief held them frozen. They had been on the verge of collapse, yet now they stood strong again. But the moment of awe did not last, because Karkanis was still there. The summoning of the hunt, a deep, scary growl echoed through the chamber. The dark energy around Karkanis crackled violently, his eyes burning with something close to annoyance. The black wolf lifted his head to the sky and howled. The dungeon answered. The ground beneath them rumbled as grotesque creatures began to emerge. Twisted beasts, shrouded in the same ominous energy as Carcanis, crawled out from the shadows. Clawed abominations, slithering monstrosities. Winged horrors. All summoned to hunt. Junith's expression hardened. Rising heroes, fall back. Lila, Drakkar, Adrian, and Doran readied their weapons as the creatures swarmed toward them. Behind them, Sarah knelt beside Fizzle, trying to heal her. Junith's gaze snapped to the grand party. Cyrus, Orin, Derek. Carcanis is ours. Understood, Cyrus responded, his staff crackling with arcane energy. Orin spun his spear, a smirk on his face. Been waiting for round 2. Derek lifted his sword, the intricate floral patterns on the blade pulsing with green energy. Let's bring this beast down, it is time for. Good night. Silra, standing at the back, held her flute knife. I'll support from here. Let's end this. Junith twirled her spear before taking a defensive stance. No matter what, you do not engage Carcanis. Focus on the summons, protect each other. But. Drakkar started. No buts. That's an order, Junith snapped. Drakkar clenched his fists, but he obeyed. Then, the battle began. The clash with Carcanis. Cyrus struck first. A surge of electricity crashed toward Carcanis, splitting through the air like a violent storm. The Black Wolf dodged, but barely. The spell grazed his side, leaving a faint scorch mark. Derek charged next, his sword extending in a blink, vines and roots sprouting from the blade as he swung at Carcanis. The wolf sidestepped, but a sharp root lashed out, scraping against his side. Orin followed up, his spear piercing forward with rapid, precise thrusts aimed at Carcanis's legs and underbelly. Carcanis retaliated. With blinding speed, he lunged at Cyrus, but Junith intercepted, her spear clashing against Carcanis's claws. The force sent her skidding back, but she held firm. Silra lifted her flute knife. Barrier. Symphony. A shimmering force wrapped around Carcanis, attempting to pin him down. For a split second, he struggled. His muscles tensed, the weight of the arcane force forcing him still. Now, Cyrus shouted. Orin vanished. Reappearing behind Carcanis in a blur, his spear piercing into the beast's back. Carcanis howled in pain. Derek's blade flared with nature's energy as he slashed down. This time, the attack connected, carving a deep gash across Carcanis's shoulder, black energy oozing from the wound. But Carcanis did not falter. Instead, he grinned. A pulse of pure darkness erupted from him, blasting them away. Junith barely managed to brace herself, her spear planted firmly. Silare's spell shattered instantly. Orin landed harshly, rolling to his feet with a wince. Cyrus narrowed his eyes. This thing, it's learning our patterns. Junith nodded, gritting her teeth. Then we need to change them. They pressed the attack once more. Carcanis met them head on. The battlefield was chaos. Spell clashes, weapon strikes, desperate dodges. Every moment tested their endurance, their coordination, their will to fight. As Carcanis kept dodging the attacks by the grand party, Junith took a step behind, trying to come up with a plan, as Cyrus, Derek and Orin were taking on Carcanis, keeping him distracted, as Silra was looking for an opening to strike Carcanis whenever she could and also provide other with some support arcane force. The Rising Heroes versus the Summons. Meanwhile, the Rising Heroes held their ground against the dungeon's twisted creatures. Drakkar's flames tore through the air, burning the grotesque beasts to ash. Doran's hammer smashed through their ranks, sending bodies flying. Adrian moved with precision, protecting Sarah and Fizzle while cutting down any enemy that slipped past. Lila, despite her exhaustion, fought alongside them, her sword flashing in the dim light. Sarah, how is Fizzle? Adrian called, slicing through another beast. She's unconscious, but stable. Sarah shouted back. I need more time. Then we hold the line, Doran said, slamming his hammer down. Carcanis unleashed. The battle raged on, but something shifted. Carcanis, though wounded, did not retreat. Instead, his dark aura began to pulse. Thicker. Darker. His body trembled, muscles expanding. His once massive form grew even larger, shadows swirling violently around him. His red eyes burned brighter. A voice, deep and harsh, echoed through the chamber. You think you've won? You've only bought yourselves time. Then, Karkanis let out a final, monstrous howl. The darkness swallowed him whole. The air grew heavier. The entire dungeon shook. The grand party braced themselves. Something far worse was coming. Chapter 35. Corrupted Core Junith and her team engaged Karkanis directly, launching a relentless assault. Cyrus, Orin, and Derek attacked with a mix of elemental, nature, and spear techniques, while Silra provided support arcane force. They managed to wound Karkanis, but he quickly adapted, countering their strategies with raw power. Meanwhile, the rising heroes focused on holding back the summoned monsters, ensuring Sarah could tend to the unconscious Fizzle. Drocker's flames, Doran's hammer, Adrian's swordplay, and Lila's determination kept the monsters at bay. Just when it seemed they had gained the upper hand, Karkanis unleashed a terrifying transformation. His dark aura grew heavier, his body expanded, and his red eyes burned brighter. His final howl sent shockwaves through the dungeon, signaling that something even more dangerous was about to emerge. As the darkness swallowed Karkanis, a chilling realization struck both the grand party and the rising heroes. This battle was far from over. Whatever came next would push them beyond their limits, testing not just their strength, but their resolve. And so, as the dungeon trembled under the weight of Karkanis's power, the adventurers prepared for the true nightmare that awaited them. The battle against Karkanis had been one of the toughest challenges the grand party and the rising heroes had ever faced. Despite his transformation, growing larger, stronger, and more ferocious, the coordinated teamwork of the grand party held him at bay. Cyrus unleashed multiple elemental attacks at once. Junith commanded and strategized while actively engaging. Derek's legendary sword extended with precision, Orin moved swiftly to create openings, and Silra continuously supported them with her spells. Karkanis proved nearly unstoppable, shrugging off powerful strikes that would have felled lesser monsters. But even he struggled, unable to land a serious blow on the grand party. With neither side willing to give up, the battle went on long. Each second each could feel more intensity. As the grand party coordinated and attacked Karkanis, showing their teamwork, Karkanis was showing his pure raw strength. As the rising hero improved themselves as individual as well as team while fighting the summons. This was a test for everyone, a test that will have a result of life and death. Despite the fight going on for long, no one seemed tired and felt like they were just get started. The determination and their will is what kept them going no matter what. As the fight went on, everyone eventually grew tired, but Junith saw opportunity in this situation. She told rest of her team to use minimal strength. The goal was to make Karkanis grow tired. Tough the plan was in motion, it took a lot of time as well. Finally, after an exhausting exchange, Junith gave the order. All at once, strike. With perfect synchronization, they delivered their final attack. Junith and Orin pierced Karkanis' neck with their spears. Cyrus unleashed a combination of fire and water arcane force at Karkanis' back. Derek used earth arcane force to strike from below while leaping high to slam down from above. Silra amplified each of their attacks, ensuring the final blow carried overwhelming force. With a deafening roar, Karkanis fell. As his body collapsed, the dark aura that had engulfed the dungeon vanished. His summoned creatures faded into nothingness. The battle was over. After catching their breath, the grand party and the rising heroes ventured deeper into the dungeon, searching for its core. But something was wrong. The core was missing. In its place was something unnatural, twisted, ominous. The very air around it felt corrupt. Junith frowned, gripping her spear. This isn't normal. Derek ran a hand through his hair. A dungeon without a core? That's unheard of. Silra knelt beside the eerie remains, inspecting the strange phenomenon. This isn't just missing, it's been replaced. Cyrus sighed. This just keeps getting worse. Before they could investigate further, the dungeon reacted. A path opened before them, leading straight to the surface. Realizing they wouldn't find more answers here, they decided to leave. Praise and secrets. As they stepped into the fresh air, the grand party turned to the rising heroes with pride. You all did well, Junith said, her usual serious expression softening slightly. You held your ground, fought with courage, and made the right decisions. The rising heroes stood a little taller, knowing they had earned that praise. Thank you for your guidance, Adrian replied. Bowing slightly. You saved our asses multiple times, Drocker added with a grin. Appreciate it, Doran chuckled. Still, we've got a long way to go. Junith then turned serious again. One more thing. Do not tell anyone about the corrupted core. Lila blinked. Huh? Why not? We need to report this to the Adventure Registry. Headquarters and investigate further, Junith explained. We don't know what this is yet, and spreading rumors could cause unnecessary panic. The rising heroes nodded in agreement. Understood, Adrian said. Lila hesitated but then shrugged. Fine. But I better get answers later. With the mission complete, the tension in the air finally eased. Cyrus stretched. Man, that was rough. We all deserve a break. He grinned. Why don't you join us at the Royal Carnival in the Royal Capital? Lila's eyes sparkled. Really? I've always wanted to go. Junith smirked. It's in 2 weeks. Be there. Not just us. Many adventurers, from rookies to top-ranked, will be present. Derek chuckled. And, of course, food, music, dancing, entertainment. Cyrus wrapped an arm around Adrian's shoulder, grinning smugly. And beautiful women, too. Adrian smiled awkwardly. Before they could get carried away, Junith yanked Wyrus and Derek back. Behave. Everyone laughed. With that, they parted ways. The grand party heading toward the Adventure Registry headquarters, the rising heroes returning home, now more experienced than ever. Fizzle wakes up as they walked. Fizzle finally stirred. She sat up suddenly, eyes burning with determination. Where is it? I'm gonna beat it down. She looked around, only to find nothing. Lila, Adrian, and Sarah couldn't help it. They burst into laughter. Fizzle pouted. Hey, it's not funny. And so, with smiles on their faces and a newfound sense of purpose, the rising heroes continued their journey home, unaware of the dark mystery that still loomed ahead. Chapter 36. The Royal Carnival. After the intense battle in the dungeon of the Black Wolf, the rising heroes finally returned to their town. Their bodies were sore, their minds still filled with echoes of the battle, but they had made it out alive. The powerful monster Carcanus had been defeated, and though they had survived, everyone felt the weight of what they had seen and experienced. They all knew they needed a break. For now, they decided to stay away from dungeons. Instead, they started doing other quests. Delivering supplies to nearby towns, helping villagers with bandits, and assisting the local adventure registry with odd jobs. It wasn't as dangerous as dungeon diving, but it helped them stay sharp while giving their minds some rest. Lila returned to her home in the town of Zora. The moment she stepped through the front door, her father, Zora, looked at her with relief in his eyes. Lila, he said as he quickly approached her, pulling her into a hug. You're safe. Thank the stars. Lila smiled softly as she hugged him back. She felt warmth, safety, and guilt. Zora looked at her curiously. So, how was it? Your first dungeon experience? Lila paused. Her heart pounded a little. She remembered the terrifying moments, the near-death situations, and the dark core that had replaced the heart of the dungeon. But she also remembered Junith's words, not to tell anyone about what they had discovered. So she forced a smile and replied, it was good, not as tough as I expected. I beat a lot of monsters and learned a lot. We worked well as a team, and it helped me grow stronger. Zora nodded, clearly relieved. That's good. That's really good. I'm proud of you. Lila gave a small nod and went to her room. As she closed the door behind her, her smile faded. She didn't like lying to her father. She hated keeping things from him, especially something so serious, but she knew if she told him the truth, about the corrupted core, the unnatural energy, and the intensity of the battle, he would worry too much. He might even stop her from going on future adventures, and deep down, Lila didn't want to be held back. She wanted to protect him too, not just from monsters, but from fear. A week passed quickly. The days of fear and darkness faded into memory, replaced by excitement and new energy. The Royal Carnival was approaching. It was the biggest event of the year: music, food, dance, performances, and adventurers from all around the kingdom gathering in the royal capital. After being invited by the grand party, the rising heroes looked forward to it like children waiting for a festival. One morning, Lila stood before her team and clapped her hands. All right, listen up. We're going to the royal capital, to attend the royal carnival. Fizzle jumped up. Yes, finally, I've always wanted to see the carnival. Adrian leaned back in his chair. It'll be crowded. I heard the streets fill up days before the festival even starts. Sarah nodded with a gentle smile. It'll be nice to relax for once. Maybe we can even watch the performances together. Doran, as usual, remained calm. It's a good chance to meet other adventurers too. Maybe even test our strength in friendly duels. Drocker didn't say anything. He sat quietly in the corner, his arms crossed, eyes closed. He didn't object either, and from him, that was as good as approval. Adrian tapped the table with his finger. The royal capital is about 2.5 days away from here. We should try to reach there a day before the carnival starts. That way we get time to settle in and look around. Fizzle tilted her head. So, when do we leave? Let's leave after 3 days, Adrian suggested. We'll be there just in time. Everyone agreed. It was settled, they would leave in 3 days. Later that evening, Lila sat down with her father to talk about the carnival. Dad, she began, the carnival is coming up. Me and my team, we're going to the royal capital to attend it. Zora's cheerful face shifted into concern. The royal capital? Yeah. He scratched his head. Lila, it's not that I don't want you to have fun, but the capital is big, loud, crowded. I'm not sure if, before he could finish, Lila quickly added, then come with me. Zora blinked, stunned. Huh? I said come with me, Lila repeated, smiling. The carnival is supposed to be fun, right? And what kind of fun would it be if my dad isn't there with me? Zora stared at her, eyes wide. Slowly, his shock turned into a smile. A proud one. He reached out and pulled her into a hug. You've really grown up, he whispered. All right, I'll come. The next few days were filled with preparations. Everyone in the Rising Heroes was packing, cleaning their gear, checking supplies, and choosing what clothes to wear for the carnival. There was laughter in the air again. Excitement on their faces. Even the usually quiet Drocker looked more alert than usual. Zora made his own preparations. It had been years since he had left town, but for his daughter, for this moment, he was willing to step into the world once again. As the sun rose on the morning of their journey, bags were packed, spirits were high, and hearts were light. What would the royal capital bring? What kind of people would they meet? What surprises and mysteries were waiting at the carnival? No one knew. But for now, the Rising Heroes were ready to enjoy the adventure ahead, not as adventurers, but as friends. Chapter 37. The royal capital. The road to the capital was long, stretching far across hills, rivers, and open fields, but it was far from boring. With bright skies above and good company around, the journey felt more like an adventure than just travel. The Rising Heroes were in high spirits. After everything they had faced in the dungeon of the Black Wolf, this trip felt like a reward. Everyone was excited to finally see the royal capital, except for Adrian. None of them had ever been there before. The capital was the heart of the kingdom, and they had all heard stories about it since they were young. But now, they were going to see it with their own eyes. As they walked, Adrian took the lead with a grin on his face. His steps were light, his eyes full of excitement. He couldn't help himself, he began to talk, a lot. The royal capital, Adrian began, raising one finger like a teacher, is the center of everything important in the kingdom. Trade, politics, festivals, all of it happens there. He looked back at the group, clearly enjoying being the one with all the knowledge. The capital is ruled by the Lumina clan. They're the royal family, the ones who sit on the throne. But they're not the only powerful family there. In total, there are 12 noble clans that support the kingdom. 4 of those clans live right in the capital. Fizzle blinked. 12 clans? That's a lot of nobles? Adrian nodded. Yes, and the city is divided into 5 districts. The west is ruled by the Claudia clan, known for air arcane force and wind-based technology. The east is watched over by the Falco clan, who are famous for their flying beasts and sky patrols. He took a deep breath and kept going. The north is guarded by the Satara clan, experts in ice arcane force and crystal defense. The south is under the Gloria clan, famous for their warriors and combat schools. And finally, the central district is directly ruled by the Lumina clan. That's where the palace is, and where the carnival is held. Everyone listened closely. Even Drocker, who usually stayed quiet, looked interested. And the royal family, Adrian said, has 7 members. The king and queen, of course. Then 2 princesses and 3 princes. He paused for dramatic effect. No one knows which of them will be the next ruler, he added with a whisper, but people have their guesses. Then, with even more excitement, Adrian started listing places they could visit. Once they got there. There's the Grand Bazaar, he said, raising his hands. The biggest market in the entire kingdom. You can find food, weapons, books, magical items, clothes, everything. He continued without even stopping for breath. The royal arena, where fighters from all over come to compete and show their strength. The Essence Bathhouse, which uses arcane force water to heal your body and refresh your spirit. The Lumina Garden, full of rare magical plants and glowing trees. And the Capitol Museum, where history comes alive with enchanted displays. Lila chuckled. You really memorized everything, didn't you? Adrian smiled proudly. Of course. You have to be prepared. Then came the real excitement. And now, he said, lowering his voice and walking backward to face them, the carnival. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Royal Carnival is the biggest event of the year. It lasts for 5 days, and every day is full of surprises. No one knows exactly what the events will be until the opening day. That's part of the fun. They change it every year. He looked at each of them. There will be food from all over the kingdom. Wow, Fizzle exclaimed, licking her lips already. There will be arcane force workshops and learning events. Yay! Sarah raised her hand with a big smile. There will be blacksmiths showing off their work. I will show them who's the best, Doran said, full of pride. And, there will be a tournament, Adrian added. Really? Lila's eyes widened, her heartbeat quickening. Adrian nodded. Yes. And many top adventurers will be there with their teams. The excitement among the group grew stronger. They laughed, talked, and imagined all the fun they would have. But one person remained quiet, Drocker. He walked behind them, calm and silent, but there was a slight tension in his eyes. Something didn't feel right to him, though he said nothing. He just kept walking. Zora, who was also traveling with them, stayed alert. He looked around constantly, watching for any signs of danger. Though he trusted Lila and her friends, he couldn't help but worry. He was a father, after all, and this was the royal capital, a place filled with both wonder and unknown risks. Still, he knew he couldn't protect Lila forever. He had to let her grow. As the sun set, they stopped at a small hotel along the road. The building was warm and cozy, with soft beds and good food. After washing up and having dinner, they all sat together in the dining area, talking more about the capital. Adrian, of course, kept the conversation going. So, do you guys know about the strongest former dungeon overlord ever? He asked with a sparkle in his eyes. Let me guess, Sarah said with a laugh. You're going to tell us. Adrian grinned. Zorthius. The uncrowned king of dungeons. The dungeon ruler that no one has ever defeated. No one even knows what kind of being he is. Zora, who had been quietly sipping water, suddenly choked. He coughed a little, trying to hide his surprise. You okay? Adrian asked. Yeah, just swallowed wrong, Zora said, trying to stay calm. Adrian leaned closer. Hey, Zora, you've been around a long time, right? Ever heard of Zorthius? Zora paused. I don't know much, just what I've heard. I wasn't in Seeker, so I wouldn't know the details. Oh come on, Adrian laughed, you must have heard stories. Zorthius is a legend. Zora gave a nervous smile. Only rumors, nothing special. Adrian kept going on, praising Zorthius and describing the things he had read about the legendary boss. Zora stayed quiet, hoping the topic would shift soon. Thankfully, after some time, the conversation drifted away, and everyone began heading to their rooms. As Zora closed his door behind him, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. The next morning, they began the final leg of their journey, and it was more of the same. Adrian couldn't stop talking. More stories, more facts, more things they had to see. But no one minded. His excitement was contagious, and even Zora smiled a few times as he listened. Finally, after the long journey, the capital came into view. Tall towers, wide stone roads, glowing lights, and the distant sound of music filled the air. The walls of the city stood strong, and beyond them, life was bustling. The royal capital. The moment they had waited for had finally arrived. Their hearts raced. Their eyes sparkled. They had made it. Now, the real fun was about to begin. Chapter 38, Rookie Tournament. The moment they stepped into the royal capital, the excitement in everyone's eyes was impossible to miss. The rising heroes looked around in awe. The streets were filled with people, all smiling and talking, as if the entire city had come alive. The capital wasn't just big, it was beautiful. Towering buildings made of white stone, statues of ancient heroes, flower gardens at every corner, and the banners of the carnival fluttering in the wind made everything feel magical. The smells of delicious food floated through the air: roasted meat, sweet pastries, spicy noodles, and fried snacks that made everyone's mouth water. Fizzle immediately ran towards the nearest food stall, not waiting for the others. She stuffed her mouth so full that she could barely breathe, but she still gave a thumbs up with one hand while pointing at the next snack with the other. "This food is so good, cough cough. I think I'll live here," Fizzle said as she nearly choked, but didn't stop eating. Lila laughed at her and tried to slow her down, but even she couldn't resist grabbing a few skewers. Sarah, on the other hand, was holding Lila's arm tightly. The crowd was making her nervous. She wasn't used to being around so many people. Her eyes darted around, and her hands trembled a little. "It's all right," Lila whispered with a smile. "We're all together. Just take a deep breath." Sarah nodded and held on to Lila's hand. Adrian, surprisingly, was quiet. He kept his head low and didn't speak much. Zora assumed he was just tired from all the non-stop talking during the journey. As they walked, they could hear murmurs from the crowd. People were whispering about something, or rather, someone. Their eyes kept turning towards Drakkar. A dragonkind was a rare sight, even in the capital, and people couldn't help but steal glances. Drakkar, however, didn't seem to care. His face was calm as always, and he just walked forward as if no one was watching him. While searching for a place to stay during the carnival, something unexpected happened. A hand suddenly tapped Zora's back. Zora turned sharply, his eyes narrowing and his body giving off a fierce aura, ready to defend. But when he turned, it was none other than Cyrus, the leader of the grand party. Alongside him were Junith, Derek, Orin, and Silra. They had bright smiles on their faces. Lila quickly stepped forward. "Oh, Cyrus. He's not a stranger. That's my dad." "Oh." Cyrus scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't realize. Just wanted to make sure you weren't in trouble." Cyrus felt immense emotion from his consciousness, as if it was trying to tell him to run. Cyrus really didn't understand it himself as he acted it of and forgot about it. Zora's body relaxed, and he nodded silently. That sudden change in his mood was purely instinct. Deep down, he didn't like surprises, especially not during crowded times like these. The two groups began chatting. Cyrus and the others asked about their journey, how they liked the capital so far, and if they had tried the food. The rising heroes happily answered, talking about all the things they'd seen and eaten already. Then the topic of the tournament came up. Lila's eyes lit up. "So what's it like? What kind of ornament is it? Who can join?" Junith smiled. "There are 2 tournaments during the carnival. The Rookie Tournament and the Champions Tournament. Since this is your first time, you'll be going for the Rookie one." "Really? That sounds amazing. Count me in," Lila said with excitement sparkling in her eyes. Sarah looked nervous but then took a deep breath. "I'll join too. I want to improve, and I can't do that if I always stay scared." Doran didn't seem very interested. I'll pass. Not my thing." But then something surprising happened. Lila asked Drakkar if he would join the tournament, but he said calmly, "I can't join the Rookie Tournament." Everyone turned to look at him. "Why?" Lila asked, tilting her head. "I already participated once," he replied. "I came in second." Lila's mouth dropped open. "Whoa, that's amazing." Adrian chuckled nervously. "Well, I think I'll skip it too. I just want to relax and enjoy the carnival this time." Junith nodded and said, "All right then. Let's get you both registered." On the way to the registration area, Junith explained more. "Tomorrow morning is the official opening ceremony. The Rookie Tournament will start in the evening. So make sure you rest well tonight." She continued, "Most people visit the carnival between the 3rd and 5th day. That's when the Champion Tournament happens, and many famous adventurers come. But There are plenty of other events too: music, food, games, and even learning areas. I hope you enjoy your time. They reached the registration booth and signed up Lila and Sarah. Everything was simple and quick. With that done, it was time to find a place to stay. They eventually found a good lodge not too far from the main carnival areas. But the moment Zora saw the price, his eyes widened. His mouth twitched, and he looked like he just swallowed a bitter pill. That much? Just for a few nights? He muttered under his breath. Still, he paid for it. He knew Lila and the others deserved a good place to stay after all their hard work and journey. Later that night, they settled into their rooms and finally got some rest. The long road trip had drained their energy, and the comfort of a soft bed felt like heaven. Lila, however, was far too excited to sleep. She kept tossing and turning, imagining what the tournament would be like. Would she fight someone strong? Would she win? Would the crowd cheer for her? Sarah, in her bed, whispered softly, "I hope I don't mess up." "You won't," Lila whispered back. "We'll do our best. That's all that matters." Sarah smiled. That small bit of encouragement helped her calm down. In the quiet night, with the lights of the carnival glowing outside their windows, everyone slowly drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow, the real fun would begin. The rookie tournament was just around the corner. Chapter 39. Round 1. The morning sun rose brightly over the capital, lighting up the sky with a golden glow. The streets were already filled with energy and excitement. It was the opening day of the carnival, and the entire city buzzed with life. Music played in the distance, children laughed as they ran across the cobbled paths, and shopkeepers shouted cheerfully, calling people to try their food and wares. Inside their lodge, Lila and the others were getting ready. The sounds from outside made it hard to stay calm. Lila quickly got dressed, her heart already racing in excitement. Sarah quietly tied her hair back, looking a little nervous, while Fizzle hummed a cheerful tune as she flew here and there, clearly more excited about the food than anything else. Adrian leaned against the wall, calm, though he smiled as he listened to the noises outside. Drucker was already ready, his arms crossed, looking out the window with quiet focus. And Doran wasn't really excited to attend the opening ceremony as he deemed it boring and would rather just direct go to the blacksmith workshop and competition. When they stepped outside, the city was a different world. The streets were beautifully decorated with colorful ribbons, bright lanterns, and magical lights floating gently in the air. People wore costumes that matched the decorations, some wore clothes with feathers, others with shining fabrics that reflected the sunlight. It was a feast for the eyes. As the group walked through the decorated streets, they followed the crowd toward the main ground. There, a huge and grand stage had been set up. Flags of every color fluttered in the wind, and the platform was large enough for hundreds to gather around and watch. People cheered as the opening ceremony began. Music played from one corner of the stage, while dancers wearing sparkling outfits moved with grace. In the background, arcane force users cast illusions and spells that created shapes of animals, stars, and glowing flowers in the air. It was breathtaking. After a while, the music paused, and a calm silence spread through the crowd. Suddenly, a different kind of music played, slow, grand, and full of power. It gave off a royal feeling, and people stood straighter, eyes locked on the stage. Onto the stage stepped King Arthur Lumina, the head of the Lumina clan and the ruler of the Soooo kingdom. His golden robe shimmered in the light, and the shining crown on his head reflected the glow of the arcane force lights. The crowd erupted into cheers. Following him was Queen Rima, graceful and beautiful, wearing a maroon dress with delicate flower patterns. She walked beside the three princes, James, Carlos, and Jack, each wearing outfits suited to their own style, yet all noble in appearance. Behind them walked the two princesses, Lyra and Kyla, dressed in soft shades of blue and purple, with tiaras in their hair. King Arthur stepped to the center of the stage and raised his hand to calm the crowd. He then began his speech. He spoke of peace, strength, and unity. He announced the many events that would take place during the carnival, the markets, the games, the competitions, the performances, and told the people to enjoy themselves fully. The crowd clapped and cheered loudly again. Prince James stepped forward, his voice loud and clear. For the rookie tournament today, he announced, the winner shall receive 1,000 gold coins. That made many in the crowd cheer even louder, and the Champions Tournament winner will receive 10,000 gold coins. He smiled as he looked at the eager faces in the crowd. But more than the prize, he said, I want to see brave hearts, powerful skills, and true sportsmanship. Let this tournament show us the rising stars of tomorrow. Lila's heart beat faster. His words filled her with motivation. She clenched her fists with excitement. I'm going to give it my all, she whispered to herself. Fizzle nudged her and grinned. You look like you're about to fly off the ground, she joked, making Lila laugh a little. The rest of the day passed quickly. The group walked around, looking at the different stalls and displays. There were rare artifacts from faraway lands, shiny weapons, magical stones, and scrolls written in ancient languages. They also tried more food, of course. Fizzle nearly fainted from how good some of the sweets were. As the sun began to lower in the sky, it was time. The rookie tournament was about to start. The tournament ground was a large open arena, surrounded by raised stone seating for the audience. The crowd cheered as the announcer welcomed everyone. Prince James and Princess Kyla stood at the draw desk, picking names to form the brackets. Lila and Sarah both held their breath as they waited to see who they'd face in the first round. When they saw the names, they sighed in relief. They wouldn't be facing each other, not yet, at least. Soon, the first few matches were underway. Then, it was Sarah's turn. She stood quietly, focused as she was ready for the fight. Across the arena stood her opponent, Titu, a strong-looking man with heavy armor, a long sword on his back, and a confident grin. He was a past mercenary who had turned into Seeker recently. He had a flame tattoo on his arm, signaling his fire affinity. The announcer raised a hand, and the battle began. Titu charged first, his sword flaming as he swung it downward. Sarah dodged quickly, her small frame helping her avoid the heavy blow. The ground cracked slightly from the impact. She moved to the side and sent out a pulse of nature arcane force toward his feet. Titu rolled back and avoided it. He grinned. You're fast, but how long can you keep dodging? He swung again, sending a wave of fire in a wide arc. Sarah raised a wall of wood that burned on contact, but enough to keep away the flame. She leapt through the burning woods, landing a solid hit on his side with her enchanted staff. It glowed with green energy. Titu growled and slammed his sword down again. Sarah blocked it, but the force pushed her back, and she slid across the ground. Her arm shook slightly. That hurt. She narrowed her eyes and focused. A barrage of nature began to circle around her as she raised her hand. She chanted softly, and a series of wooden needles formed around her. Titu came charging again. Let's see how much that wood can save you. He brought his sword down, but the needles flew toward him, stalling him. He slashed through a few, but others hit him squarely in the chest and shoulders. While he was distracted, Sarah used her arcane force to trap his feet in the vines as he became unable to move. He struggled. You're tricky. She didn't respond. Instead, she rushed forward and struck him clean across the chest with energy, knocking him back. He hit the ground hard and didn't get up. The crowd erupted into cheers. The announcer declared her the winner, and Sarah let out a long breath, her knees slightly shaking. She had taken a few hits and her side hurt from where a small flame had grazed her, but she had done it. She had won. She walked off the stage, head held high, and Lila hugged her tight. That was amazing. Sarah gave a small smile. Thanks, I'm glad I didn't freeze out there. Now, it was time for Lila's match. She took a deep breath, stepping forward as her name was called. Her opponent stood waiting on the other side of the arena. The first round was far from over. Chapter 40, Lurking Danger. In a shadowed corner of the capital, away from the bright lights and cheerful music of the carnival, two figures stood close, hidden by a thick cloak of silence. The alley was narrow, and the loud chatter of the streets seemed to vanish as if afraid to touch that place. I must say, one of the figures said with a low voice, amused, this city knows how to throw a party. The second figure, taller and with a voice like cold steel, replied, yes. Lights, music, color. They really do love their comfort. The first figure chuckled. So it is time for me to join them. All these colors and music, she will sure enjoy them, really. The second figure didn't laugh. Not yet. Let the carnival continue. Let the people smile. It's always better to join once it is showtime. They both stayed quiet for a moment. Waiting is pain in the ass. I can't wait for her to start, asked the first. She will soon, the second replied. We just have to wait. After all, good things take their time. With that, they vanished into the shadows once again. Back in the tournament grounds, the cheers of the crowd echoed like thunder. It was now time for Lila's first match. The announcer's voice rang out, "Next match. Lila of the Rising Heroes versus Ira of the Wind." Lila stepped onto the field, her heart pounding with excitement. Her grip tightened on the sword at her waist. Across the arena stood a girl who looked to be about her age. Ira had sharp eyes and a confident smile. She carried a long spear, and her hair was tied back tightly. The air around her shimmered slightly, the sign of strong wind arcane force. The referee raised his hand. "Match. Begin." Ira moved first. With a small jump, the wind gathered beneath her, lifting her gently into the air. She hovered above the ground, spear in hand, watching Lila from above. Lila smiled. "Flying, huh?" She reached out, drawing in the energy of both fire and water. Steam hissed around her as her arcane force gathered. She didn't rush. She watched carefully. Ira made the first strike. With a strong gust of wind behind her, she flew down quickly, spear aimed straight at Lila. Lila sidestepped at the last moment, barely avoiding the blow. She swung her sword in return, but Ira used the wind to push herself back into the air. "Smart," Lila muttered, eyes focused. Ira circled above, trying to find a weak point. Lila stayed grounded, patient. When Ira dived again, Lila used a blast of steam to blur her position and shift to the side. Ira's spear scraped the ground, missing again. "You're fast," Ira said, smiling. "You're not bad either," Lila replied. They continued their match, exchanging blow for blow. Ira would attack from the sky, using wind to twist and turn midair, and Lila would defend and counter on the ground using bursts of fire or water to shift her position or block the spear. Once, Ira managed to graze Lila's shoulder with her spear tip, drawing a thin line of blood. Lila winced but didn't stop. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and changed her plan. She let Ira come down once more, but this time didn't dodge. She raised her sword and infused it with water. At the last second, she shifted the blade, using the flat side to clash with the spear. The water dulled the impact, and Lila pushed forward, catching Ira off guard. She followed with a burst of fire at Ira's feet, disrupting her wind balance and forcing her to land. That was what Lila had waited for. Now both were on the ground. Lila charged, swinging with sharp, clean strokes. Ira defended well, but without her aerial advantage, her movement was slower. Lila pushed harder, using water to cool her blade, then fire to heat it back up, a trick that made her swings unpredictable. Finally, with one strong swing, she knocked Ira's spear from her hand and brought her blade to her opponent's shoulder. The referee called out, "Winner, Lila of the Rising Heroes." The crowd cheered loudly, and Lila stepped back, offering her hand. Ira smiled and took it. "Good fight." "You too," Lila said. As they left the stage, many in the audience began to whisper and talk about Lila. Her calm style, her mix of arcane force, and her respectful attitude left a strong impression. Back with her team, Lila was smiling wide, even as she wiped the sweat from her face. "That was so cool," Fizzle shouted. Sarah clapped. "You were amazing out there." Lila laughed. "She was tough, but I learned a lot." As they waited for the next match to determine who would be their next opponent, the announcer's voice rose again. "Next match, Val versus Kenzo." Lila turned to watch. A woman stepped onto the field, wearing a long cloak. Her face was hidden, and she didn't speak a word. Her opponent, Kenzo, looked fast and confident. He held a sword crackling with lightning. The moment the match began, Kenzo dashed forward, lightning sparks flying off him. His speed was incredible. Slash after slash, he struck at the cloaked woman. She dodged everything, just by inches, her body flowing like wind, her hands empty. Lila and the others leaned in, amazed. Kenzo roared and pushed harder, every attack louder and brighter, but no matter what, he couldn't land a hit. Then, it happened. The woman stopped moving. Kenzo's blade came down, and in the blink of an eye, he was on the ground. His sword rolled across the field. The crowd went dead silent. No one had seen what happened. Even the announcer stammered, winner. Val." The cloaked woman simply turned and walked away. Lila blinked. "What just happened. Zora frowned slightly. That was something else, as he started to wonder about the women and what happened in his mind. Lila couldn't hide her smile. I hope I get to fight her someday. You're crazy, Fizzle said, half laughing, half worried. But Sarah was smiling too. If we do our best, we might really meet her in the finals. Lila nodded. Let's keep winning then. And so, with hearts full of fire, wind, and courage, the rising heroes moved one step closer to greatness. Unaware that in the shadows, darker force had also begun to move. Chapter 41. To the next round. After all the exciting matches in round 1, the rookie tournament moved forward with even more energy. The crowd had grown louder, the cheers sharper, and the excitement more intense. With every round, the competition was getting tougher, and so was the spirit of the fighters. Lila and Sarah stood near the waiting area, watching the big display board that showed the matchups for round 2. Their names appeared, along with their next opponents. Sarah read the list and gave a small smile. Looks like I'm up first. Lila gave her a fist bump. Go get them. Sarah walked calmly into the arena. Across from her stood her opponent, a tall young man with pale blue robes. His eyes were cold and sharp, and small bits of frost danced around his fingertips. He held a short wand in one hand, shaped like an icicle, and his breath came out as visible mist. A nature mage, huh? He said with a small smirk. This should be interesting. Sarah didn't respond with words. She smiled, placed her hand on the ground, and summoned a few vines at her feet. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The ice mage moved quickly. He raised his wand and sent a burst of sharp ice spikes flying toward Sarah. She reacted just in time, causing a thick wall of vines to rise from the ground and block the attack. The ice shattered on impact. He didn't stop. A second later, he created a slippery field of ice under Sarah's feet. She stumbled a bit but quickly grew thick roots from the ground that latched onto her boots, keeping her steady. Smart girl, he muttered, now growing more serious. Sarah spread her arms, and a group of thorny vines shot forward, aiming for the mage. He froze them midair with another ice spell, but that was exactly what Sarah wanted. She pulled her hand back, and the frozen vines swung like a whip, breaking apart and spreading frost and thorn pieces all over him. He tried to back off, but Sarah closed the distance quickly. More vines sprang up, wrapping around his legs. He tried to freeze them, but Sarah poured her arcane force in faster now, pushing her element harder. The vines grew faster than he could destroy them. With one last effort, the ice mage tried to summon a large ice shard from the sky to slam down, but Sarah summoned a thick tree trunk that shot up and knocked it aside. The broken ice rained down around her, but she didn't even flinch. She used a final vine whip to disarm him, sending his wand flying. With no weapon and vines wrapping up his arms, the ice mage could do nothing more. Match over, winner. Sarah. The crowd cheered again. Sarah smiled gently, stepped back, and gave her opponent a polite nod. He didn't say much, but there was a bit of respect in his eyes now. Back in the waiting area, Lila greeted her. Nice one, thanks, Sarah said. You're up next. Lila nodded and walked to the arena, adjusting the grip on her sword. Her opponent was already waiting. He looked to be in his late 40s, a tall and calm man with a long brown robe and a thick book tucked under his arm. He gave Lila a kind smile. I used to teach arcane force for over 20 years. Thought I'd finally try living the seeker life. Don't go easy on me. Lila smiled back. I wasn't planning to. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The man opened his book, and instantly the ground around Lila shook. Large rocks burst from the soil, forming pillars and walls to trap her. She moved swiftly, dashing between the gaps, slicing with her sword and using small fire bursts to break parts of the stone away. The teacher mage didn't rush. He created a moving wall of earth to push Lila back, and from the sides, small stone spears emerged, trying to strike her. Lila used water to slide across the ground, dodging the spears and swinging her sword to send a heated wave of steam into the air. She reached closer, but the man stomped the ground, sending a quake through the arena floor. Lila stumbled for a moment, but recovered quickly, jumping into the air. She twisted mid-air and sent a stream of hot water toward him. The water hit his arm, causing him to drop the book. Now she closed the distance. He tried to raise a wall between them, but she sliced through it with her fire-coated sword, breaking the stone apart. With a clean swing, she stopped just short of his chest. Match over, winner. Lila. The crowd was beginning to like her more and more. She stepped back and offered her hand, and the teacher took it with a proud smile. Excellent sword work. Thank you, she replied, bowing lightly. Back at the waiting area, Lila joined Sarah again. We both made it to the next round, she said. Yeah, Sarah replied, feeling proud. But just then, one of the staff members arrived with news. Sarah, he said, your next opponent has been injured and won't be able to continue. You've been given a direct entry to the quarterfinals. Sarah blinked. Oh, that's lucky, I guess? The man nodded and walked away. Lila smiled. That means I'll be the only one fighting in round 3. Sarah chuckled. I'll be cheering for you. Lila looked at the display board. Her next opponent had just been announced, a young swordsman known for his quick movements and strong defensive style. This is going to be fun, Lila said, already warming up again. She stretched her arms and practiced a few swings of her sword. Sarah watched her from the side. You're in your best shape today. Lila nodded. I feel great. I want to see how far I can go. And with that, the two girls prepared for what came next, moving forward in the tournament with courage in their hearts and determination in their eyes. Chapter 42. To semifinals round 3 had begun, and the atmosphere was buzzing with energy. People shouted and clapped, eager to see who would move forward to the quarterfinals. Lila stood in the arena, facing her opponent. He was a tall and lean young man, with short black hair and sharp green eyes. His sword was thin, almost like a needle, designed for speed and precision. He wore light armor that allowed him to move quickly. Unlike most fighters, he didn't have any element affinity. Instead, he used his arcane force to coat his sword and his body, strengthening both his attacks and defense. A faint shimmer of magical energy surrounded him, almost invisible but definitely present. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The swordsman dashed forward, his sword moving like a flash of light. Lila quickly blocked the strike, feeling the power behind his thin blade. It was light, but very sharp. She pushed him back with a burst of water from her sword, forcing him to jump away. He didn't waste time. He moved around her like the wind, slashing and poking with rapid thrusts. Lila stayed calm, using her water arcane force to create a slick surface under his feet. He slipped slightly, and that was the moment she needed. She slashed forward, her sword covered in flames. The fire made the air around her hot, and as she attacked, her opponent was forced to shield himself with even more arcane force. Still, he was skilled. He countered her attacks with fast movements, dodging and blocking, but Lila was faster this time. She mixed her fire and water elements, confusing him with sudden changes, sometimes a hot burst, sometimes a quick flow of water. After a few exchanges, Lila found an opening. She dashed in, used a water blade to knock his sword away, and placed her sword gently on his shoulder. Match over, winner. Lila. The crowd exploded with cheers. Sarah ran up to her after the match and gave her a big hug. You were amazing. Lila laughed, feeling a warm happiness in her chest. Thanks, we're still in this together. They grabbed some food and sat by the arena, celebrating with a few sweets they had bought earlier. They laughed, talked about their matches, and cheered for the other fights. Soon, it was time for the quarterfinals. Sarah stepped into the arena for her match. Her opponent was a dogman, a humanoid with the head and tail of a wolf-like dog, and a muscular body. His clothes were rugged, looking like he had stitched them himself from hides and cloth. His sword was wide and chipped, but it looked dangerous in his strong hands. His name was Barkon, and he had grown up in the wild. Even though he was a rookie, his movements were sharp and filled with experience. The moment the match began, Barkon dashed at Sarah with incredible speed. His nose twitched as he tracked her every move. Sarah tried to create walls of vines to slow him down, but Barkon sliced through them with ease. His wild instincts made him hard to predict. Every time she attacked, he dodged at the last second, his sharp nose warning him before the danger even reached. Sarah fought bravely, sending out thorns, roots, and sharp leaves, but Barkon was always one step ahead. His movements were rough but clever, like a wild animal that had learned to survive. Finally, Barkhan closed the distance and knocked Sarah's staff away with a powerful strike. Before she could summon more arcane force, Barkhan pointed his sword at her neck. Match over. Winner. Barkhan. Sarah walked off the field with a tired smile. Lila rushed to meet her. I'm sorry, Sarah, Lila said, feeling bad. But Sarah shook her head. It's okay, Lila. I fought my best. I learned a lot during this tournament. I feel like I've grown stronger. Lila smiled at her friend, proud of her. You were amazing. The semifinal draws were made soon after. Since it was already evening, the officials announced that the semifinals would be held tomorrow morning. Everyone was told to rest and prepare for the big day. As people started to leave, Lila found Zora waiting for her near the entrance. He smiled warmly but also looked a little worried. You've grown a lot. Lila, he said. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad, she said, feeling her heart warm at his words. But, he added seriously, be careful. I know you're strong, but don't get reckless. Winning is important, but staying safe matters more. Lila nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. Zora ruffled her hair gently. Good. Now go rest. Tomorrow will be a big day. That night, Lila slept peacefully. She was excited but also calm. She dreamed of fighting strong opponents and growing even stronger herself. When morning came, the sun rose brightly over the city. The stadium filled up once again with excited crowds. Flags waved, vendors shouted, and the whole city seemed alive with energy. It was finally time for the semifinals. Lila walked to the battlefield, feeling her heartbeat steady. Across from her stood her opponent, an elf named Yuno. Yuno was tall and slim, with shimmering blue eyes and pale skin. His long silver hair floated lightly as if the air itself carried it. Around him, the wind swirled gently, giving him a majestic and calm aura. His presence was almost magical, and many in the crowd gasped when they saw him. Yuno held a slender sword, and his movements were graceful even before the fight started. He looked at Lila with a small, polite smile. The referee raised his hand. The crowd cheered loudly, excited to see the battle between Lila and Yuno. The match was about to begin. Chapter 43. Danger. The semifinals were about to begin, and the excitement in the air was thicker than ever. People filled every seat in the arena, chatting loudly and waving flags. Today's matches were even more special because two very important guests had arrived to watch, Princess Lyra and Princess Kyla. Their presence made the crowd even more energetic, and everyone was eager to see the battles. The first semifinal match was between Lila and Yuno. Both fighters stood calmly on the battlefield. The referee raised his hand and shouted, "Begin." Lila and Yuno didn't rush into fighting. They both took their time, watching each other carefully. Neither wanted to make the first mistake. The crowd was silent, hanging on every movement. Yuno was different from any opponent Lila had faced before. His movements were elegant, smooth like a flowing river. Every time he used his wind arcane force, it was precise, without wasting any energy. The wind circled around him gently, making him look even more majestic. Lila knew she couldn't afford a single mistake. She used her fire arcane force when Yuno got too close and her water arcane force to block and defend against his swift wind attacks. Every clash of arcane force was exciting. Every dodge, every counterattack kept the crowd on the edge of their seats. No one could afford to blink, afraid they would miss something incredible. The two young fighters were almost dancing, their weapons and arcane force creating beautiful yet dangerous patterns in the air. After some time, something strange happened. Yuno suddenly stopped moving. He stood still, his sword lowered, and the wind around him calmed. Lila narrowed her eyes. She didn't understand what he was doing. Was it a trick? A trap? But she couldn't wait and find out. She had to attack. She rushed forward, aiming her sword carefully. But just as she was about to strike, Yuno raised his hand. "I give up," he said calmly. The entire arena gasped. Lila froze in place, staring at him in shock. The referee quickly ran forward and announced, "Yuno has surrendered. Lila is the winner." Lila protested. "Wait. He can't just give up like that. We were still fighting." The referee shook his head. "The rules allow a fighter to surrender if they wish. The match is over." Lila felt a deep sense of disappointment. She didn't feel like she had won. She wanted a real fight, not a win like this. She tried to talk to Yuno, but he just turned around and walked away quickly, disappearing into the crowd. Before she could say anything, frustrated, Lila could only watch him leave. The crowd buzzed with different theories. Some people said Yuno might have been secretly injured. Others said he got scared after feeling Lila's strength. No one knew the real reason. But no matter what they thought, the match was over and Lila was moving to the finals. While Lila stood quietly, trying to calm her mixed feelings, the second semifinal match was getting ready to start. It was Val versus Barkon. The crowd was excited again. Both fighters had shown great strength during the tournament. People expected an intense and thrilling fight. Val stood silently on her side of the arena. She had been very mysterious during the whole tournament, barely speaking a word. Nobody knew much about her. Barkon, on the other hand, was full of energy and wild spirit. He was confident and ready to win. The referee raised his hand again and shouted, "Begin." Barkon immediately prepared to attack. His wild instincts were sharp. He trusted his senses more than anything else. But the moment he stepped forward, something strange happened. His instincts screamed at him. "Danger! Run!" Barkon hesitated. He forced himself to move again, trying to ignore the fear bubbling inside him. But again, his body froze. His instincts kept warning him to stay back, to run away. Then, Val moved. In the blink of an eye, she crossed the distance between them. One moment she was standing far away, the next she was right in front of Barkon. Barkon opened his mouth to say something, maybe even to surrender, but he didn't get the chance. Val punched him hard in the stomach. The hit was so strong and sudden that Barkon fell to the ground, completely unconscious. The referee rushed forward and quickly declared, "Winner, Val." The crowd was shocked. It had happened so fast that many people didn't even realize the match had already ended. But Val didn't stop. She looked down at Barkon's unconscious body and kicked him harshly. The referee, alarmed, shouted, "Stop, you've already won. There's no need to continue." Val turned to him slowly, her face calm but cold. Without warning, she moved again. Before the referee could react, Val punched him straight in the chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed into the ground, groaning in pain. The crowd was stunned into silence. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. Then Val lifted her head and looked directly at Princess Lyra and Princess Kyla. Before anyone could do anything, a strange magical seal appeared over the entire arena. It shimmered faintly in the air, covering the ground completely. No one could enter. No one could leave. The crowd began to panic. People shouted and tried to move, but it was useless. The magical seal trapped them inside like invisible walls. Val stood calmly at the center of the chaos, her cold eyes never leaving the princesses. Something was very wrong. The finals had not even begun yet, but it was clear, something far bigger than a simple tournament was about to happen. Chapter 44. Gluttony. Chaos spreading in the arena. Val, who had defeated Barkon and attacked the referee, now stood at the center of it all. She stared coldly at Princess Lyra and Princess Kyla. The guards quickly surrounded the princesses, trying to protect them. However, because of the magical seal that had covered the entire arena, they couldn't escape. No one could leave. No one could enter. As Val's cold gaze stayed locked onto the princesses, something even more terrifying happened. From the ground, strange and horrifying monsters began to rise. Their bodies were twisted and strange, their faces looked wrong, and their eyes burned with hunger. No one could recognize these creatures. They were not beasts seen before. They were completely unknown. The monsters roared and immediately started attacking the crowd. Screams filled the air as people rushed to escape, but the seal blocked their way. Some people, especially the adventurers and fighters, stood up to defend the crowd. Among them were the rising heroes. They quickly took out their weapons and fought the monsters without hesitation. Arcane force spells lit up the battlefield. Swords slashed. Arrows flew. The monsters were strong, but the adventurers were skilled and brave. One by one, the monsters started falling under the attacks. For a moment, it seemed like the heroes were winning. But something strange happened. The monsters that were defeated, those that were lying dead on the ground, started to move again. Their bodies began to heal. Wounds closed. Broken limbs reattached. and within seconds, they were standing again, ready to attack once more. The adventurers realized with horror that defeating the monsters was not enough. The monsters could regenerate. No matter how many times they were beaten down, they would rise again, stronger and angrier. The battlefield turned into a nightmare. People fought desperately. They started to understand that this battle was not just about strength, it was about survival. Meanwhile, Val, standing calmly in the middle, finally moved. With a small step, she crossed the distance and reached the area where the princesses were being protected by the guards. The guards bravely attacked her, swinging swords and casting spells. But Val, or whoever she was, toyed with them. She moved like a ghost, dodging their attacks easily. She barely needed to defend herself. It was like she was dancing among them, mocking their efforts. In just a few moments, she pushed through the guards and stood before the princesses. Princess Lyra and Princess Kyla, realizing they had no choice, tried to defend themselves. They used their arcane force, combining their powers to create barriers and attacks. For a short while, they were able to hold Val back, but it wasn't enough. Val smiled, a wicked, chilling smile, and easily broke through their defenses. Just as she was about to strike one of the princesses with a deadly blow, Drakkar appeared. He was flying in the air as he was holding Lila by one hand, and with all his strength, he launched her towards Val. Lila, using the force from Drakkar's throw, raised her sword and aimed directly at Val. It was a desperate and powerful attack, but Val noticed her easily. In a shocking moment, she leaned forward and bit the sword with her mouth. Her teeth crunched down, and the sword shattered into pieces. Lila's eyes widened in fear. She saw Val's real face for the first time, the deathly pale skin, the monstrous smile, and the cold, deadly stare. Fear froze Lila's heart. Her body refused to move. Instinct took over, and using her water arcane force, she pushed herself away from Val as fast as she could. Drakkar quickly came to Lila's side. She was panting heavily, unable to even speak or stand properly. Her whole body shook in terror. Drakkar took a defensive stance in front of her, protecting her. But Val moved again. In an instant, she appeared behind Drakkar. Before he could react, she kicked him hard with her back heel, sending him crashing to the ground. As Drakkar struggled to get up, Val stepped on his back and stomped him down again. Blood spilled from Drakkar's mouth, but Val didn't stop. She continued stomping him mercilessly, laughing softly as she did so. Lila watched, helpless. Tears filled her eyes. She wanted to move. She wanted to help. But her body was frozen with fear. It refused to listen to her heart. Val, while continuing to stomp Drakkar, slowly turned her cruel eyes back towards the princesses. Suddenly, Adrian appeared. He charged at Val, swinging his sword with precision. Val tilted her head slightly to dodge, but Adrian quickly adjusted and moved the sword closer. He managed to make a small cut on her cheek. At the same time, part of the cloak Val wore was torn away. The crowd gasped as her true appearance was revealed. Her skin was unnaturally pale. Her eyes were blood red. Her sharp teeth showed as she grinned wickedly. She was not human. She was a ghoul. Val laughed, a dry, cruel laugh, and spoke for the first time. "I am not Val," she said, her voice filled with hunger and madness. "I am Lilith." The gluttony. Frustrated by the cut on her face, Lilith attacked Adrian with full force. Adrian quickly raised his sword to block, but the sheer strength behind her attack sent him flying backward. The princesses ran towards Adrian, concerned for him. "Are you okay?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling. "You don't have to push yourself so hard," Kyla added. Adrian wiped the dirt from his face, forcing a small smile. "You two stay behind and look for a way out," he said firmly. "I'll manage here." Lilith chuckled darkly. "I compliment your bravery," she said, tilting her head mockingly. "Or should I say, your foolishness. But it all ends now." She launched a furious barrage of attacks at Adrian. Swords clashed, arcane force flared. Adrian managed to dodge most of the blows, taking only small hits here and there. His body ached, but he refused to give up. Each time he evaded an attack, Lilith grew more frustrated, but at the same time, she seemed to enjoy it, like a cat playing with a mouse. Then, with a quick and sudden move, Lilith pushed Adrian aside and targeted Princess Kyla. She attacked with incredible speed. Kyla tried to defend herself, but she wasn't fast enough. Lilith's attack sent Kyla flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Adrian, seeing this, rushed forward. Lilith, smiling darkly, gathered arcane force in her hand and prepared a deadly punch aimed directly at Princess Lyra. Seeing no other choice, Adrian threw himself in front of her. Lilith's arcane force-filled punch struck Adrian's hand. He felt the bones in his left hand shatter instantly under the pressure. He didn't even have time to scream. Lilith clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Why are you trying so hard to play hero?" she asked, frustrated. Adrian's body was thrown backward from the impact, landing heavily near Kyla, who was unconscious and badly injured. For a few moments, there was silence. Lila and Drakkar could only watch helplessly. They wanted to move, to help. But their bodies refused to listen. Then, something changed. Adrian, despite his broken body, stood up. He held his sword tightly in his remaining good hand. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, broken badly. But his eyes burned with fury and arcane force. They lit up brightly, filled with rage and strength. Adrian had snapped, and he was ready for the real fight to begin. Chapter 45. The crimson jewel. Adrian's eyes were burning with arcane force and rage. At that moment, he didn't look like the same person anymore. His whole body, even with one broken arm hanging uselessly, gave off an intense aura. On the other side of the arena, Tay's situation was still chaotic. Sarah, Doran, and many other adventurers were still fighting against the endless waves of monsters that kept regenerating no matter how many times they were defeated. Zora was acting as a shield, standing in front of the civilians, especially the children and the elderly. He punched away any monster that came close, making sure not to reveal his true power, and was helping to move the people to safer places. The adventurers and the royal guards kept slashing, stabbing, and smashing the monsters, but no matter how many they killed, the monsters would simply stand back up, like puppets refusing to stay down. It was turning into a battle of survival, where winning seemed almost impossible. In the middle of this chaos, a familiar figure returned. Yuno, the elf who had given up during the semifinals. His sudden appearance gave a spark of hope. He stormed through the monster horde, sealing some of the monsters with his arcane force. Then, he handed out potions to every fighter. The potions were small but powerful, healing minor injuries and restoring stamina. The fighters felt refreshed, like a second wind had arrived, and the hopelessness in the air was slightly lifted. Back at the center, Adrian faced Lilith. He stood still, his broken left arm hanging by his side while his right hand gripped his sword tightly. His sharp, focused eyes didn't move away from Lilith even for a second. Lilith, full of confidence and madness, threw a punch at Adrian with all her strength. But Adrian dodged it with ease, moving fluidly and precisely, wasting no movement. Lilith, frustrated, jumped into the air and opened her mouth wide, spitting out countless weapons, swords, spears, daggers, shooting them toward Adrian like arrows. Yet Adrian didn't even flinch. He stood in one spot, his body barely moving, only stepping and twisting at the perfect moments, dodging every weapon effortlessly. His sword moved just enough to deflect anything that came too close. Lilith's anger grew with every second. She was furious. But Adrian remained calm. His mind was sharper than ever. It was as if he could see every movement before it happened. His ability, future sight, had fully awakened, though Adrian himself did not yet fully understand it. But now was not the time to think. He simply followed his instincts. He took action, moving quickly and striking precisely. His sword cut into Lilith multiple times. Though she managed to dodge a few strikes, many found their mark. Small and deep cuts appeared on her body, blood trickling down her pale skin. The fight continued, with Adrian having the clear advantage. Each strike added more wounds to Lilith, and her smile grew wider and crazier. She wasn't upset at the damage, she seemed thrilled. Then, suddenly, Lilith's speed increased dramatically. She moved faster than before, almost blurring. Adrian could still see her movements using his future sight, but his body couldn't react fast enough. His legs and arms felt too slow to keep up with the visions he saw in his mind. Still, he managed to dodge and defend, but it was clear he was being pushed to his limits. His eyes, the source of his ability, began to bleed. Streams of blood ran down his face, but he did not stop. He pushed through the pain, determined to keep fighting. Lilith noticed. She grinned widely, knowing that Adrian was nearing his breaking point. She prepared a deadly attack, one that would surely kill him. Just when she was about to deliver the fatal blow, another figure appeared. A mysterious person wearing a dark cloak shrouded in mystery stepped in. The person calmly placed a hand on Lilith's shoulder, and, despite her madness and frustration, Lilith stopped moving instantly. Then, the mysterious person placed a hand on Adrian's shoulder as well and spoke in a cold, emotionless voice. "Go to rest." Adrian's body, already at its limit, could not hold on anymore. His sword fell from his hand, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The cloaked man walked towards the princesses without rushing. Just then, Yuno appeared, attempting to stop him, leaping at him with all his strength. But Lilith moved between them, saying coldly, "Your opponent is me." Yuno was forced to fight Lilith instead. Meanwhile, the mysterious man reached Lyra. He calmly placed his hand on the necklace she wore, the one with a beautiful red jewel attached to it. He spoke softly to Lyra. "You don't know the worth of this thing." Before she could react, he snatched the crimson jewel from her necklace. Holding it in his hand, he turned toward Lilith and said, "Enough. We have what we came for. You wasted too much time." In an instant, both the man and Lilith disappeared into thin air. At the same moment, all the monsters around the arena vanished, along with the seal that had trapped everyone inside. Soon after, many veteran adventurers and guards who had been waiting outside rushed into the arena. They quickly began helping the wounded, treating injuries, and escorting civilians to safety. Among the arriving groups was the grand party. They rushed towards the princesses to make sure they were safe. As the grand party tried to help the princesses, Kyla and Lyra refused their help and pointed at Adrian instead, telling them to help him first. Cyrus, the leader of the grand party, asked Lyra what had happened and whether they were seriously hurt. Lyra replied that Kyla had taken some injuries but would recover. She also explained briefly. One of them called herself Lilith the Gluttony. Another one, cloaked in mystery, came later. They stole our family heirloom, the crimson jewel. Junith went deep into thought. She wondered about the motives behind this attack. If they only wanted the jewel, why create such chaos? Is there more to the crimson jewel than we know? The arena, once a battlefield, was finally calming down. Injured people were being treated, and the worst of the fear had passed. Then, King Arthur and the royal princes arrived at the scene. Everyone, even the injured, quickly saluted and made way for them. King Arthur rushed toward the princesses. Seeing that they were not severely injured, he let out a small breath of relief. But then his eyes spotted Adrian lying wounded. Without hesitation, King Arthur dropped to his knees and took Adrian into his arms. The sight shocked everyone. Even the royal princes immediately ordered the best healers to focus on Adrian. The adventurers, guards, and even the audience who were watching were confused. Why was the king showing so much emotion for a young seeker? Then King Arthur spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. "This young man. He is Adrian. He is my son, the fourth prince." Gasps of shock filled the air. King Arthur explained everything. Adrian was the son of King Arthur and Vanessa Valmont, Arthur's second wife. Vanessa had died giving birth to Adrian. As a child, Adrian had been weak and fragile, constantly falling sick. Fearing for his health and safety, the king had secretly sent Adrian to live with the Valmont family, where he could be treated properly and raised away from the dangers of court life. Only a few trusted people knew the truth. As Adrian grew up, he showed a strong desire to become a seeker. No matter how much the Valmonts tried to stop him, he would not listen. He trained every day, pushing himself harder than anyone else. Then, one day, he left the Valmont household without telling anyone and disappeared. King Arthur's voice broke as he spoke, tears falling from his eyes. "Now, finally, I have found my son again." The crowd was silent, the truth settling into their hearts. Adrian, the boy who had fought so bravely, was not just any seeker. He was royalty, the lost fourth prince of the kingdom. Chapter 46. Resume. After the chaos and destruction that had unfolded, the battlefield slowly became quiet. The monsters were gone. The seal that had trapped everyone had vanished. The injured were being treated, and the frightened citizens were slowly being evacuated or calmed down. There was still a heavy feeling in the air, a lingering tension and shock from what had happened. but King Arthur knew he couldn't let that emotion take over his people. After the chaos had settled and calm returned to the kingdom, King Arthur stood before his people, his heart full of emotion. He took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and faced the crowd that was still recovering from the shock. With a firm and clear voice, he addressed the citizens of the kingdom. "We will not let a mere distraction ruin our joy," the king declared confidently, his voice echoing through the square. "In fact, I have a reason to celebrate even more now." There was a moment of silence among the people, but the king's strong presence and calm tone reassured them. He hadn't mentioned the attackers, nor the stolen crimson jewel. He knew that the people were already frightened enough. Telling them more would only lower their spirits. So, instead, he smiled and announced that the carnival would not only continue, but be grander than before, celebrating not just the festival, but also the bravery of the adventurers and, most importantly, the return of his long-lost son. "The attackers were no match for the brave adventurers," he said, "and they fled in fear of our strength. We owe this peace to them and to my son, Adrian." The people cheered, not fully aware of the truth but happy to hear their king's hopeful words. They trusted him and believed in the strength of their kingdom. The drums of the carnival beat once again, the music played louder than before, and the celebration resumed. But behind the scenes, things were different. Adrian, who had been severely injured during his fight with Lilith and the mysterious cloaked figure, was still unconscious. He had been taken to the best medical center in the capital, where the kingdom's finest healers and arcane force users worked tirelessly to treat him. It took almost half a day to stabilize him. Throughout this time, many waited patiently for news about his condition. The members of the Rising Heroes and the Grand Party were all gathered, hoping for the best. Sarah sat quietly, her hands clasped together, praying constantly for Adrian's recovery. She didn't say much, but everyone could feel the worry in her heart. Fizzle, on the other hand, refused to leave Adrian's side. She hadn't eaten, drunk, or rested. She sat by his bed, holding his hand gently, watching his face closely for any sign that he would wake up. Her devotion and care for him were clear to everyone. Silra, who had medical combat practice, had joined the healers. She helped them using her own arcane force, working on Adrian's wounds and ensuring he was properly treated. The rest of the Rising Heroes and members of the Grand Party waited quietly outside the room, their eyes filled with concern and hope. Finally, after hours of hard work and silence, Adrian opened his eyes. His body ached, and his arm was still broken, wrapped tightly in bandages, but his consciousness had returned. Everyone sighed in relief. The tension that had built up slowly disappeared. There were smiles, tears, and even a few cheers. As soon as word spread, King Arthur, the Queen, the three princes, and the two princesses rushed into the room to see him. The king was the first to reach Adrian, and without thinking, he held him tightly. He couldn't hide his emotions anymore. He had just gotten his son back after so many years, and seeing him awake, alive, and breathing brought tears to his eyes. The Queen tried to calm him down, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, reminding him to stay strong for Adrian. Soon after, the Rising Heroes and the Grand Party were allowed inside the room. They gathered around Adrian's bed, asking how he was feeling and whether he was in pain. Adrian smiled weakly, assuring everyone that he would be fine. He was grateful to see all of them safe. Then, Junith turned to the king. Her voice was serious as she brought up the matter that had been on everyone's mind. "Your Majesty, what about the Crimson Jewel? One of the attackers took it," he said. King Arthur's expression changed. He looked thoughtful and a bit troubled. "I don't know much about the Crimson Jewel myself," the king admitted. "It has been passed down in our royal family, always given to the firstborn princess. It is a treasured heirloom, but beyond that, I do not know its true purpose." He paused for a moment before continuing. "What I do know is this. There are supposed to be 7 jewels like this one. The Crimson Jewel is just one among them. The locations of the other 6 are unknown. If you wish to learn more, I suggest you begin at the Mantra Library. Perhaps the answers are hidden there." Everyone grew quiet as they listened carefully. Zora then spoke, his voice low. "I've heard that the 7 jewels contain immense magical power, but no one knows how to unlock that power." All eyes turned to Zora, surprised by his knowledge. "How do you know that?" someone asked. Zora froze for a second, realizing he had spoken too much. He quickly tried to cover up his slip. It was just a story an elder in my village told me when I was young, he said with a chuckle. Junith, the three princes, and even King Arthur took mental note of Zora's words. They didn't push him for more, but it was clear that they would keep an eye on him. King Arthur then turned to the grand party and said, "Once the carnival is over, I want you to investigate the Crimson Jewel, the other 6 jewels, and the corrupted core we found in the dungeon of Carcanus. These matters are important. But until then, enjoy the carnival." He smiled wide, trying to ease the atmosphere again. The grand party and rising heroes nodded and began to leave the room, some talking quietly among themselves. Now, only the royal family and Adrian remained in the room. King Arthur turned to his son and gently asked, "Adrian, would you like to stay here in the capital?" Adrian looked at him, a small but confident smile forming on his lips. Without hesitation, he replied, "No, Your Majesty. I want to stay with the rising heroes, at least for now. I want to grow with them, explore the world, and become a great seeker. I can't do that if I stay here." King Arthur chuckled, not surprised by his answer. He had already expected it. Adrian's spirit reminded him so much of Vanessa, Adrian's mother. "I understand," the king said. "But promise me one thing, stay safe, and remember, no matter where you are, you have a family here. A home to return to." Adrian nodded, his smile growing a little wider. "I promise." And with that, the room filled with warmth and quiet joy. A new chapter was waiting for Adrian and his friends, full of mystery, adventure, and untold stories. But for now, the carnival lights sparkled, music filled the air, and peace had returned, if only for a short while. Chapter 47. Fireworks. The carnival carried on, even after all the chaos from earlier. The streets were lively once more. Music filled the air, laughter echoed from every corner, and children ran through the streets with glowing lanterns in their hands. Food stalls were busy, games had long lines, and the joy had returned. The town seemed to breathe with life again, and people looked forward to the celebrations as if nothing bad had ever happened. Near the plaza, a veteran mage had set up a small seminar. He wore long blue robes with silver symbols stitched into the fabric, and his beard flowed down to his chest. A gentle glow surrounded him as he raised his staff to demonstrate spells. The seminar was open to all, and a curious crowd gathered to listen and learn. Sarah, wanting to understand her powers better, stepped forward and joined the group. The mage welcomed everyone kindly and began explaining the basics of elemental arcane force, how energy flows through the body, how emotions can affect spells, and how calmness helps with control. He demonstrated a simple flame spell, then a wind gust, followed by a water sphere hovering in mid-air. Sarah listened closely, repeating the movements. The mage noticed her strong potential and gave her extra tips on channeling her energy. Slowly, Sarah began to feel the rhythm of her own arcane force. Her healing arcane force especially improved. She was now able to form a stronger healing light and keep it steady for longer. The veteran mage smiled at her progress and told her that healing arcane force was as much about intention as it was about technique. Sarah thanked him deeply, feeling more confident than ever before. This small moment gave her a spark of hope for the future. Elsewhere in the carnival, Lila wandered into a sword exhibition held near the central arena. The area was filled with shining weapons displayed on velvet-covered stands. Sword lovers and adventurers alike had gathered. She looked around in awe. There were short swords, long swords, curved blades, even massive great swords that looked too heavy to lift. One particular sword caught her eye, a slim, silver blade with a jagged edge. It was called Whisper Fang, once wielded by a rogue knight known for striking from the shadows. Its metal was rumored to be light as a feather but sharp enough to cut through armor. Another sword, Sunbreaker, glowed with a faint golden hue. It had belonged to the famous seeker Lady Sarah, who had used it to defeat a dragon in the northern peaks. The blade had deep sun-shaped engravings and a hilt wrapped in crimson leather. A note below it read, "Blessed by a high priest, forged in holy flame." Then there was Blackstorm, a heavy blade with a thick, darkened edge and bolts carved across its length. It had once been in the hands of a warrior named Garen, known for fighting through thunderstorms and never backing down. Lila's fingers itched to hold one of them, but the weapons were not for touching. She stood in admiration, inspired by the legacies each sword carried. These weren't just weapons, they were stories, frozen in steel, Lila knew then that she wanted to create her own story too, one that others might remember. At a nearby pub, Zora, Drakkar, Doran, and Fizzle gathered for a break. The warm smell of roasted meat and spices filled the air, and the sound of clinking mugs and cheerful voices echoed around the wooden walls. Zora and Doran sat across from each other, both sipping from large mugs filled with sweet, frothy drink. Surprisingly, they were getting along. They even laughed and shared few jokes. "Not bad," Doran said, raising his mug slightly. "Same to you," Zora replied with a chuckle. Fizzle, as usual, was more focused on the food. She had ordered a mountain of dishes: fried chicken, buttered bread, grilled fish, honey cakes, cookies, and even a spicy stew. She munched happily, her cheeks full as she hummed in satisfaction. Drakkar sat quietly in the corner, his hands wrapped around a warm cup of coffee. Unlike the others, he didn't smile or speak much. His eyes were distant, thinking back to the battle that had shaken him deeply. During that fight, he had felt powerless, unable to protect or help the way he wanted to. The memory played over and over in his mind. The pain. The helplessness. It burned more than any wound. He took a slow sip of his coffee and clenched his hand. Something had to change. "I wasn't strong enough," he muttered under his breath. He had always been calm and focused, but this time he felt broken. So, silently, he made a vow. He would train harder. He would find his weakness and fix it. He wanted to protect the people he cared about, and he couldn't do that if he stayed the same. "I need to become stronger," he whispered, his eyes full of quiet fire. He thought about learning new techniques, traveling to train, even exploring forgotten ruins to find knowledge lost to time. Whatever it took, he had decided. Meanwhile, Adrain, still healing from his recent injury, decided to spend time with his family. He knew he wouldn't stay here much longer. The dream of becoming a legendary seeker still burned in his heart, but tonight, he just wanted to be home. He laughed with his siblings, shared stories with his parents, and sat under the sky spending quality time with his family. He knew this would be one of the last quiet moments before his next journey, and he wanted to remember it forever. As the sky darkened and stars started to twinkle, everyone regrouped near the lake for the last big event of the night. People gathered near the edge of the water. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, couples held hands, and friends found spots to sit close together. The crowd waited patiently, a quiet buzz of excitement in the air. Then, from the other end of the lake, the first fireworks shot into the sky. Boom! A huge flower of red light burst open above them, followed by a sparkling blue spiral. The lake mirrored the colors perfectly, making it look like the stars had fallen into the water. One by one, fireworks painted the sky: golden rings, silver comets, green dragons twisting through the air. The reflection on the lake made the scene even more magical. It was like watching two worlds of light, one above, one below. The sound of the fireworks echoed through the hills, but the feeling in everyone's hearts was silent wonder. Zora, Drakkar, Sarah, Lila, Fizzle, Doran, and Adrain all stood together, gazing up. No words were needed. The moment spoke for itself. The fourth night of the carnival ended with light, color, and memories that would last forever. Chapter 48. The carnival parade. After the beautiful and colorful fireworks lit up the sky on the night of the fourth day, the fifth and final day of the carnival arrived with excitement. The streets of the capital city were filled with energy as everyone prepared for the most awaited event, the carnival parade. From early morning, people gathered along the main streets. Decorations covered every building, long ribbons in red, blue, gold, and green fluttered in the wind. Colorful petals were scattered across the road, and musicians played cheerful tunes on drums, flutes, and violins. The carnival parade was not just any celebration, it was a moment when cities and towns from all over the kingdom came together to showcase what made them special. Arcane force, dance, music, acrobatics, and costumes filled the streets as everyone cheered and clapped. There were few much more memorable performances. One of the stunning displays came from Puressa City. Their performers wore glowing white and silver outfits and performed a beautiful sky dance using floating platforms. They moved with grace, casting light arcane force that sparkled like stars, drawing gasps from the crowd. Their theme was purity and light, and it was a dance that felt like it touched the heart. Filoon City followed with a breathtaking musical performance. Musicians stood atop moving stages, playing long horns, string instruments, and crystal chimes. The melody carried through the streets, rising and falling like waves. Dancers in blue costumes twirled around the floats, each step perfectly timed with the music. Their performance told the story of a hero who brought rain to their dry lands. Diki City brought their strength. Warriors in traditional armor marched proudly, showing off their skill in sword techniques and synchronized fighting formations. Sparks flew as blades clashed in the air, all part of a carefully choreographed performance. Their display honored the guardian spirit of the mountains that protected their region. Vince City, known for its inventors and strange gadgets, amazed the crowd with mechanical puppets, walking golems, and floating machines. Children stared in wonder as a small flying dragon made of gears and steam zipped through the air. A tower-like float opened up to reveal a spinning stage with performers dancing in mechanical costumes. It was strange but exciting, and no one could stop talking about it. And then came the capital city's grand finale. It was led by royal guards in shining armor, followed by dancers wearing the colors of every city in the kingdom. The main float, shaped like a giant phoenix, moved slowly as performers danced beneath it. It breathed sparks into the air, and from its wings flew magical birds of light that circled above. Behind it, a choir sang a powerful song of unity, and a group of mages cast fireworks into the sky in daylight, red and golden bursts that painted the sky eve before sunset. Among the crowd were our heroes, each enjoying the parade in their own way. Lila stood near the front of the crowd, her eyes sparkling as she watched the swordplay of Diki City. She admired the discipline and elegance of their moves. She imagined herself on that float one day, showing off her own strength and courage. Adrian, still healing, stayed close to Sarah. The two stood near a merchant stand, smiling and cheering. Sarah clapped happily during the music performance of Filun, humming along. She especially enjoyed Pirisa's arcane force display and quietly tried mimicking the healing light they used. Doran and Zora walked along the street following the floats. Zora kept awestruck by the inventions of Vince, while Doran focused on the sword held by the performer, and mad comments on each one of them. Fizzle, meanwhile, disappeared for long moments only to return with some bizarre snack from a street stall, cotton clouds, spicy sticks, sweet puffs, and once, even something that glowed. Drucker was quieter than usual. He watched closely, eyes focused, especially on the warriors from Diki. He studied their form and movement, mentally noting things he could improve in his own combat practice. The fire in his heart from the last battle had not faded. He wanted to learn. As the sun began to fall and the skies turned orange and pink, a large open field just outside the city was prepared for the final gathering of the carnival, the bonfire night. In the center of the field stood a huge wooden pile. As the last light of day faded, it was lit with arcane force. Flames leapt high, golden and warm, and people gathered around, laughing, clapping, and dancing. Drums played again, this time faster, louder. Circles of people danced around the fire, holding hands or waving scarves. Some sang old songs, while others simply laughed and spun. Adrian joined the circle with Sarah, laughing even as his arm remained in a sling. She helped guide him gently, and they shared a quiet, sweet moment under the firelight. Lila danced with a group of children, showing off quick footwork and fancy moves. She grinned as the kids tried to copy her. Zora and Doran had mugs in hand, toasting to the end of a successful carnival. They were enjoying the moment at the fullest. Fizzle floated around them, leading a loud, funny song about food and treasure that had half the crowd singing along. Drucker stood near the edge of the circle, watching for a while. Then, slowly, he stepped forward and joined in, not dancing, but sitting beside a group of elders, listening to stories and asking questions about ancient combat practice methods. The night was full of laughter, music, and joy. The carnival had brought people together, not just to celebrate, but to remember what they were protecting, what they were fighting for. The flames burned tall into the night sky, and eventually, as the stars shone above, people began to leave. The fire was left to burn low, the music faded, and slowly, the final night came to a close. The next morning, as the city returned to normal, a message arrived for the grand party and the rising heroes. They were summoned by King Arthur to the royal chamber. It was something important. Something serious, and so, they gathered at 1C. Chapter 49. New mission. The bright colors of the carnival parade were now a memory. The capital had returned to its usual rhythm, but a strange silence filled the air. People could feel that something serious was about to happen. Inside the royal palace, the grand party and the rising heroes stood quietly in the grand hall. They had been called by King Arthur himself. The big hall was quiet, filled with tall windows and banners of the kingdom, but today, the place felt heavy and serious. King Arthur stood up from his throne. His face was calm, but his presence was powerful. He looked different than he did during the carnival. There was no smile this time. His eyes showed focus and determination. "Thank you for coming quickly," the king said in a firm voice. "Today, I have something very important to tell you all. I need you to listen carefully." Everyone nodded, standing straight and paying full attention. "You all remember the dungeon of Carcanis," King Arthur began. "You were there when strange things happened. I've received full reports from your teams. I've thought about everything for the past few days. Now, I have made a decision." The king paused and looked around the hall. "I am giving you all a new mission. It is called Mission Corrupted Core. These are royal orders, and they must be followed. You will not be the only ones on this mission. Other powerful groups will join in. I will tell you more about them shortly." The room stayed silent. Everyone waited for him to continue. "Despite the name being Corruptor Core, which will give you all some idea of what the mission is about, it won't be the only thing that will be focused on. This mission has two main goals," the king explained. "The first is the dark core that was found in the dungeon of Carcanis. We still don't know what it is, but we believe it is dangerous. The second part is the stolen jewel from the rookie tournament. That jewel was taken by the intruders, and we believe there are 6 more jewels like it." He looked around at everyone, his voice steady. "We don't know what the intruders want with these jewels. We don't even know where the other jewels are. But we have reason to believe that these 7 jewels may hold powerful arcane force. If that's true, we cannot allow them to fall into the wrong hands." Zora wasn't in the room, but his words from before still echoed in King Arthur's mind. Zora had mentioned hearing stories about such jewels when he was younger. The king didn't know if those stories were true, but he was not willing to take chances. "To deal with this threat, many top seeker groups will be involved," the king said. "From the capital, I will lead with the help of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd princes. Adrian, the 4th prince, has asked to stay with the rising heroes. I have allowed it." Adrian nodded with a confident smile, standing proudly next to Lila, Sarah, and Doran. The groups known as Null Order and Index Obscura will focus on researching the corrupted core. We want to understand where it came from and how it works. Black Sigil, Cypher Rangers, and Iron Squad will begin searching for the other 6 jewels. They will also try to find out more about the intruders who stole the first one. Meanwhile, other powerful teams like Eternal Wings, Divatrix, The Coil, Redwake, Deadwatch, the Prime Heroes, Metal Impact, and the Wave Crew alongside the Royal Guards and some other younger groups with potential will stay on standby across the kingdom. If anything dangerous happens, they will be ready to protect the people. Then, the king looked at the rising heroes and the grand party. "Not everyone that I mentioned know the whole truth about the mission. To avoid any panic, especially if it gets spreaded in public, it would be more trouble. You all saw the corrupted core with your own eyes. You know how strong and dangerous it was. That is why I want you to be ready if more of these appear. We don't have proof yet that other corrupted cores exist, but we must prepare." He continued, "The grand party will guide and train the rising heroes. I chose the rising heroes because, even though you are not yet SS or S rank, you've shown great courage. You faced a monster that even strong adventurers would have feared. And you also did great during the attack from the intruders. You also have a lot of talent, and I believe you can grow even stronger." The rising heroes stood proudly. Lila placed her hand on her sword, standing tall. Sarah smiled gently, but her eyes showed determination. Doran clenched his fists, ready for any challenge. Drocker stayed quiet, nodding firmly. Fizzle looked a bit nervous but excited, while Adrian stood by their side with pride and support. "I want you all to travel north," the king said. "Train, grow, and learn from the grand party. When the time comes, you must be ready." The grand party, strong, experienced, and respected, gave nods of agreement. They accepted their role as mentors without hesitation. The king looked around one last time. His voice lowered slightly, but it carried even more weight. This mission is not only about now, it is about the future of our kingdom. We do not know what dangers are coming, but we must be ready. Everyone in the hall, from seasoned warriors to young adventurers, understood the importance of what was being said. We accept, Lila said, stepping forward. We're ready, added Doran with a confident grin. We won't let the kingdom down, said Sarah softly, her hands folded in front of her. One by one, they all agreed. The grand party nodded in approval. Even the usually quiet Drakkar added, let's do it. And with that, the new mission had officially begun. Everyone would now go their separate ways, chasing clues, combat practice, and preparing for the unknown. But none of them knew what waited for them beyond the horizon. Something dark, something new, was coming. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 50. The Journey Ahead. The mission that King Arthur had assigned was no small task. After a long meeting with the Grand Party and the rising heroes, the weight of their responsibility was clear. King Arthur had spoken with authority, making it clear that the kingdom was counting on them. The mission would take them north, to the Avalia region, a land of snow and mountains, where they would face combat practice like they'd never experienced before. The Grand Party and the rising heroes had accepted the challenge, but none of them could have known what lay ahead. Junith gathered the group together the following morning. Her usual calm demeanor was filled with a hint of excitement. She was preparing them for what would come next. The rising heroes stood ready, their faces determined and full of fire. We are headed to the Avalia region, Junith began, her voice steady as always. As many of you already know, the north of the Soooo kingdom is a land of extremes. The harsh cold, the towering mountains, and the unpredictable weather will test you in ways you've never been tested before. But this journey will be worth it. Lila, Doran, Sarah, Drakkar, Adrian stood close by, and even Fizzle had a expression serious. Lila adjusted the straps on her gear, eyes focused on Junith as she continued to explain. The Avalia region is ruled by one of the 12 noble clans, the Haldalium clan, Junith explained. Their leader, Thaldric Haldalium, is known as a strong and wise man. He rules over the northern lands with a firm hand, and his people are some of the most dedicated warriors and adventurers in all the kingdom. The rising heroes exchanged looks. They had heard stories of the Haldalium clan and their fierce warriors. This was not going to be a simple combat practice exercise. The Avalia region is mostly covered in snow, with the exception of the southern parts, which are green and open, Junith continued. It's a land of great beauty, but it's also a land where survival is not guaranteed. To the east and north, there are towering mountain ranges that form a natural barrier. The cities in this region are scattered throughout, each one with its own unique culture and way of fighting. Lila felt a shiver run through her, though not from the cold. The journey would be hard, but she could feel the determination in her comrades, in Adrian beside her, and in the rest of the rising heroes. The cities of the north each have their own role to play in the kingdom. They're warriors through and through, and their combat practice is not easy. The cities are Skaldrith, Winterhall, Norvin, Gravenmire, Silbrith, Idera, and Lastward. Each of them has its own way of preparing its people for battle, Junith said, her eyes glinting with something like anticipation. We'll be splitting into 5 groups, each of us heading to a different city for combat practice. The journey ahead will not be easy, but I assure you, there will be no shortage of adventures. As Junith finished speaking, she turned to look at the rising heroes, their eyes burning with determination. The thought of heading north, facing extreme challenges, and combat practice with the most elite warriors in the kingdom, sparked something inside each of them. Lila's mind raced with excitement, but she could feel the weight of the responsibility pressing down on her. The rising heroes had already been through so much. They had faced monsters, dungeons, and trials together, but this was something different. This was going to push them beyond their limits, test their strength and resolve in ways they had never imagined. The northern cities were known for their harsh combat practice regimes, and only the toughest could endure them. But Lila was ready. She felt ready. As Junith finished explaining the details of the mission, the rising heroes were filled with a renewed sense of purpose. They knew that this journey would shape them into something stronger, something more than they had been before. But Lila knew that the path ahead wouldn't be easy. She knew that the dangers they would face in Avalia would test not only their strength but their hearts as well. The group broke into smaller conversations as they prepared to leave. Lila stood off to the side, her mind turning over the words that Junith had just spoken. She couldn't help but feel a pang of worry, but there was something else too. Excitement. They were going to train with the greatest warriors in the kingdom, and she was determined to prove herself. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. She turned to see her father, Zora, walking toward her. He had been standing off to the side, waiting for the discussion to finish, but now he was heading toward her, his face filled with concern. "Lila," he said softly, his voice carrying a hint of worry. Lila smiled at him, trying to hide the unease in her heart. She hadn't told him everything about the mission. In fact, she hadn't told him much at all. She had been hesitant to share the full details. She wasn't sure how he would react. The thought of leaving him for the journey north made her heart ache. She looked up at him, her voice careful. "I'll be heading to the Avalia region with the grand party," she said slowly. "We have a mission there. I don't know all the details yet, but I'll be safe." Zora's face darkened, and he stepped closer to her. "Lila, you don't have to do this," he said, his voice tight. "You've already been through so much. I don't want you to risk your life again." Lila hesitated, feeling the weight of her father's concern. She had never seen him this worried before. It was clear he was afraid for her, and she understood why. The journey north would be dangerous, and she was about to leave him behind. "I know, Dad," she said softly. "But this is something I have to do. I can't stop now." Zora sighed deeply. He wanted to protect her, to keep her close, but he also knew that she had always been strong-willed. She had a fire in her heart, and nothing could stop her once she had made up her mind. He took a step back, his expression softening. "Just promise me you'll be careful. Don't do anything reckless. And don't forget that I'm always here for you, even if I'm far away." Lila smiled, her heart heavy but full of love for the man who had raised her. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. For a moment, she closed her eyes and let the comfort of his embrace wash over her. This was the first time since they had met in the jungle that they would be apart. "I'll be fine, Dad," she whispered. "I promise." Zora held her tightly for a few more moments, reluctant to let her go. Finally, he pulled back, giving her a final look of concern. "Take care of yourself, Lila, please." As Lila walked away, Zora's heart tightened with worry. Though he had let her go with words of encouragement, in the depths of his mind, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He knew the dangers of the north, the harsh combat practice, and the unknowns that lay ahead. Without her knowing, he began to formulate a plan, one that would allow him to follow her without her realizing. He would change his form, become an unseen protector in the shadows, ensuring that if anything happened, he would be there to protect her from afar. He couldn't bear the thought of her facing dangers alone, even if it meant staying hidden in the background. If his daughter needed him, he would be there, silently watching over her, no matter the cost. The next day, the group was ready to leave. They gathered their supplies and made their way toward the northern roads. The future was uncertain, and none of them knew what awaited them in Avalia. But they were ready. The rising heroes, along with the grand party, set out together on their journey. None of them could have predicted the challenges and adventures that awaited them in the snow-covered land. But one thing was for sure. They were about to face their biggest trials yet. And whatever the future held, they would face it together.